Previously on the European LCS.
Last week kicked off with a bang. We saw Kenny Penna escape by the skin of his teeth.
And it might be first blood here. It's Freak gonna walk right by. One's already recalled back. He's actually stealth. Oh my god! Oh, he's stealth right as he went through the brush. And he's like, oh, it's Fnatic. Peace.
I had a feeling that they could be there, so I just tried my luck and it worked out.
With Expected consistently punishing the bottom lane of SK, they used that little bit of an advantage and snowballed the rest of the game into a victory.
Fnatic just killed them off one by one. Fnatic will take this win and go 18-0 now against SK on lane.
On the opposite side of that spectrum, we have Evil Geniuses who have really been struggling these past couple of weeks. The only victory they picked up was against the number 8 team, Dragonborns.
So even though we're not performing our best right now, the mood on the team is still really good. No one is angry at each other and everyone's just trying their best because it doesn't help anyone being angry. It's not going to make us win the games.
So we saw earlier why Expected should be the AP mid player for the All-Star game, but in the Gambit vs EG match, we saw Alex one-upping him with a pentakill.
Flashes the wall and actually manages to juke away from the Varus ulti, but they've got a 5v4 and he goes back in. It's going to be a bunch of damage on the Genja. Froggen in the middle finds the loot ult as well. There's the unstoppable force used on the Genja, but he does not go down. Froggen's really under pressure. Legendary Alex finds 1, 2, 3, 4. Is it going to be 5? I can't actually tell. Everyone is dead, and it is. It's a pentakill. Pentakill for Alex Itch.
I did pentakill. Vote for me.
Welcome, Summoners, to our studios here in Cologne for Week 9 of the European LCS. Last week painted a clearer picture of the standings up to now, but with the playoffs and, of course, the All-Star voting in mind, every team and player is ready to show us their skills this week. So without further ado, let's welcome our commentators, Lee, oh my lord, D-Man Smith, who is back from sunny LA, and our lovely Trevor, the Henry Quickshot, to give us an overview of the standings and the upcoming matches. Glad to have you back, D-Man.
Thank you very much, Sharks. It's great to be back here in the European LCS. So let's check out what the standings look like after I've been gone, of course. So at the top lane, it is still Fnatic. They're 17-4. They went 2-1, but of course they had that loss to Gambit, which means Gambit snapping at their heels at 16-4. They went 3-0 last week, really storming up that table once again. SK Gaming there, 13-9. 2-1 last week, but they had a win over EG, which has helped solidify their third place. And of course, Evil Genius is 11-10, only 1-2 last week, just beating the Dragonborns.
Yeah, the Copenhagen Wolves are sitting in that 5th position at 9-14. Interesting stat to note is that since Bjergsen has joined, they have gone 9-5 in their last 14 matches. Against All Authority are 8-13 with a 2-1 match record last weekend. The new guy Dew doing really well with them, helping Nono out in the bottom lane. The Giants are sitting in 7th position. They had a tough week losing all 3 of their matches, and they're currently in that relegation position, but they're close to 5th and 6th. And finally, the Dragonborns, 0-13 in the previous LCS matches. So they really need to shake things up and bounce back.
Absolutely. This is, of course, the second from last week, I should say, almost known as the penultimate week to some people in England. But, of course, after Super Week 10, we will be going into the promotion relegation matches. So let's go through this one. Teams ranked 1 and 2, that is, of course, currently Fnatic and Gambit, will immediately qualify for the summer split, as well as move into the semi-finals. You can see it on your screen. LCS 2nd, LCS 1st place. Of course, 3rd plays 6th. You can see that in the round 1. And 4th plays 5th, which obviously is currently Evil Geniuses and the Copenhagen Wolves.
It's a very important matchup as well because Evil Geniuses, they're a little nervous about facing Wolves in that 4th, 5th, so they really want to try push for 3rd. Of course, the losers of the quarterfinals from that tournament, plus the 7th and 8th teams from the LCS, will then enter the summer promotion tournament. This bracket is a little confusing, but stick with me. This tournament is going to feature 8 additional Challenger Circuit teams, and as you can see on the graphic, we've got multiple stages to the promotion tournament. So the first 4 amateur teams, which earned their spots from Lille and from the ESL Go for LOLs, are going to battle against the top 4 teams from this week's Challenger Circuit qualifier. So you can see the Amateur 1, Amateur 2, Amateur 3, as well as 1st place, 2nd place, 3rd place. The winners of that Challenger Circuit will then play off against the bottom 4 from the LCS in the promotion battles. And all of these 12 teams in the Summer Promotion Tournament will be competing for the 4 spots in the Summer Split of the League of Legends Championship Series. And of course, in that event, they're playing for spots at the World Championships.
All very clear. Very well explained, of course.
It's a bit difficult to follow, but it's, graphics help.
You'll understand when the teams suddenly are in there. It's going to be a lot easier to read, of course. If you've missed any of the matches on all the VODs and stats and team info, it can all be found over at lolesports.com.
And don't forget to vote for your favorite European All-Stars. Make sure you vote for your top mid, jungler, AD carry, and support, because the polls close on Monday. And there's a couple of positions that are still, in contention.
Yeah, these players, they're hotly contested for some of their places. Some of them are really quite taking this quite seriously, and as well they should be, of course. There's a lot up for grabs at that All-Star matches. So, we know what the league table looks like, and let's take a peek at the games we have in store for you today. With the playoffs ahead, today's matches will have a big impact on the seeding. So, today's match, there you can see it. Gambit versus Dragonborns. Gambit, of course, going to be looking to overtake Fnatic in first place with a win, while the Dragonborns, they're going to be fighting for their own survival here in the LCS. Evil Geniuses versus Fnatic, of course, coming up after that massive game. This will be the 3rd time these teams meet. Fnatic at risk of losing their first seed, of course. If Gambit were to win that first game, they could retake it again if they were to beat Evil Geniuses. Meanwhile, Evil Geniuses, they're going to be looking to remain positive with their wins and losses.
Yeah, they're trying to maintain that 0.500 or 50% win-loss ratio. Finally, 3rd game for the day, we're going to look at Against Authority versus Gambit. This is going to be a matchup between Edward and the new dude, Dude, in the bottom lane for Against All Authority. The new support player is the top of the table for KDA, and he's overtaken Edward, who's definitely going to be wanting to get that position back. Then finally, Giants versus Dragonborns. That's a 7th versus 8th place matchup, which is a must-win battle for both of these squads. Who is going to be able to rise up above their opponents and claim that win? Only time will tell.
Yeah, in England we'd be calling it a 6-pointer, I think, in the football leagues. And in fact, to be honest, everywhere in the world that has a football league apart from America.
Jason had an awesome description of that last week, so I'm not going to try emulate it because I don't think I could live up to it.
Oh, you managed to actually figure it out at last.
Nailed it. Absolutely nailed it.
It's good to see. So we should have a lot of great games today, and we want to hear what you have to say about them. So let's get over to Shox, who will be able to explain how you can get in touch with us.
Thank you very much. Of course, we want to hear every one of your opinions on the European LCS, and we also have a question for you. Which European LCS Pros playstyle has most influenced your game, and why? You can hit us up on Twitter at LOLesports, #LCS to let us know what you think, and we'll respond to your answers later in the show. Now, the Dragonborns have been struggling the last couple of weeks, and now that they've got nothing to lose, we could be in for some crazy strats. What will they pull out against Gambit? We'll find out in a couple of minutes.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. First up today, it's going to be the Gambit versus the Dragonborns.
It's going to be an awesome game to watch. If Gambit pick up a victory here, they will take first place in the seedings because of their head-to-head record with Fnatic being 3-1. Last weekend, Gambit went 3-0 and had some very, very good performances against Fnatic, Evil Geniuses, and Wolves, and they'll be looking to replicate those performances this weekend.
And of course, Dragonborns, they've been struggling to find consistency in their game. However, they have showed a willingness to try things in their composition. Of course, it doesn't always work. It worked against EG, then it backfired against SK. They tried something wacky last week. It backfired pretty horribly. So let's have a look at the lineups of the two sides. Of course, for Gambit, you know them well. It is Darian, Diamond Prox, Alex Each, Genja, and Edward.
And of course, for the Dragonborns, Yamato Cannon, Maluno, Shushe, Hosan, and Muvert.
So the exciting mid laner for Dragonborns is the man we want to look at. It is, of course, the man on your screen, Shushe. He's been struggling really to find a meaningful way to impact the game lately. Shushe, of course, has been unable to replicate the explosive double kills that secured him the win with Lux against SK Gaming.
So some interesting stats here about Shushe. He's currently got the lowest KDA of all of the mid laners, sitting at 1.95 overall. He's got 58 kills, 64 deaths to 67 assists. And he's got this reputation for trying out new things and playing new champions. But truth be told, we haven't actually seen that throughout the course of the season. We've seen a few unique picks, but for the most part, he's actually conforming and playing relatively normally. And like you've already said, he's been struggling to repeat those explosive moments to make the, oh my lord, laser moments to pick up wins. And he's really going to need to step up his game here against Gambit to actually secure his team a victory.
Yeah, and of course, remember that amazing vibe play he had before, but the rest of his team weren't quite on the same wavelength, so they need to kind of get themselves
That was
sorted.
where they were talking about when Spontex was still in the team. They don't want to play Kha'Zix because he wasn't on the same page of going in when he went aggressive.
Despite the fact having the best stats on the team, I believe he did overall. But of course, for Gambit, well, none other than Alex Itch is the man we're looking at. Alex himself has been saying that this season, his team's really had to carry him as well. It's just interesting way of putting it, but technically true, of course. However, in true Gambit style, when given a finger, he will happily take the entire arm, as he demonstrated last week against Evil Geniuses and Fnatic.
Now, some more statistics. Alex, highest GPM of all mid laners in the entire league, 387 GPM average. He's got the third highest total gold out of every single player in the European LCS. And in terms of kills, deaths, assists, 111 to 65 to 116. Double that of his counterpart, Shushe in this matchup. And of course, you have to mention him on Assassins. Playing Kha'Zix, playing Zed, and even Fizz last weekend against Fnatic, he made Xpeke's life miserable in that mid lane.
You could say he took him hook, line, and sinker. So let's talk about the duo lane pairings for these teams, because there is a massive difference in the stats.
I feel like a statistician here, but we really have to point out, and look at the stats, lollysports.com, they're all there. Combined stats of the bottom lane that you pointed out, 66 kills to 147 deaths for that of Dragonborns. That's Hosan and Muvert. On the other side of the coin, Genja and Edward, 109 kills to 65 deaths. They have died as many times as Hosan and Muvert have picked up kills.
Very, very big difference, of course. Last time these teams met, it was a close start to the game, but you simply can't make mistakes against Gambit. Let's hear how the players thought it went.
Our last time versus Gambit in Lille, we had them pretty much under pressure early on, but we got too greedy and it backfired on us.
I don't know what's going on in their team, but I think they're trying to find out the best lineup.
I don't think you can focus on any one player in Gambit. They all play so well, you need to handle all of them.
I think it's good that they got Malone back half a year ago. He was the best jungler in the world.
This time, if we're not too greedy, I think we'll have it.
Well, not too sure how serious we should take some of those comments, especially from Diamond Prox. They're calling Maluno the best jungler in the world 6 months ago.
We'll see. We'll see.
That would be his Cursey U days. I'm not sure about that.
He was the paramedic at the beginning of the season here at LCS.
He had his
for
moments. He's had his moments, definitely.
But he hasn't been able to convert those moments into wins, and that's what matters. I mean, Dragonborns are 0 for 13 in their LCS, career. Their last couple of matches, lost many matches. Baker's dozen of losses is a lot of games to lose.
Wow, that's a reference that not many people in the world are going to get. A Baker's dozen, aka 13. It is the biggest record, the biggest losing record in all of the LCS, unfortunately, and it is the Dragonborns that currently hold it. But as you can see, we are into the picks and bans. So straight away, things are getting underway. Draven banned out by Gambit, taking it away from Hosan, and Thresh, of course, taken away from Ed Ward.
Of course, instantly just targeted bans. They don't want them to have their comfort picks, don't want to have Edward playing that Thresh, and they obviously don't want Hosan to have that big impact on the game, the early matchups in the form of Draven. We've been seeing Maluno playing a lot of job on the fourth and immediately just taking that away from him, forcing him onto a different jungler. We have to note out that both Volibear and Nasus are still available. Diamond Prox has played Nasus in 9 games out of his team's 20, so approaching half of his games on one single champion.
Well, there is the KO ban taken away from Shushei and Nasus taken, so Volibear almost certainly going to get picked up. Will it be the first choice, though? No, it's looking like it may well be Shen.
So if Darien is going to lock in Shen, he's arguably the strongest Shen player in Europe, and it's one of the most contested picks. Every single top laner across all of the teams in EU have been playing a lot of Shen, and Darien is one of the strongest players. You can see big smiles on the faces there of Gambit as they're flicking through the picks. And, we had a little bit of a chance to talk to some of the members leading up to this, and they were definitely mentioning how KDAs of later matches, if Dude was important. I wonder what they're planning for a game like this, where it's 2nd versus 8th. They're so far the favorites, but, they can't take Dragonborns lightly.
But, we could also talk about the fact that Complexity went and beat Dignitas when it was 8th versus 1st. Copenhagen Wolves beat Fnatic when it was 8th versus 1st. So these things do happen. Not very often, but it's happened twice this season in 2 different leagues, so why the hell not again? Zed looks like it may well get locked in here by Dragonborns, and, they've realized that, they're not likely to get out of that bottom 2 positions, so they've decided it's time to really try gambles. This is probably something they maybe should have tried a little earlier in the season, to start trying a few of those crazy strategies. Sometimes they work, sometimes they don't, but I'm not sure it's always doable if you haven't practiced it.
So Dragonborns now are in a position where they can be the heartbreakers in the league. They can take people's positions away. They can deny them from finishing in a spot where they'd like to. But we do need to talk about, if the Z is locked in, which it has been, Kha'Zix is still available for Alex if he decides to go that route. We've also seen him playing a number of times Twisted Fate when they were playing against the Copenhagen Wolves. He got absolutely dominated in the mid lane by Bjergsen's Z, but it didn't matter. He said, feed strat, I go 0-6, and we win the game because it was the map that he was playing. So I would expect to see one of those 2 champions being locked in. We see that Sona's been locked in for Movet, so we already know who the support player is, and it gives you a lot of CC, but those crescendos are going to have to be really, really focused from Movet, and he's just a support that hasn't really shone up till date.
I think the players are actually trolling Genja. They keep selecting Ashe for him. They keep pointing to the Gosh, going, you're going to have Ashe. You're going to have Ashe. And he's like, no, I don't want Ashe. I want Misfortune. So Misfortune and Kha'Zix locked in. Of course, just as you mentioned, Kha'Zix countering Zed, or not so much countering, Alex Itch countering Zed.
There we go. It's a comfort pick. It's a comfort pick there for Alex. He's played so much Kha'Zix. Got the pentakill last weekend, which we do have to remind everybody about. Dramatic leapfrogging pentakill. And, in terms of Misfortune, 9 games played, 9 victories picked up for Genja. So, again, another comfort pick, 9 out of 20 matches. He knows how to play MF. He likes to play a little bit safer with his AD carries, just relies on the bullet time for the damage in team fights, and obviously it's a very good pickup for him.
Yeah, it should work out very well. Udyr currently selected and locked in. Is that going to be a jungler Udyr or a top lane? Which patch when we are on?
We're 3.5.
3.5. So that would be a jungle.
It's jungle Udyr, and Maluno ran it last weekend as well. So when you were at your wedding, not your wedding,
not my wedding. Don't worry, ladies, I'm still available.
Maluno did run jungle Udyr. It was a fairly good performance, but unfortunately the team is very far behind, so it didn't really have any sort of impact on the matchup. I'd like to see how he's going to play this particular game, because you've got, Kha'Zix going to be hopping straight over his head. You're going to have Shen running protection, and at the moment between Blitzcrank and Lulu are both going to give a lot of protection for Genja's Misfortune. So, it's a difficult champion to get in there. But if he does, he can wreak havoc on the Gambit lines.
I'm just loving seeing the focus on Edward's face while he flicks through these two champions. Look at this. This is pure focus, so he can go to Lulu, Edward, Lulu, Edward, Lulu, Edward. He's really working on it, and now Genja's trying to match him for pace, and it's just not possible. You can't meet the aggressive Edward there, but it does look like it's going to be that Lulu and Volibear combo. And actually, I had the chance to speak to, obviously, Skara about this the other week. Well, obviously, they faced I was about to say face Genja, but they faced Gambit at the MLG Dallas, and they said, you know, we never really understood the meaning of the way that it was working out with the combos with the Lulu and the Nasus and the Volibear, and then suddenly they came up against it and went, oh, now we see how it works and we see how to counter it, but we see there's such a strong strategy.
Yeah, it's a really, really good combo when you consider the kit that Lulu had. She gives the speed boost to Volibear, then throws the shield on him to land Glitter Lance at max range. That allows Volibear to get in there with his rolling thunder movement speed and the Whimsy, fling somebody backwards, and if anyone gets in the way, you knock up the rest of the team, and you've got this great zone of control that your opponent simply cannot break through and breach. So we've got a lot of comfort picks here for Gambit. The Volibear, Diamond Prox has played 5 times this season with 3 victories, and it's just everybody's on sort of their go-to champions. I still remember Edward tearing apart against All Authority with his Lulu, where I think he went 5-0-7, if I remember correctly, in that matchup, 3, 4, 5 weeks ago. So, Gambit looking very comfortable. Dragonborns, though, they've locked in that Orianna right at the end. If they can get some good combos with the Zed and the Orianna to, burst people down, Udyr and Varus will be able to clean house. But it's going to be very, very key on those two players to land their damaging abilities in order to control team fights.
And that hail of arrows is going to be so important to stop that bear charging straight at him. But it's the same for Udyr. I mean, he's going to really have a tough job of getting in there because Lulu's just going to glitter lance him and then it's just going to slow him straight down.
Exactly. And you consider that Zed is also a melee champion, so if they get hit by that ability, it's definitely going to affect their ability to deal damage in the team fights. One thing you've also got to remember with that hail of arrows, it's going to reduce the healing effect on Volibear's passive. So if Hosan can place that hail effectively and in a correct position, he can actually negate a lot of that early game power that Volibear's passive offers. But we know Hosan likes to be very aggressive. We know Hosan likes to be leading the charge when it comes to his teams and team fights. So he's really going to have to play a little bit more passive against Gambit, who will punish him for being further into the no safety zone, as it were.
And speaking aggressive, obviously with the Shen on the team, we're expecting Darien to be split pushing somewhere along the line. There's no teleport from Dragonborn to counter this.
No, none at all. They may need to rely on somebody like Yamato Can and Zed to try and duel him. Both being ninja and energy based means he's going to be less reliant on mana. And if Zed can get an item advantage, he should be able to at least out-duel somebody like Shen and just keep him on the back foot, make sure he doesn't have the ability to split push. What it does mean is the rest of Dragonborns are going to have to be very well coordinated to deal with the 4 versus 4 engagements because they don't have the ability to bring in that 5th member, whereas Darien with Stand United obviously does.
So here we go, ladies and gentlemen. If you have just tuned in to the European League of Legends Championship Series, we are on the way for Week 9. Gambit as the blue team and Dragonborns as the red team. Red Pot's being picked up by Alex Ich as well as Yamato Cannon on LCS. On the Dragonborns, sorry. We are on the LCS, that's true. Shushe, though, he went for the armor against Alex Ich there, so full-on going defensive at the start.
Yeah, he's really afraid of the pressure that Alex is going to be putting in the early levels, and it immediately signals to you what Shushe's plan is. He wants to try and farm, he wants to try and CS in that lane, as opposed to trying to, bully out his opponent. I feel that if Shushe does play a little bit aggressively, he's actually going to win out at levels 1 and 2 because of the passive, that clockwork windup. It deals consecutive magic damage that actually scales with each hit, and it'll really help him out against the melee Alex, who needs some levels and some ability levels before he can really chunk you down.
He's got 34 ability power on there, so he must be running a lot of runes, I think, Shushe. So definitely stack those out. Let's see what he can do with it. Doesn't look like we're going to get any level 1 action. As it is, we can see Volibear hanging around that red buff, as is Maluno on Udyr. It looks like he's going to go Wraiths and then red buff. So standard start, no invades, nothing serious coming out. So looking like they're going to go to actually standard meta here as well. We are seeing the Wolves, of course, being picked up by the red team of Dragonborns, and it's also the Golems of the Bronze. So they're going to counter each other, make sure nobody hits level 2 early on. We do see Volibear down the bottom of the Groms, though.
I was just about to point that out. So he's standing there, obviously, to share some of the experience, just get a little bit quicker to that level 2. I actually think he may have picked up the last hit on that one. Yes, he does. He's got 1 as well as Genja having 1, because he's halfway to level 2 already. it just means that Diamond Prox is going to hit that level 2 and level 3 a little bit sooner, which means we might actually see some early ganks coming out of Diamond Prox's volley base. So we'll need to keep a close eye on that minimap to see when he goes in. And Alex has already jumped on Shushay.
Look at that, going full on aggression. That's exactly why Shushay managed to pick up that cloth armor at the start. He knew the aggression would happen, and it happened very early on. Alex hits level 2 already, and their level 2 still not come for Shushay.
So Alex in that particular situation, he drank the red pot already, went instantly aggressive once he hit level 2, and just forced Shushay to lose a lot of HP. He's down to 1 potion in that mid lane, and if Alex continues to land those void spikes, he's immediately going to get very good control in this mid lane.
Yeah, and only just hitting level 2 there, Shushay. Actually, Talai just did it a moment ago. Diamond Prox does take up the blue, and it looks like he's going to head straight towards that top lane of Yamato Cannon and Darian, and see whether he can get any advantage. Yamato Cannon actually at half health has got that red pot in his pocket. You see him warding out that river, but it's not the river he needs to worry about, because Diamond Prox, he looks like he's going to try and tippy-toe in from the bottom.
Yeah, he does have that ghost available. Shushay gets jumped on in the mid lane, Taste of Fear, but he's just going to be trading. This is just Alex trying to get some control. You can still see that Diamond Prox is hanging around there near that top lane. If he decides to burn his ghost and that Rolling Thunder, he may be able to close the gap. But Darian will have to open up with that taunt first for that gank to work. It doesn't look like Diamond feels that'll work.
It looks like he's had to back off. Alex is continuing to be aggressive, but Shushay, of course, with that ball range of Orianna, that attack ball, he can sit right at the back, which is exactly what he's doing. It does mean he missed one of the CS, though. He's not quite getting it 100% perfect right now. This bottom lane, this is where the aggression also is between the two. Both very aggressive ADs. That's the mid laner going low again there. The pings of Shushay keep getting jumped on by Alex. But as it stands, very even in this bottom lane.
Yeah, CS is staying, very, very close. But this wave is about to push against the Dragonborns, which means they're going to be in that safety zone. They're going to be able to play under the tower for the next couple of minutes. And as long as Hosan and Mover keep the lane here, it's going to play into their favor as far as last hitting and aggression goes. It's going to be up to Maluno to move into this lane and try convert any sort of presence into maybe some ganks in first blood. Instead, he's just holding that mid lane because Shushay was forced out, and he's picked up another cloth armor. He's really feeling the pressure of Alex's Kha'Zix.
So is he going for arm guards, Seeker's arm guards, I guess,
yes.
early on?
Yeah, that would definitely be the first guess. And against the likes of a Misfortune with bullet time and Kha'Zix, it's a very good pickup, but it does mean it's going to take a little bit longer to hit that insta-kill potential that Orianna has.
Good snipe on towards Edward from long range there, keeping him very low. It does, of course, mean that that red pot was used, and as yet has not been successful in getting any kills. So wasted, not wasted. I mean, he's a 10 CS difference. It's worked out in his favor, but of course, he's got no items currently built up.
No, he doesn't, but he'll be able to recall relatively soon and start spending some money. What it has done is it's given control in that lane. We've seen a quick glance there of Diamond Prox setting up in this bottom lane, but he's walked straight over a ward, and you've just seen the ping coming up from Dragonborns. For a split second, you've seen the time left on that wall. That was like 5 or 10 seconds. What a different situation it could have been. Alex has caught Shushay.
Gone straight in aggressive again, and Shushay not going back too quickly because he knew he had the defensive work of Maluno just at the back there, ready and waiting. Diamond Prox, you can also see waiting in the wings. He wants to get in. Hasn't been able to get any successful ganks yet. The best stats, I might add, for Diamond Prox in the entire LCS. Everyone put together.
Not even a question about that. In the mid lane, I just want to quickly talk on the level difference there. You see that Alex is 5 to Shushay almost 5. Once Alex gets 6 and he's going to get those evolved spikes, Shushay is going to need to rely entirely on his abilities to farm, because if he gets close enough to auto attack, Alex is literally just going to spam him with missiles and jump on him when he gets him low enough.
Yeah, he's just leveled up the void spikes there, I believe, and you can see it immediately. They're going to come straight on Shushay. Shushay with no mana left either. He really needs to get that blue buff ASAP. It will be up in another minute though, so he's really had to just use everything. He's going to get dive on the tower. It's going to be Alex Dish. First blood will come down to Shushay. Will the ball be enough to survive? One tick more. It does take him down.
Alex, knowing exactly how much damage he had available, he used the leap, he used the missiles and the ignite, and it was able to completely secure that kill. He took 1 or 2 turret hits, and now we can recall with a 20 CS lead, his opponent is still not level 6, and he's going to be able to, itemize even more efficiently to control that lane even more. So early, Elixir Fortitude pot, was it a success? Yes, end of story.
Absolutely. Now he's got the Brutalizer and boots, and now he's just going to be an absolute terror for Shushay. Had to go back and get himself a Doran's Ring. That means he's in desperate trouble right now. Third item bought being a Doran's Ring. You can see Darian trying to keep the pressure, and meanwhile the bottom lane is where there's a bit of pinging back and forth, but no real action there, so it's kind of flat across the board. That's just that one kill so far. And what a kill it was. Alex Itch showing how aggressive he can be, And the one-on-one situations really is one of the best in the world.
Yeah, not even a doubt about that. And it's why his all-star vote percentage is so high at the moment. In the top lane, while you were chatting there, we were looking at Yamato Cannon CSing away, and he had some very strong words for Wicked last week, telling him how to level up his Z and saying, well, you shouldn't max Q over E. So I want to see how Yamato Cannon plays. He is maxing E at the moment. You can see 3 into that Shadow Slash. And I want to see how he performs. Alex at the moment, he's waiting in the wings, has his ultimate available, and he's going to try catch Shushei out.
He's going to jump around the backside of him, has got 4 points in that Voice Box, but the Voice Box missed there, and Shushei already got the defensive ball. Didn't matter, nothing hit him at all there, and that was actually a bit of a failed attempt by Alex Ich there. Of course, blue buff will be contested shortly, both teams starting at the red buff, so it will be spawning in just a few moments. We're seeing aggression coming up the top lane now. Maluna is going to come in, Yamato Cannon puts the death mark, Shadow Mark down on towards him, does get the best dance done, but he's going to get away from this one. They both flash for it, they will get the kill eventually. It's Yamato Cannon that takes it.
Well played between Maluna and Yamato Cannon. They burned everything there. The Ghost, the Ignite, the flashes, but it worked and they picked up the kill. There was some good play by Darian. He managed to flash taunt, catch Udyr out. He even used his feint to block some of the damage of that death mark. But nevertheless, it was too much damage overall. And interestingly, Yamato didn't even use his red pot in that engagement. They could have maybe got there a little quicker if he had that extra damage.
Yeah, that's the red pot he's been sitting on from the very start of the game as well. Got himself that Vampiric Scepter on the last back. Now it's going to be sat on a couple of 100 gold as well. Now, definitely going to be working out nicely for him. Looks like we're going to get a Warmogs coming out from Darian as their first item. You can see him still building up them rejuve beads. Meanwhile, down this bottom lane, 71 CS currently Hosam with the advantage over Genja, but still very, very close between him. And we're seeing Genja again, Avarice Blade. It's something he always goes for.
Yeah, now this is something he actually hasn't done for a little while, but he was doing it in the middle of the season time and time again with his Misfortune. I believe he follows this build with double Bloodthirsters. If my memory serves me correctly, he goes Avarice into double BT, and he just gets all of that auto attack damage stacking on his bullet time. It literally tells you right now, Genja's not going to be in there right-clicking opponents to death. He's going to be casting his ultimate and shredding them down in that massive AoE.
Oh, we see, speaking of massive AoE, Alex is leaping on Shushei. Getting a bit of a poke on towards him. That defensive ball not quite landing in time before the Void Spikes managed to catch him. So blue buff on both mid laners, so nobody coming for any invades just yet. And you do see, again, another jump. He's not going to go completely deep on this one against Shushei's ball.
Now, Alex at the moment's got his ultimate and Ignite, and he's going to be able to pick up a kill as soon as that Ignite becomes available. So keep very, very close eyes here on Shushei. Alex is probably going to sniff this out. Ignite is available, and he's going.
He's going to jump perfectly. The Shockwave will pull him in. Will he be able to get away from me? He does get the kill, but Moluna's going to chase. He's going to get one more hit. He does manage to get the revenge kill, and it's actually Shushei that gets it with the Ignite.
So well played there to at least be in the right place at the right time for Maluna. You knew that that dive was coming, and Alex, he just signaled it entirely that he wanted to pick up that kill. So he does go 1-for-1, trades blue buff over to actually nobody because Shushei got the kill, so the buff has actually died, which is a bit of a loss for Maluna.
A bit of a loss, yeah. He didn't manage to switch across, but it doesn't matter. A kill for a kill, eye for an eye, as it were. But 84 CS to 54 CS tells a story of its own. Diamond Prox getting in again. The flip on towards Maluna. Did manage to get a bear stance out. Quickly switches back to Phoenix. Gets a bit of AE damage down on towards Diamond Prox, but just walks away. Doesn't manage to get the ward in at Wraiths.
Yeah, so Maluna's going to have a little bit of vision there. Going to know where his opponents are. And interestingly, he has started with Boots of Swiftness, so he really wants to be mobile in team fights. He can see what Diamond Prox is doing, is thinking about going in, and eventually just stands there and watches him, a little bit stalkery.
A little bit stalkery, yeah, just watches him. He had the ward there, so he didn't need to stand close. He was clearly wanting to try and do something, but realized that Alex had obviously returned to lanes. So, speaking of lanes, let's look at the top. Bilgewater Cutlass being picked up as the Yamato Cannon returns to that top lane. Meanwhile, this bottom lane, 92 to 99 now, still very close in it, and really not a great deal of action between them. Nobody really going for those crazy aggressive plays. We see Genja again using his bullet time to clear out the wave. He's going to go back and buy, probably picking up a BF sword.
Yeah, we'll see how much he's got in his back pocket to spend when he does recall, but at the moment it's just a farm fest. Neither of the two bottom laners are actually picking those engagements or the battles. You can see that other than Genja using his ultimate to farm, nobody else has actually burned their ultimate for any reason at all. Hosan doing the best he can to shove the lane down, deny at least some experience in CS if that minion wave does go down to the tower. It looks like Genja with Strut will be able to get in there and get at least most of it.
So we see a lot of damage from Dragonborns onto this bottom turret. May well be the first one of the game. Genja has just returned back to lane, but you can see there's a big chunk done to that turret. And I don't think they've managed to return the favor on towards Dragonborn's turret themselves. No, they've only really took just about over half the hit points off that. So big advantage currently in the bottom lane for the Dragonborns.
Yeah, it's also partially due to the fact that Varus is in the lane. He's a little bit of a faster wave pusher than that of Misfortune. The Make It Rain, the E from MF, is not typically the greatest in shoving lanes, whereas the Piercing Arrow and Hail of Arrows does significantly more to get the lane pushed. They are an item behind now, and you can see Hosan and Muvert deciding to recall because they're not going to be able to deal with that BF sword advantage that now Genja's Misfortune has. Up in the top lane, you can see Yamato falling a little bit behind in the CS. I think he's mistimed his backs and lost a couple extra creeps to the lanes and to the minions. But Gambit perfectly positioned for Dragon. There's a little bit of vision here for Dragonborns, but they are simply nowhere near to challenge.
They're trading up damage at the top, though. Yamada Cannon thinking of going in towards Darien. Darien, of course, doesn't matter. The Dragon is going to go across to Gambit, and that is a gold advantage swinging their way. 1.5k now building up.
Yeah, completely uncontested. There was no vision. Dragonborns, even if they didn't know it was happening, they simply couldn't contest it. Yamato has that bilge ward. He actually used the active in the previous fight. So if he does go aggressive, the ultimate pop's not going to be as high, and he might jump in.
He does. Deathmark goes in. He's going to go full on aggression towards Darien. Can he get away from this one? He does. And really, the damage wasn't there. Darien just simply shadow dashed away from it.
Darien did so well. The shadow dash, the flash crescendo.
Flash crescendo on towards Genja. The Varus arrow is going to land towards it. Has he got enough damage, though? You can see he's going to turn around with the wild growth. Is it going to be enough? Bullet time on towards Hosan. Hosan flashes away. Edward trying to turn it, but it's going to be a double kill. Here comes Darien. The ultimate's going to come through. He does get it just at the right moment, and Hosan picks up a double kill.
Perfect play there with that crescendo from Mover. He set it up. Hosan followed in and landed every single ability. They got the crescendo into the chain of corruption and landed every single ability one after the other. Double kill for Hosan means that's just going to stamp complete control in this lane once he spends that money and gets the items. In the top lane, Darien got away because he got the damage reduction from that Shadow Dash taunt and then the feint to block a lot of the DPS. And Yamato Cannon used that Fortitude Elixir, so he's actually burnt that potion that he's been sitting on since the beginning of the game. But advantage Dragonborns, at least in terms of the kills.
Advantage Dragonborns indeed, and Alex Ich went up the top there to try and help out, try and get a kill, but it wasn't to be because Yamato Cannon had already backed off. He actually lost a lot of time, lost a lot of that build-up he had against Shuche, but he has still got that big advantage. 138 CS to 94. Big swing there, 2-1. And as it stands, the bottom lane though, Hosan, he's going to build up nicely. 2-0. Bloodthirster ready.
Yeah, so Bloodthirster completed. There's a lot of talk about Varus and how you should itemize him, but the AD ratios and his abilities scale so well with that additional attack damage that Bloodthirster gives you. But you were talking about Alex's position in the mid lane. He's got the Home Guard boots already, which tells you he wants to get out of base and into lanes to affect them as quickly and as fast as possible. And when you consider Zed, Varus, and Orianna are actually fairly, squishy, and Sona, as soon as Alex starts getting involved in his team fights, if he picks his targets correctly and yumps to them in the right order, he may set himself up for another pentakill.
Yeah, those kill yumps can be deadly. He does walk straight across at the ward. That ward placement from Yamato is having him so well at the moment. He's sitting on that turret, making sure he doesn't get caught out. Meanwhile, down this bottom lane, we see the ward placement going in towards the Tri-Bush, and Genja's going to try and catch out here on towards Movet, just try and keep him away. Meanwhile, the top lane, Maluna's going to go into this one. They backed it away.
Darien did really well to get away from that. He decided to back off at exactly the right time, but I feel like Yamato Cannon went a touch too early there. He popped his ultimate and he popped his Bilgewater Cutlass before Maluna was even in range, so they couldn't stack the damage. Red Pot is still there, but here comes Diamond Prox. He's burned his Ghost and he's going to go in top.
He's going to get caught out as well. Alex Ich was also trying to join the party, but it doesn't matter. He's too late. The invite wasn't down, and Gambit picked themselves up another kill. Where is Alex going?
Alex has decided to go on a little hike through the bushes. He wants to see the scenery, get some vision on the buffs, reset the timer so he'll know when red buff is up. He's returning to the mid lane and may actually go 1v2 while Gambit pick up their first tower of the game.
Yeah, and the bottom lane, though, the pressure's coming down there. Darien taking up the turret. The turret's going to get him. Doesn't matter. Nobody else managed to get any damage on him, but nevertheless, he dies to a turret. It's always a comedy moment.
It is a little bit of a comedy moment, but at least, you know his KDA is going to be affected. In the bottom lane, you can see there is some pressure, but there was immediate fallback pings there from Dragonborns. They knew that Alex was on the way because of that ward he just walked past, and they were backing away as soon as they seen his face.
So 1-1 in turrets. Top and bottom both going down. And a question mark placed on the bottom. Pretty sure they're around there still somewhere, says Gambit, but we're not too sure where. Because Alex Ich, though, big advantages growing up here. But We've not seen a great deal between him and Shushay. Shushay is starting to get himself back into this. You can see he's got the source boots, the arm guards on there. He just needs to get himself a bit of damage. But look at this three-man stack.
Dragonborns are setting this one up. If Genja oversteps his bound, he is going to get jumped on. Look for the pressure. Ward may come down. They've got Edward.
They've managed to catch straight on towards him. Edward's going to die. It's no problem at all. And that's an easy pickup for Dragonborns. That's what they wanted. They're now 5-3 up.
So they stacked their CC a little bit inopportune there. They got the crescendo and then immediately followed up with the chain. They could have done that a little better, and it was a support. So they may not have needed all of those ultimates, but a kill is a kill. And, you know, getting that gold in your back pocket for 3 team members is definitely what matters most. So 5-3 up in kills. Dragonborns are looking very, very good. This is a coordinated Dragonborns, which is something, to be very frank, we haven't actually seen all that much of. Hosan is not overstepping his bounds unless they've made an aggressive play. And they're in really good control of their own game here, which bodes well for this mid-game.
Well, Dragonborns, you've got to be honest, this is the first time they've been as a 5 to practice for a week in their house together. Because they've had that many changes, shuffling changes, which some would agree with, some just wouldn't, because there's been some interesting changes throughout there. But it's the first time they've been able to fully practice.
Yeah, that's definitely the case. We see on the minimap a big convergence of champions in this mid lane. Alex is going to put some damage on Hosan, but he's actually losing that trade with Hosan, to be very, very fair. You get a lot more damage done from those auto attacks and that passive, you know, percentage HP proc. But he's immediately going to heal that up fairly quickly with his Vamp Scepter and obviously those Void Missiles in the mid lane.
So Red Bull being given across to Yamato, I feel. They need something. Actually, did he get that? I didn't quite catch
it.
Who
Went to
managed to pick it. It did go to Maluno. I thought so. I'm pretty sure Yamato wanted that to deal with Darien in the top lane, so that may well have been a mistake there. I'm not too sure. I think the last tick of Phoenix managed to take it away. Darien does show himself there, and you can see Yamato immediately showing his position. So Hosan back down the bottom. He's farming and out-farming nicely on Genja right now.
Look at the positioning here now for the Dragonborns. They're aware that Dragon is about to respawn. It has just popped as we see Maluno moving away. So Dragonborns have positioning for this. Darien is split pushing Machine, who is surprised by that, but Stand United is available. So if he decides to come in, it is available for him to do that. Gambit want to challenge for this fight, and here they go.
Going in for it. Is it going to be a little bit too early? That's the question. Movet hasn't got Crescendo out there. Didn't quite have it available, so that's going to be disastrous for them. They do manage to take LX6 down. Darien taking very low. Hosan kiting them brilliantly. We see a good double kill coming out from him, but the rest of the damage is coming across them. Where is Hosan going to run to? I don't think he's going to be able to escape this one. Diamond Prox is going to try and track it down. He's going to get into the bush and back very quickly. He should be able to escape this one, as does Maluno. The Dragon was so close to going down. Genja was off the side. I think they probably could have picked it up maybe with a smite, but they just didn't stick around long enough.
No, they didn't, but Hosan is, and this is typical Hosan. He's not in vision just yet, so Gambit aren't 100% aware. His timing is piercing arrow. Can he steal it?
He does! He got it! Brilliant play from Hosan, and now he's going to see if he can back in time. We saw Maluno run around. Diamond Prox is going to run towards him. He's going to have to throw the hail of arrows out. I don't think he's going to escape this one. Alex Hitch is already on him, but remember, he can just die to a turret. If he doesn't get touched out here, he's going to have to dodge Genja. One more shot. He survives brilliantly. Well, he doesn't survive. He obviously died, but the turret got the kill nevertheless.
Give Hosan a cookie, because that was a great play. Stole it away from a frenzy volley bear. I'm looking at smite. It wasn't actually available for Diamond Prox in that particular thing, so he couldn't finish it off with a smite. He was relying on that percentage nom of the frenzy, and that simply wasn't in time, because the attack damage bonus on Bloodthirster benefited Hosan way more.
So Genja back down the bottom, farm it out. How's he stacking though? Because that experience swing that they just got from stealing that dragon, you can see the gold. It's right there. 200 advantage currently to Dragonborns. Would you believe it? Look across the board, though. Very close to the AD carries. The mid lane, it's a big difference currently. Alex Hitch, that's really where the difference is stacking right now. And you can see also the top lane, it's an advantage for Yamato Cannon.
So the Dragonborns are in a position where they're doing relatively well in the macro game, but in the micro, when it comes to those team fights and the individual positioning, they were quite handily beaten. They had a tighter group on Dragon. Gambit simply dove straight through all of them and managed to pick up all those skills, so it was well played. We can see in the middle lane, though, we see Darien coming in from behind. Can he get the taunts?
He does manage to get the crescendo out, but it's all a matter of death, though, for Movet. Can he manage to get the damage down? Hosan doing what he can, throwing out his ultimate, throwing out the hail of arrows, throwing out anything to get any kills here. Now we finally see Maluno coming in. Have they got enough? Genja's actually chasing. Void Spikes does manage to land on Maluno. They can't pursue it. They have no vision.
Good positional play there from Darien, coming in from behind. He even got got locked up by Crescendo. Diamond wants to carry on fighting.
He does. He managed to get the flip on Maluno, but it's the big angry bear versus another bear, and that's a huge bear. Yamato Cannon caught out Shadow Dash brilliantly there. Darian does go down from it. It's a 1-for-1 exchange. It's Alex H picking up the kill on Yamato Cannon, but Darian does go down, and still they could go back for another game.
So technically that was better for Dragonborns because that was a 4 versus 5 in that engagement. They did not have movement there. They didn't have his Crescendo or his Exhaust available, and they still traded 1-for-1. So well played to the Dragonborns. The Shockwave from Shushe was actually very, very good. It controlled a little bit of the zone, managed to catch a couple members of Gambit and get some damage down. The fact that he's got that Hourglass completed means he's going to be a little bit safer in those team fights. Once Alex jumps on him, he's just going to zone yours up and stay alive for a couple seconds longer.
This Bloodthirst is starting to stack out across all the teams. Alex Ich, Genja, and Hosan with 1 apiece. Hosan farming very nicely right now, but you can see it's still even with Genja. Genja had that little bit of free farm down the bottom, and now, of course, Alex Ich 4-2-1. Well, who else would be top killer right now for Gambit? It's the man of the top of the All-Stars, or chasing, fighting desperately with Peke at the top of All-Stars. As it stands, though, Dragonborns, they are well in this game and really very much up for it.
It's going to come down to target acquisition. It's that simple. When a team fight breaks out, if Zed and Oriana can pick off the carries of Kha'Zix and Misfortune, or the roles reserved, if Kha'Zix and Misfortune can pick off Zed or Varus, that's going to determine who wins the team fight because they're equal on items, equal on damage, and it's literally just going to come down to positioning and who can actually get to the squishies and the carries the most efficiently in these fights.
And you got to remember, that was an even trade. Mover was taken down with that Crescendo right at the beginning, so they didn't have one of the main team spells. Here comes Maluno coming around the side, trying to catch onto swords anyone. It does pull Alex Ich straight down the river.
So if you look at the positioning there from Gambit, they're shoving both the top and the bottom lane while the Dragonborns are grouping up in the middle. This is something the Dragonborns have shown as a little bit of a weakness, is their map control and their map presence. I want to see how they handle this engagement. They look like they want to force a fight. You can see some pings onto members of Gambit, and everyone from Gambit is relatively close. So if something happens, they can react to it. Now that they're going to start going a little bit more aggressive and Edward clearing those wards out, means Gambit's going to get the positional advantages. Maluno may get caught up by Shen here. So prepare for anything explosive to happen because you can have Shen diving in or you can have Alex diving in at a moment's notice.
Trying to get on towards Darian. He does manage to get the stun down. What is Darian going to do to this one? Maluno very tanky. Remember, he was the man that went in at the front last time as well. He needs to get a little bit more health though, I feel, because Darian obviously with that Sunfire Cape building up towards the Warmogs as well, it's going to be a giant walking hit point, health point person.
A health point
doesn't even
machine.
make sense.
It makes perfect sense. He's a health point machine. And in order to kill the health point machine, it's going to be up to Hosan and his percentage health point damage abilities. But at the moment, Dragonborn's doing well. They look like they wanted to pick a fight. They look like they wanted to push mid lane turret. They went, we don't really think we can. And they pretty much just ran away and farmed up the lane. So well played by them. If you don't have advantage on an objective and you don't have positioning on the objective, don't force it. Don't overstay your welcome or overstep your boundaries. And that's exactly what they did. So a little bit of passive farming, but the next big team fight is definitely going to yield a tower, maybe even Baron at this point.
Everyone with perfect timing. Look at that. Both teams backing off. They know 48 seconds before that dragon is due. Everybody get your items in now. Black Cleaver comes out. Last Whisper comes out. Sunfire Cape was already there. He's got the locket.
Locket of the Iron Solari?
Yeah, of the Iron Solari. I called it completely something different the other week as well. But we do see Blade of the Rune King. That's been there for a long time as well. But Phantom Dancer now picked up by Hosan. He's going to be more hurting in the next fight. Haunting Guys also picked up by Shushe. So big fight on the horizon.
I definitely want to talk about the Haunting Guys for a second, because if you look at their opponents, there isn't all that much magic resist. There's no Aegis of the Legion just yet. So if Shushe does get a very good ultimate with that distance and shockwave, it can definitely shred the HP bars of his opponents. So we have to keep close eye on that ball control in these team fights. Now that Dragon spawned, almost all the teams are in position for this, with the exception of Yamato Cannon, who is still shoving that top lane. So you can see some fallback pings or some, caution, help needed pings there from Dragonborns in the river. And it definitely looks like a fight's going to break out. Once again, Darren's just dealing with a push because he has Stand United to join at a moment's notice.
Yamato is not coming down though. He's sticking in that top lane. He's going to keep Darian busy, but he's got nothing that can stop Darian if he suddenly starts ulting him.
No, nothing at all, but the fight breaks out in river.
They do manage to go for it. Move Air flashes out of it. Diamond taking a lot of damage here for nothing being used. Here comes the ultimate though. Stand United getting towards them. Move Up does manage to use his crescendo, but it's for naught, and it's going to be another kill picked up by Alex Ich. Maluno goes down, and that's what we talked about. So they traded a dragon for a turret. I'm not too sure whether Yamato can keep pushing here.
Yamato's going to try, but in the mid lane, Dragon Balls are going to try to put some damage here. They're not going to be able to stick around. And that was just a little bit of lack of control and team fight coordination from Dragon Balls. They were a little bit split. They had no Yamato cannon there. They weren't able to engage, and you can see immediately they just got jumped on and they sort of went, oh, we don't really know what to do. Genja is just gone straight down to this bottom lane, and if they get this tower as well, definitely advantage Gambit.
Definitely advantage to Gambit once again. 9-8 now, 200 gold, almost building up. There's the hail of bullets. It's like a mix of both. Yeah, bullet time.
Good enough.
It's been a mix of both. Hosan caught out. Alex will go for this one. He should be able to dive on towards the turret. There's the flash, but he's going to flash and turn it around. He tried to stand his ground, but he's just simply not strong enough. Yamato cannon was too far away to get involved. He's going to go. It's going to be the markdown. He's kind of lost there. The ultimate from Alex is completely confusing him, and he stealths away.
Really good play there from Alex. He actually popped himself into that stealth as the death mark was about to pop. So he reduced all of that damage, that burst effect, thanks to his ultimate. So well played, good timing. Alex gets himself another kill on the board. 6-2-2. Black Cleaver completed, Mana Immune completed, as well as that Bloodthirster. And his Mura Mana is about 200 mana from being completed. Yamato Cannon not really having the insta-kill options available that he really needs to be effective on Zed.
I don't think you can do anything against Darian here, honestly. Darian with that Warmogs and Sunfire Cape, you can see the hit points just slowly burning down. Darian's happy to just walk around, standing next to him. Now he's got a giant wave of minions on him. What is Yamato thinking? He's just used his ultimate and everything else down to the bottom on Alex Ich. Well, of course, he's thinking he's got Maluno to come and help support. Now they're going to go aggressive. He's just managed to get the storm as he tries to shadow dash away, forces the flash from Darian.
So good call, at least they've burned that flash from Shen, but that's not really the most important. You can see how much damage those missiles are doing onto Hosan. Alex is already level 18. First level 18 in the game by a long margin. And it actually looks like they're going to maybe set up for Baron here. You see Edward's got the Oracle's Elixir, so he's clearing out vision. Got a number of wards in his back pocket. Just going to set up as many vision points around the Dragonborn's jungle as possible. And it just tells you immediately, we want to start baiting Dragonborns into thinking Baron is our next objective and our next target. And if you can force your opponent's hand and pick a fight on your terms, obviously it's your advantage.
So yeah, Muramana now picked up as well. That's going to turn into a, well, Mana Immune, sorry, will turn into a Muramana. Maybe it's going to revert back on itself, who knows. But as it stands, it is advantage Gambit now, slowly but surely building up. It's a 3k advantage, 10-8 in kills, 2-2 in turrets, and that middle turret seems to be the next focus target for Gambit as they start to stack up there. Genja just clearing that bottom wave. That's going to push itself now. They're all going to make their way in towards that mid lane.
So Genja's Avarice Blade at the moment has already picked up 800 gold, but in the top lane, you've got the top lanes going, and he wants the kill.
He's goosed the death mark on towards Darian. He may well get the kill as well. Remember, he's already used that flash, pops him out there, catches a glimpse of Edward, and immediately the rest of Dragonborn's trying to track out there. They see Edward. They've pinged on Edward, but they can't catch him.
The reason he was able to get that kill was the fact that he completed his last Whisper. The last time we seen that engagement happening, that additional armor penetration was not there for Yamato Cannon. It was now. Because he's dead, this means Dragonborns are going aggressive on this mid turret, but here comes Edward from the side.
Coming around the side, Wild Growth catches in, but in comes Maluna. They get the stun out towards Diamond, but have they got the damage? But you can see Bullet Time coming across the side. They're catching across the front line of Dragonborns, and there comes the jump. Alex Ich going in, but he's 4v1 right now. He's going a little too aggressive. Oh, but Genja comes in, flashes for the kill on towards Hosan. Beautifully played, and the rest of Dragonborns forced to back away.
Really good play from Gambit. They defended that tower 4 versus 4 because Yamato Cannon was alone in the top lane. They managed to get a different tower, so good thing for Dragonborns, but Gambit immediately replied. The pressure is still on, and they want to carry on pushing this inner turret now. Maluno is going to try get some help from Shushay, but this is 3 versus 2, and Gambit decide they don't want the fight.
They're going to try and keep them off this turret. They do manage to take a third health off there. The bottom lane, top lane, sorry, when Yamato Cannon did take that inner turret down, but Darian, he just managed to come round and completely protect him, and well, keep him at bay, and he does force him away. So, still very close between these guys, but you see the gold. It is slowly but surely creeping in towards Gambit's way. Shushay's going to clear out a giant wave here, get himself a chunk of gold, but look across the board. We now see Yamato Cannon with a 1,000 gold advantage built up over Darian. That's important, but there's a 2,500 gold limit for Alex Ich over Shushay. The AD carries, though, it's a 2,000 gold limit building up for Genja. So 2 advantages for Gambit, 1 for Dragonborns.
I'd like to see Dragonborns starting to prioritize some armor. They're definitely going to need that to survive the damage from Kha'Zix and from Misfortune. If they can, it's definitely going to play into their favor. But after all the gold advantages, we see Genja has gone Season 2 and completed his Guardian Angel. So we see this out of him over and over and over. Bloodthirster, Last Whisper, Guardian Angel. It's been his go-to build the last couple of weeks. Both teams have the Aegis of the Legion completed. We see one Locket of the Iron Solari on the side of Gambit, and no Locket completed yet for Dragonborns. They're going to need that to survive the burst damage and AoE from Gambit.
Well, you can see Yamato Cannon realize spotted the danger and runs like the wind. Diamond Proc still coming around the side there, chasing on towards Mover, but the rest of the team are there. Maluna comes in, puts the bear stance straight in his face, bear to bear, and the Maluna wins.
Yeah, exactly. The bare necessities neither bear in favor at the moment. Maluna just going to farm up this top lane. He's doing really well with that Udyr. Interesting build. He's got those Home Guard Boots of Swiftness completed, as well as the Spirit of the Ancient Golem. I'd like to see what he itemizes next, because his opponent has got those Ninja Tabba and the Locket. Now, Yamato and Maluna, they might catch Alex.
They're going to go for him. They try and catch on towards him, but he's a slippery son of a bitch, and he jumps straight away from it. Didn't quite get the Death Mark down on him, and he just jumps straight away from that one. No problems at all.
He had his ultimate, he had his flash, and he had the ability to leap to safety. They couldn't stick to him. Interesting that Dragonborns didn't decide to commit to that, because Yamato had his blade active, he had his Death Mark to chase, and flash. But they decided to err on the side of caution, as it were, and not throw themselves into a potential trap, because they simply didn't have the vision to continue the chase.
Wow. We do see Yamato Cannon still at the top there, as is Alex Ich. We may have a one-on-one situation, but you can see the Dragon here being picked up by Gambit once again. That's going to stretch their gold lead just that little bit further, and Dragonborn slowly but surely slipping away from this matchup. Gambit taking all the advantages they can.
So this is something we see from Gambit in every game that they play. Their Dragon control is simply sublime. They have the timing on it, they have the positioning on it, they always ensure that they have vision as well. We see now that Alex may be collapsed on. Yamato and Hassan want this, and exactly, see how slippery Alex is. Ooh. He just hops over the wall and gets to safety.
Well, I thought he maybe even triggering off towards Baron there, but again, just jumps away. All those yumps. Some would say you must jump.
You must jump indeed, because that's how you get the pentakill. It's the only way to get those resets, is diving in there and committing. And we see that those jumps are going to be so much safer, because Guardian Angel has been completed now for Alex. I believe Gambit are the only teams that consistently pick up GAs to date. We mostly see defensive items in the forms of, Warmogs or Sunfires from most other players, but 2 GAs, which means the next team fight is going to be 5 versus 7, effectively, before the shields, before the help. And Gambit, they want Baron.
Well, they're going to go in towards Hosan, going to keep the poking damage down, and Edward actually taking a lot of damage, as does Diamond, from that Baron. So Baron, a little angry boy in the middle end, nearly attacking the ward as well. Managed to get one hit down on it. Didn't quite finish it off, though.
Very, very cheeky play there from Dragonborns. Hosan and Mover triggering Baron just to get it to help them out. And you can see Baron hits really, really hard, regardless of how many items you have. I do want to say here that we just see an interesting pickup from Genja. The Ghost Blade has been finished, so that Avarice Blade has been upgraded. And he's going to have that movement speed, the penetration, and the additional attack speed, which is really going to help chase down the slippery Zed and Udyr.
If he remembers to click them all at once.
I think Genja can remember. If anyone's going to remember how to do it, I think he can.
You would hope so. You would hope so. So Darian, meanwhile, split pushing, continuing on. And look at this. He's got himself another Giant's Bolt. Randy and Zoman's going to come out this time. He's just stacking all of that health up. Currently at 4,000. Looks like 65 to me. And it's just going to get higher and higher, as we do see Yamato Cannon now. He's shoving that bottom lane. Now might be the time. There goes the ping on Baron.
Now, there's no way that Yamato can get there in time. He's going to try hot-footing it as quickly as possible. But Dragonborns are in the area. They have 3 nearby. Diamond Prox is sniffing around the jungle. He's trying to find that honeypot to flip backwards. And Yamato has still not reacted. Yamato needs to get here to help his team, because Gambit have started Baron. Now, Hosan is also in base. You can see him running there as quickly as possible. Darian's going to keep Yamato free, but this might be a free Baron.
Oh, jump straight across, and Movehead just gets destroyed by Alex Ich there. Kind of proving where he might be bottom of the KDA currently in all the supports. But nevertheless, it is going to be a flip on towards Maluna. It's bear v bear action, and well, Diamond Prox actually taking a lot of damage this time. Can they turn it around? No, they can't. A little claw into the backside of Maluna does take a chunk out of that bear meat. They're going to continue on. Baron does finally go down. They're going to catch on towards Alex Ich. The shockwave still yet to be used. Now they're jumping on towards Shusei. Shusha's got no mana. He can't do anything. The flash comes out from Alex Ich, forcing the flash. It's going to be Hosan taken down. Gets the reset. Can he get in towards Shusha? Shusha with no mana at all. Alex Ich could dive this. He's got the Guardian Angel. There's nothing to stop him going for it, but they will back away. Baron, of course, picked up by Gambit.
The entirety of that fight, Darian and Yamata Cannon actually went toe-to-toe in the bottom lane. You can see their HP bars are shredded. They have their ignites burned, and actually Yamata Cannon lost that trade. I believe he went in him under the turret, which obviously plays into Darian's favor, but it did mean it was a 4 versus 4. Gambit obviously won that. They got the turret, they got Baron, and they got kills. Again, it's now Gambit in control. They have a sizable gold lead, and with that Baron buff on their team, they're going to go aggressive. Oh, do they want this fight? No, not at the moment.
It's interesting for me because they've clearly, Dragon Balls have clearly proven, chosen to say, okay, we're going to keep a 4v4 fight. We feel we can take it, but it's clear the last 3 team fights, they can't. So Yamata Cannon needs to be with them in the fight. They need to have someone to destroy Alex or Kenja so quickly to pop them GAs.
It was the unexpected that really caught them off guard there. They were setting up for Baron. They were going, well, we want to fight this. How do we go in? When do we go in? Where do we go in from? And all of a sudden, Alex just jumped over the wall and caught Muvert. Wow, Hosan sidestepped the taunt.
Oh, and that's going to be the Varus ultimate catching on towards Darian, but they have to step away because there goes Genja and Edward. And as soon as they appeared, everybody had to back away. Yamata Cannon continuing the aggression on towards Darian. This time he is going to go in. Deathmark goes down. Can he keep the damage down? But here comes Genja. He does pop him. He's on towards Genja. He's going to have to back away from this one. Flash is out just at the right moment.
Edward wants blood though because he's running up into the members of Dragonborns. And if anyone's going to do it, it's going to be Edward. He's going to get stunned up though. There's the wild growth for safety. But ultimate burn, it's on cooldown and a little over-aggressive from the Thresh Prince.
Slightly over-exerted there, yeah. Not on Thresh this time, so he hasn't quite got that safety of his safety of the box, as it were, to get around. But doesn't matter because here comes Gambit once again up the middle. While that was all happening, Alex was just getting blue. He's like, guys, what the hell are you doing?
Yeah, he wanted the cooldown, make sure he's going to be able to continue spam his abilities. We see that the build from Shusha, he's only just finished his Morella Nomicon, and that's going to be giving him some much-needed mana regen. Part of the reason he was going to be less effective at the Baron fight was because he simply couldn't spam his abilities like he needs to. So we're starting to hit the super late-game phases. Teams are going to get towards their max builds, and any mistakes are now completely unforgiving in this battle. You lose inhibitors, you lose Barons. Dragonborns are responding well, they're in the right position, but Alex wants to jump. And you see the rest of Gambit are positioning. So at any time that Gambit decide to dive, they've got a lot of armor, a lot of health, and a lot of respawns in the form of those GAs to actually tower dive.
Yeah, the ward bait there from Edward. You saw him put it down, he's like, he's going to try and take the bait here. Alex was ready and waiting, but luckily Yamata Cannon read the situation and followed him in there, so he didn't want to go 2v1. So, everybody backing off from Gambit. Let's see what they're going to stack up. Dragon has just spawned, and as you mentioned, they have perfect timing on that one. All 3 members collapsing in here, while Darian continues that farming along the top. You can see he's got that Randian's Omen, picked himself some more armor up, because why not? I mean, his armor must be at 250 by now.
Well, it's purely because of the threats that he has to deal with. It's only Zed and Varus that are really scary from the opposition. So stack that armor to mitigate the damage from the damage sources of your opponents. While, you know, Shusha's Orianna does have a fair amount of ability power and can deal some damage, percentage HP is good, and Darian's get caught.
He's going to go in for him, and he's not going to be able to get away from this one. You see the flash come out, Deathmark comes out, there will follow through Shusha with the ball. Will it be enough? No. He's going to walk away, and here comes Diamond Prox. Would you believe it? He survived. The rest of his team weren't quite in position to follow it up, and he just doesn't have the damage. That's how tanky he really is.
2 versus 1, Shusha could not use the shockwave either. He wasn't in a position, and now Diamond and Genja just steal away the red buff from under the nose of Dragonborns. They are losing every single objective. Now, while all that's going on, the bottom lane is being pressured by Gambit. Gambit are playing the map right now. They're not necessarily playing their opponents. They just want to get the waves pushing and make sure the towers are under constant pressure from Dragonborns.
Yeah, Dragonborns, meanwhile, they're trying to get a pick or two, trying to see if they can get anything away from them. Maluno goes home unhappy because he has no red buff to take away in that middle area of the jungle. Top lane is going to get farmed out by Yamata Cannon. He has got a lot of farm for his team, but as has, you can see Shusha. But again, all the way through the game, that 40 CS difference has maintained itself with Alex Ich.
Yeah, that 40 CS difference is obviously becoming less and less significant as we get to 410 to 370 CS, but it still shows because Xuxa has simply not popped anybody. Gambit has seen an opportunity, and it looks like they're rushing for this bottom inner turret. Dragonballs are trying to respond as quickly as possible. They may be there in time, but I don't know if they want to pick this fight, because if they don't initiate and lock people up with that crescendo and the chain, they might just get bursted down.
Well, Hosan has just picked himself up an Infinity Edge, and you can see Yamato Can trying to keep the damage down, but they can't even get close to dealing anything towards that one. And Dragonborn's now up against a very aggressive Gambit team. They want to get in and get this turret.
Yeah, they're trying to push it down. There's a minute and a half to go before Baron respawns, so Gambit are looking to get in here. Maluno's put some damage down onto Darien, but the rest of his team wasn't on the same page. They can't run as quickly as that Monkey's Agility Bear Stance Udia, which means they're going to be a little slower to react. Expect a flash crescendo from Mover if they want to pick a fight with Gambit, but Gambit look like they've responded. They don't want to fight under the turret, and they've backed away.
Yeah, you don't really have the positional advantage either. They are going to maybe try and collapse on towards Diamond. They can see he's off at the side. Alexic with that blue buff stolen away. He's going to come back in. Not sure if you can really class it as stolen when they've completely taken all of the jungle, so maybe he's just decided it was his. This time the ball did manage to catch on with the dissonance and the hail of arrows. They do get good damage on towards him. Now Darien also caught out, and I can see the green rain of...
That's Make It Rain.
Make It Rain, damn it.
Make It Rain, and then
Make It Rain was the one that stopped him.
Just managed to put some slow down. The thing is, Alex is going to need to go and heal up just a little bit. If he can't lifesteal off any of the camps, which it looks like he has done, he's now just decided to move back. Take some good damage there and good poke. Alex consistently walking into that command attack. The taunt misses, and that means it's off cooldown. This might signal the engage from Dragonborn.
They're going for it. You can see Alex, he's ready and waiting just around the side there. Edward was backing away with him, and they are trying to back off from this one, so they've got to be careful they don't get caught. Darien, he's not quite on the same wavelength. The rest of his team are backing away. He's sticking around. Finally, he's going to back off. They're not going to be able to catch anyone here.
So Gambit not feeling too confident to start a fight under their opponent's inhibitor, and Dragonborn's obviously not, flash committing or doing anything themselves. They put a lot of poke down onto Alex, and if they can do that in a big team fight, it's going to play into their favor. Baron Nashor has just respawned, and you can see Gambit are immediately rushing towards that position. Neither team has vision, neither team is 100% sure when it's going to get started, and they're going to see, I want to see how Dragonborns react, because at the moment, Maluno and Yamato are going to be holding off Darien.
Yeah, they're trying to keep them busy. Darien, again, is going to pull Yamato Cannon out of the way. We said this right at the top of the show. Without a teleport, he's going to be in all sorts of trouble, and this is the exact situation. Will Mover get caught out? He gets the voice box straight in his face again. Look at this. Alex Ditch, he wants to jump straight in there. This time, though, Xuxa is there. The ball goes in dissonance on towards Edward, along with that spike coming out from Hosan. Does manage to catch him in, and here goes Maluno. He wants to go aggressive. He's caught on towards Edward. Is it going to be enough? There's the bullet time, not really catching enough, and you can see Alex Ditch jumping in, though. Mover, crescendo catches on. Alex Ditch's Guardian Angel was popped there. Mover's got to be careful. He's going to get the resets on towards Alex Ditch. Alex Ditch still alive. Hosan does go down, though. That's a tragedy for Yamato Cannon. He's trying to run away from this one, and Dragonborn suddenly falling left, right, center. They're coming across the side there. The slow catches on towards Mover. The ball didn't come out. It's a double kill picked up for Genja, and now it's going to be Gambit shoving straight up the mid lane.
They've got so much armor, they might even decide to try and push for the win here. 3-for-0 trade. Edward's even interrupting Xuxa while Genja's decided to come and play. Now, ideally, they wanted him on the turret to get in here, but Genja wants KDA. He is going for the kills, and he will get Xuxa. That bullet time from Genja was actually really impressive. It dropped 50% of Hosan and Mover's HP before they even got into the fight. So they immediately went from being the aggressors to being aggressed upon. Ran backwards, and obviously Darien and Diamond Prox just rushed straight through. So free inhibitor, and you expect Gambit to set up for Baron now.
Yeah, that's going to be super minions going up that mid lane. There's a giant wave going down the top lane for Dragonborns, but it's going to get stopped very quickly, and well, Alex is just going to pick himself up a hell of a lot of gold right there, so that's going to give him some nice chunk of change. Not that he really needs it, because he's already on the max build. He's just going to go back and stack a couple more potions in there, get a bit of a disco dance color going.
Yeah, it gets the aura going, Super Saiyan power, as it were. And obviously power buffing himself up. You'll probably see him picking up an Oracle's Elixir as well, just making some of that gold actually go to use and denying the vision from Dragonborns. As you can see, he's got the pink eye going, and now he's setting up for Baron. The rest of Gambit are getting some vision. They're just going to let themselves know if Dragonborns try to defend, they can jump in there and immediately pick up more kills. So now with a 12,000 gold lead, or sorry, 11,000 gold lead, Gambit they've got map presence, and Yamato, he's just not on the same page as the rest of Dragonborns. He needed teleport to be trying the strat. Look at Gambit in the jungle. They are setting up for kills. They want to fight, and it's because they have the ability to win with that massive item advantage. There is no stand united from Darien though, so this will be a 4v4 if they pick a battle.
But there's a 4v4 they can't win. They've proved it 5 times already. Are Dragonborns not reading the same strategy that we're seeing right now?
I definitely think they're not 100% on the same page. Gambit, they want Blades here. The Make It Rain comes down. They've got the slow.
They do manage to get the slow, and look at that. Crescendo comes out. Shockwave goes in. Hosan's still just about alive. The resets going to come out here, and immediately they can see there's the kill for Alex Ich. Now they're going to get on towards Shuche. Shuche caught out. Oh, Make It Rain slows him down. The Voice Wax didn't catch on towards him. Yamato Cannon goes in. Gets the assassination. Guardian Angels comes out. Shuche is going to catch on towards Diamond. Diamond's caught out. Yamato Cannon does get taken down. There's kill again. Amube, the last man standing in the base. Here come the super minions, and here comes the win
so that
from
was
Gambit.
Yeah, that was a 4v4 to begin with. It became a 4v5 at the end, in which case Gambit actually won that so convincingly. Stand United comes down just to defend some of Diamond Prox's HP. They're just going to chunk down this Nexus. A great showing from Dragonborns. They fought hard and they fought long. But just a few missteps in this mid and late game cost them the matchup.
Yeah, and there it is. That's the win. So Gambit finally taking it away, 21-11, 8-3 in turrets. And at the end of the day, it was a slow grinded win, I think it's safe to say, but they won it nonetheless. And look at that. They descend into darkness. Nocturne must be in the studio right now because they do manage to take him down. And suddenly we get a bit of a disco light in the background. So Alex Inch going to go across and congratulate the Dragonborns. Thank you very much to those guys for getting up and shaking hands. It's good to see the teams with good sportsmanship, even though they are now residing at 4-17 at the bottom of the league. And of course, this means that Gambit are now top of the LCS. Maybe for one game only. We're going to get across to our analysis desk. It is, of course, going to be Joe and Jason Kaplan.
Thanks a lot, guys. And I have to say, before we really get into things, I'm impressed with how Dragonborns came out from this one. It's no secret that they've had a hard time recently. Their losing streak is unrivaled up until now in the LCS, anywhere, actually. But they weren't bad at all today. They look like a different team to what we've seen in the past. Let's not forget they're facing Gambit here, who are on a hot streak of their own. They were 3-0 last week. And it looks like Dragonborns have had the time to settle down, to have that bit more practice. Of course, the roster changes that didn't work out for them, with Dexter coming in from Aluno and then being switched back out there. Yamato Cannon seeming to find a little bit more of his own. And it just looks like Dragonborns have finally found a bit of a swing. But, you know, they lose again, but it's against Gambit, which you can almost expect as well.
Yeah, they played phenomenal. You're definitely right in that situation because Hosan and moving in the bot lane, he just controlled his lane the entire time. We saw some great play out of him, getting picking up 2 kills in a row against the bot lane of Gambit, like you're saying. I mean, it's no easy feat to go up against them and win. And Yamato Cannon, you're completely right. He looks like he finally has settled down into his lane, into a couple of different champions that he can play, and finally seems, I guess, more comfortable because in the previous weeks he's played very... Well, I'll just say it bluntly, very, very bad. But as we saw right there, he did a really great job with Zed, and it almost worked out for Dragonborns. They just kind of seemed to lack the initiation they needed, and because of that, they fell behind just too far. Yeah,
and we saw that towards the end where they were sieging that bottom lane inhibitor turret, and we were talking about, like, where does the initiation come from there? Is it a flash crescendo? I mean, Udyr couldn't, even with the ball, and couldn't really dive in there because after all, he's Udyr can only run in as fast, even though he is fast when he has that bear stance on with a monkey's agility, but there's a Lulu on the other team.
And that's a good point because we've had Snoopy talk to us about if you're against like a Lulu and you're like required for your team to be the initiate, like a Volibear or even Udyr, you need flash. And Luna was running that ghost, so every time he would try to go in, be slowed instantly by Lulu. You had the taunt come out of Shen, you had the slow come out of Alex Ich as well, even in the Make It Rain or Rain of whatever Demon was trying to call it there. So they just could not get that strong initiate, and they do flash crescendo with the ball, but that's going to be a dead zone right when that crescendo wears off.
Exactly. Let's have a look then at the replay that we've called for this one. It comes a little bit earlier into the game. We didn't pick that final fight, but it was around the Baron anyway.
Yeah, it was actually a very, very close game at this point. It was about 3,000 gold difference, 35 minutes in. It's 11-9 in terms of kills. We'll go ahead and take you straight into this replay, and there's something I really wanted to show you. That was just a phenomenal job by Edward. But we'll start off the replay, and I'll get to that when we actually do get far into the replay. But you're going to see Alex, he's just going to dive straight into the back of Movert. And this is a key point because you see how close this fight eventually does get when they start going head to head, and even with Movert dead, without that crescendo, without that necessity of that stun onto the entire team, they could have potentially won this fight. But Muno, he comes around, he ends up getting caught a little bit here. And this is what I want to show you. I'm gonna pause real quick and show you the health of Baron. We're going to see Edward hop back and forth multiple times, just keeping Baron triggered so he can't get a full reset. And because of that, they're able to pick up Baron right after this fight. And it's just a great job in general. And I'm not sure if it was even noticed too much by either team, but that's what makes a good support a great support, because you're seeing him right there. He's just bouncing back and forth. He's going to keep Baron active, keep him fighting. And yeah, he's going to take the damage, but he's going to sit in the back line. It's not going to matter too much. They pick up the Baron, and they pick up a nice 5,000 gold lead from the previous 3,000 gold lead. So all in all, just a great play by Gambit. And we also want to talk about one more thing before we get into the MVP. It was about Genja. Okay, so we had Trevor point out the Youmu's Ghostblade, which is an unheard of item on AD carries these days. Well, ever, I'll have to say. But the point is that Genja was running 24 flat armor pen in the beginning. He had a Last Whisper as well, so he had 24 flat plus the 40% of that. Then he had the Youmu's Ghostblade take him to 44. And then he also had a Black Cleaver on Alex. So he had the 44 plus the 40% plus the 25% of the Black Cleaver. He picked up Black Cleaver himself, which gave him 54. So pretty much what I'm trying to say is Dragonborn side basically had no armor to him. So his bullet time would just shred through everyone on the other team.
Yeah, really great stuff to see, new builds coming out. Also, that old style of Guardian Angels, they had 2 in there on the team. Sorry, they had 3 in there by the end, actually. Shen also had 1. And even in that last fight, we saw that Darian wasn't involved whatsoever. Obviously, he was 1v1 in Yamato Cannon down in that bottom side. Yamato Cannon went back. Darian actually didn't bother go back. He was still pushing the bottom lane out as he went there. So overall, really great performance from Gambit and from Dragonborns. I want to give them the credit where it's due here in this one, because they've lost another one, but there's some promising signs in there. And that brings us to our MVP, which was, again, a hard one to call because there were so many great plays out of Gambit, such great teamwork. In the end, we decided to give it to Alex Ich.
Yeah, and for good reason on top of that, because we saw him get first blood in that middle lane in a 1v1 situation against Shushay. Then you saw about a couple minutes later him go back in onto him, pick up the kill. Unfortunately, he did die because of the ignite, but still, what it did was... what it did was, though, it kept Shushay so far behind in the game that he really couldn't get the momentum he needed to become that force he needed to be for his team, like we pointed out in the highlighted players. So it did a good job of holding him back, and then it's just Alex on Kha'Zix. I mean, you expect nothing less.
Yeah, and one thing we didn't touch on there is that if you look down the Gambit lineup as well, they had very comfortable champions.
Yes.
Shen for Darian, Volibear for Diamond Prox, Kha'Zix for Alex Ich. When are we going to see that band out again, Simir again? Misfortune for Genja, and Lulu for Edward. These are really, really comfortable champions. Nonetheless, great game. Congratulations to Gambit. That's it from us for this game. We're going to head over onto the main stage where Shox is waiting with our MVP for an interview.
Absolutely, Alex Ich, the MVP. First off, the picks and bans. We thought maybe Dragonborns would pull out something special, but everything was very standard. So guide us through those picks and bans.
So they banned, it was usual bans against us in the usual, and they got the pick they wanted, I think, like the heroes they usually do. I saw that Yamato Cannon pulled out Lulu top, so maybe they will go for Teemo top, but they didn't. It was the usual, and we picked just the heroes we usually play, so we were comfortable with our pick.
Comfortable with your picks, and yet the early game didn't go as planned, I can imagine. Your lane was doing especially well, but the others, not at all.
So I don't know actually what happened, but our bot lane was struggling. I think it was a bit issue of the level 1 or something like that. And top lane, I think Darian played a bit over-aggressive and didn't expect the strengths from that Udyr combo, because Udyr has not played that much. So they showed that it's really good.
All right. Now, one of the big stories here this weekend is, of course, who will get that first place at the end of the weekend, Fnatic or you guys? It seems that you guys are finding your old form back, your best form. So what has changed? You're still traveling a lot, so...
I think it's more about we found our pick, the picks that we want to play. We found out almost every team at the LCS, they don't change much. So we feel comfortable almost against every team. And I actually think that it's not only us getting better, but other teams getting a bit worse, because everyone getting tired of the LCS, and it's really hard to perform its best. For example, Dragonborns won their first games, but they started losing because they still can't fight their game.
Okay. Finally, MVP and 1 game. That means you can promote yourself for the All-Star game.
So for MVP, I would say that you can't say that one player is better than other player, but I can say that I'm good enough to be in the All-Star team, and it's I want to be there, so why shouldn't I promote myself? I thought about it a lot, and I really think that All-Star is the chance to shine. And I really want to go there and meet Messiah.
All right, thank you very much, Alex. Now, the Evil Geniuses have been in a bit of a slump the last couple of weeks. A win would give them a much-needed confidence boost. On the other hand, Fnatic has had no trouble topping the rankings. Can EG give Fnatic a run for their money? EG versus Fnatic after the break. Thank you very much.
Fnatic right now, they seem to have fitted so well into Season 3. They have a split push side, but it's not your standard split push that most teams do. What they do, they use Peke. So Peke use a high mobility champion, and he partners so well with Soaz. And that little pairing, they are so strong. If they could get together in the All-Star game, it may even give Europe a chance.
Welcome back to Analysis Desk here in Cologne. We've just seen Gambit win the first game of the day, and shortly we'll be moving into our next top matchup between EG and Fnatic. First of all, Jason, let's touch a little bit on that one. It's EG versus Fnatic, first of all, a game that doesn't really need that much introduction, but again, an important one now. Fnatic aren't any longer top of the league after Gambit won their last game against Dragonborns. They're actually tied on wins and losses, but because of the head-to-head that Gambit have the advantage there, Gambit are #1. EG, on the other hand, you know, they're not in the safest position where they would have been expecting to be, let's call it, at the start of the season.
Yeah, and we know that Fnatic wants to get that first place back. They've had it for so many weeks now. It's like, hey, I feel a little uncomfortable having that second place. It doesn't feel right. And you know they're going to be giving it all they can against EG. There's been a lot of talk between the two teams, but I think the real story is Evil Geniuses in this game because they've been on, I mean, we keep saying it, but they've really been on a tilt. Like, this is not the team we were used to in Season 2. This is not the team we were used to in the beginning of the season, and they needed to do something about it. And over this past week, it seems they've cracked down on training, and we might see completely new Evil Geniuses.
Yeah, and that's the great thing, I think, from EG's side, that if you follow all the guys on Twitter and you watch their streams often, you'll have seen that they've been duo queuing a lot together and just generally practicing and playing more together, which is obviously, well, it kind of sounds stupid to say, but it's one of the main ingredients in victory.
Right, and we even had Wicked talk about it in his Facebook post saying, you know, we haven't been duo queuing enough lately, we haven't really been solo queuing at all enough lately, but that's right. I mean, there's a different skill set for solo queue versus, you know, playing as a team, but there's a lot of things you learn there in solo queue. You know, you have these people who are coming up in skill, they're like, can show you a completely new thing that you've never seen before and be like, crap, I should learn that, or I should learn how to counter that. And maybe we'll see that here.
So, before we get started with EG versus Fnatic, some of you might remember that Snoopy started a Get Fit with Snoopy trend on his stream. We managed to talk with Snoopy about this week and, you know, the whole special interaction that he has with his fans from all over the world and about the fitness and the importance of that when you're a pro gamer.
I'm from Cincinnati, Ohio, United States of America, and I just got done watching Snoopy play Shen, and I had 50 push-ups to do.
I was playing a game, and I went to the gym that morning. I was like, I want to do something, and I decided to make it a game with my viewers. So every single time I got a kill, they would have to do push-ups or sit-ups or some kind of exercise, and I would also do it as well on the camera. And that was one of the funny things is it makes them want to do it more if I'm actually doing it. I got a fantastic response from the community. Started on Monday here, and the best were all the way up here. These are all videos from all over the world. Here's a video from, I think it's 2 guys in the States, the Get Fit with Snoopy sign, and it's 2 guys in their bedroom, and then they just started working out together. I'm not sure if this guy's actually from the US Coast Guard. It might just be a t-shirt, but if he is, props to him. Like when I first started it, I think I was only doing about 4 pull-ups or something like that. I'm now starting to get up to do like 10, 15, 20 pull-ups. Make sure every night before I go to sleep, I always try and do like 10 pull-ups. And I'm getting better and better at it.
And then going for the 100th one. Oh, there we go.
This is easy. Being a professional gamer, like, you basically want to play all the time. Not only is it your job now, it's your hobby as well. You love gaming. Every morning, for example, what we used to do is we'd wake up for a scrim and it would be like 1 o'clock or something. You just come into that first scrim and it's really not the most productive scrim. And it can actually go into the next scrim. So you can have 2 unproductive scrims in that day and it's really not beneficial. So what I decided to do was adopt like going to the gym every morning, and that'll wake me up. It helps my concentration in the game. And it's not purely physical, it's more mental as well. Like waking up in the morning, being alert, being ready for that first scrim as much as I can be and making it most productive as possible. Like I don't want to be wasting the first few hours of a day because I'm not awake. I'd say one thing about getting engaged with fitness and the whole healthy lifestyle is a personal goal of my own. It's a feel-good factor. Like once I go to the gym every morning and I'm eating a bit better, I just feel better about myself.
Getting fit with Snoopy.
Well, of course, he's a very unshaven beast these days, living up to his dog-like name. And, of course, the next video will be shaving with Snoopy, we hope, if they ever do beat Gambit. Of course, it is time, though, to get into our next match, which is, of course, as you should just seen, Evil Geniuses versus Fnatic.
So, if Gambit win the first game, which they did, they go first place. If Fnatic win this, they reclaim their first place position. So it's literally a straight up duel between the 2 teams right now to see who can claim pole position in the race going into the playoffs.
Yeah, and of course, Evil Geniuses, they're riding on a knife edge when it comes to their 4th position. If they lose too many games, they run the risk of placing 5th behind the Copenhagen Wolves. Though they will be looking for a win against Fnatic to close that gap on 3rd place SK Gaming, because nobody wants to face the Wolves right now in the playoffs. No. So let's take a look at the lineups.
Of course, for Evil Geniuses, it is going to be Wicked, Snoopy, Froggen, Yellow Pete, and Crepo.
And of course, for Fnatic, it's Soaz, Cyanide, Peke, Yellowstar, and Enrated. So, ladies and gentlemen, taking a closer look at this matchup means looking at the mid lane for both of these teams. Evil Geniuses are sitting 11-10 right now this season, and their hit-and-miss performances have directly affected their players. So Froggen, of course, is the man we are looking at on our screens. Froggen in particular, he's a key player for Evil Geniuses and oftentimes responsible for helping set up their plays. But this season, however, Froggen appears to be running a little bit scared. He simply does not seem to get as involved in the team fights as other mid laners.
No, not at all. And we need to look at the statistics here to compare. So Froggen, 68 kills to 38 deaths in close to 20 games. In comparison, Alex, 111 to 65. Xpeke, 112 to 73. So while they do have double the deaths, they have double the kills. And it's because those two mid laners are setting plays up. Froggen simply does not get involved in a fight, nor is he willing to get involved unless he's 100% certain it's going to go well. And because their team synergy is not the best right now, he's simply not on the same page, and he's not as controlling as he used to be. A key example is looking at his Akali play from last weekend. It was relatively good, but it wasn't necessarily the strongest. Against Gambit, he kept getting caught out in the bottom lane. And against SK Gaming, he was simply countered so incredibly well by Twisted Fate's Destiny.
Yeah, and of course, his counter in that mid lane is Peke. He's been leading from the front when it comes to Fnatic. He continually makes the plays for his team and really helps them secure win after win. Last weekend, Peke used Twisted Fate to simply decimate the SK bottom line. And with his usage of Destiny, if I could say that, it would be a great word. But of course, his Destiny usage then being used, as well as his Ahri cleanup duty after Soaz and Enrated help pick apart against all authority.
So it was great to see him use another champion. We've only really seen Shushe and Ocelot playing. Ahri Peke picked it up and did very, very well, but it was primarily Enrated's Leona and Soaz's Rumble that helped win that game. Now, we talked about his KDA, 112 kills, 73 deaths, 135 assists. He's sitting 1 gold per minute behind the GPM leader, which is Alex at 385. Now, Peke is one player that's able to create opportunities all over the map, regardless of his opponent and regardless of the champion that he's playing. He continually does it over and over and over. And we've seen this transition from the beginning of the season where he played Katarina in 5 matchups to now Twisted Fate in 5 matches. So of the 21 games that he has played, he's been playing, obviously mixing over, and you have to remember all of his performances on Zed.
Yeah, and of course, he now seems to have coined his own phrase, which is a Peke, which is the backdoor. You may have seen the YouTube clip of him doing that on his own teammate, in fact, on Soaz.
You want to 1v1.
You want to 1v1 me, Peke, coming in. Yeah, and I just actually had a chat with him. So I was like, I knew he was going to do it. I was trying to tell my team, but they weren't listening to me. That's my best French, by the way.
It wasn't bad. It wasn't bad at all. Talking about the top laners, Soaz and Wicked have had a little bit of banter on Twitter coming this matchup. I'm sure you guys will have seen it, but they've had a bit of fun. They've poked back and forth at one another, talking about who's going to play what champion, and Wicked sort of baiting him, saying, well, you're actually going to be brave enough to fight me now and whatnot. So I really want to see how this matchup actually goes between the two teams, but it's definitely an exciting one to watch.
Well, you can see Wicked on your screens there. He's not quite going with the unshaven look, and there is Soaz, his possible opponent. Will he go with the Blitzcrank this time? Who knows? The hooks came out before. Cyanide, he's doing very well. I mean, Cyanide's kind of like the unsung hero of Fnatic because he's directly behind Diamond Prox in the stats, and he never even gets mentioned, bless him, the poor little lad. The fact that the All-Star voting's out there, he's not even close to Diamond Prox, and yet if you look at the stats, he's right up there with him.
He's doing his job perfectly for his team, though. He's setting up his carries to actually pick everything up. He's setting it up so that Soaz and Xpeke can pick up the kills, control the map, and control the game. So, like you said, the unsung hero, I'd like to see what he decides to play this time because he has been playing a fair amount of both Nasus and Volibear of late. 6 games of Nasus, 4 games of Volibear.
Well, we see the bans coming thick and fast. You can see Cassidy, Kha'Zix, and Kennen banned out. Lux and Renekton, of course, that's AP Kennen targeted towards Soaz. Something like a champion that really a lot of teams around the world, a lot of top teams have started to pick up. We've seen it in the Chinese LPL, we've seen it in the Korean OGN, and of course the American LCS as well. So right now, it's definitely a champion of choice across the board. Thresh being banned out, and it looks like Zed will be the first pick.
So Zed locked in. Shen is still available, as is Volibear and Nasus. So a lot of those high priority top laners and junglers still there. Also point out that Varus is available there for Yellow Star, as is Leona for Enrated. So there's a lot of comfort picks that both of these teams can fall back to and actually secure for their team. Kayle is still there as well, and Kayle tends to be a fairly good counter to the likes of Zed. Is going to be able to just put that intervention, block that burst damage down, and we actually seen that last weekend with the Copenhagen Wolves versus Gambit matchup where Alex was playing Kayle. So we'll see how these teams do decide to lock in, and it does look like they're going to go for those comfort picks.
Yeah, they're going to go for Nasus. So currently 6 wins and 6 picked for Cyanide with that Nasus. Can he make it 7 for 7? So as locking in Varus, of course, for Yellow Star. Yellow Star also in contention for that votes right now. It was definitely up and around there, and honestly, it's AD carries for All Stars. It's definitely a tricky pick for me because we've seen, there's really a big balance across, but nevertheless, we'll get on with this game, and looking like Twisted Fate may well come out for Froggen here.
So Twisted Fate has been locked in. It's a champion that we haven't seen too much out of Froggen this particular season. Only 3 games out of his entirety, and he's only got 2 wins with them. But seeing Crepo back on Leona is really exciting for me, because before Enrated really got super popular and sort of known as one of the best Leonas, it was Crepo that was tearing teams apart with her. So I want to see how this performs. We don't have the AD carry locked in yet, but Caitlyn is available, Graves is available. There's a number of picks that they can go with depending on who they want to lock in. So it immediately tells you a good aggressive comp. You've got Map, you've got CC, and if you've got Twisted Fate going in with Gold Card, you can pick up kills in bottom lane thanks to the CC of Leona, and kills in the top lane thanks to the damage of Zed.
Yeah, and of course Crepo's Leona was really, his key highlight was probably the OGN finals against CJ Enters Frost, well, used to be a Zubu Frost at the time. So looking like the bear, of course, if the dog's picked, somebody has to pick the bear. He has seemed to be the junglers of choice across the world right now, and there is Misfortune as well. So final pick, what will Peke go with?
Well, I want to touch on that Volibear for a brief second, because we've seen Snoopy running Volibear, over the course of the season, but it hasn't been particularly impressive when we think of his performances. He seems to struggle a little bit on terms of those engaged champions, similar to Jarvan. We see him going and picking battles where sometimes he really shouldn't. So I hope he's got a little bit more practice with it, and obviously having Crepo there with Leona, that's going to help his cause, because they're going to have 2 of those initiation champions coming in, having Twisted Fate, Zed, and Misfortune sort of in the backline, dealing damage and making sure they're relatively safe. The Nunu was locked in earlier with Yellow Star, and of course the Nunu-Varus combination is very, very scary. Blood Boil plus Ice Blast means the early level trades is definitely going to go in favor of Fnatic during the laning phase.
So Katarina currently being selected, N-rated. Extreme close-up, I think it's safe to say, on N-rated there into the eyes of the support. Of the German support as well, of course.
Eyes of the tiger.
N-rated. He's it's evidently the voice behind Fnatic as well, as we've heard a number of times. So he's gone back to the old classic of Nunu alongside it. That Blood Boil is going to be working wonders on Varus.
Yeah, completely. Going to help him get those Blighted Quiver stacks very early on, allow him to reposition and just really kite his opposing team, which is going to help against the melee Zed and the melee Leona. I'm interested to see the pickup here from Xpeke of Katarina, because there's quite a few interrupts that can come in from his opposing teams. The flip from Volibear, Gold Card from Twisted Fate, as well as all the CC that Crepo can put down. And there's going to be a lot of pressure now on Crepo's Leona to shut down Peke in those team fights. I want to see if he's going to go to teleport. It's what we've been seeing out of him in the past, the teleport flash on his cat. And like we said, he's played it 5 times this season already. He's going back to his opening week roots, as it were. A champion that was helping them pick up all those victories.
So let's see how it works out between these 2 teams. Of course, they've met many, many times across many competitions. Of course, the last time in, I guess you could say, tournament play outside of the LCS would have been the DreamHack Finals, where you cast it yourself, and it was Fnatic that came out on top in that game.
Yeah, they lost the first game, bounced back, pick up the next 2, and it was thanks to actually like a triple bruiser strat which they ran. They had Jax, Lee Sin, and I'm forgetting who their 3rd bruiser was, but it was, Jarvan, thank you. And it was just like this in-your-face auto-attack sort of composition, and they got ahead early, and they kept the lead. This time around, we see a little bit more of a standard composition. This is the 3rd time that these 2 teams have met in the LCS, and they're obviously looking for that hat-trick win for Fnatic to go 3-0.
And you You may notice the new headsets that the players are adorning. No longer do they have triple headsets on their heads. It is a full new set, and it works perfectly for these players. So hopefully we will have no audio issues. And as we are going live into the game, we have good luck, have fun exchange between the teams. Evil Geniuses as the blue and Fnatic as the red side. If you have just joined us, you've just missed Gambit taking down the first match against Dragonborns in a very tightly fought match, honestly. Much tighter than many of us would have suspected for second or now first versus last. Though EG, can they stay out of it? Oh my god, they're going in.
Now take a look at this. Fnatic are a little bit there. Gold card's ready. They're going to catch him.
They're going to get onto it. Soaz is going to be the target. They get the double up. The flip comes in. The ignite's there. One more hit. The shield comes out. Is the ignite going to be enough? The heal comes out. Can he manage to survive from this one? No, he won't. The stun card finally comes out from Froggen, and it's Froggen that picks up first blood.
Evil Geniuses grab that first blood, and it goes to Froggen, the man that really needs to get an advantage early, and if a Twisted Fate can start destining around a little earlier with items thanks to that gold advantage, it's going to be so powerful. Fnatic effectively just face-checked. They pulled an Evil Geniuses, like when EG face-checked against Gambit all those weeks ago.
Interesting choice. He's gone back and got himself the Fortitude pot. So he wants to go full on aggression against Peke, and that's kind of what he needs to do. We've seen Peke against the Twisted Face. It was Dade before that used to be on SK Telecom T1, where he did his ultimate, if you remember when he did the ultimate. Back down to the bottom, came up with 0 hit points.
Now, that red pot is also a get-out-of-jail-free card. If he does decide to go aggressive, he can pick up the kill. Alternatively, if he gets collapsed upon, he can save himself from that Wither and Katarina combo. We see the Volibear picking up the experience and the CS of those double golems again. So I'd like to see if Snoopy picks up the big golem. He may have actually grabbed the little one or the big one, but nevertheless, splitting that XP around, it's the same as what we've seen Gambit doing in the previous matchup. And it just means that Snoopy's going to get to that level 2, level 3 point a little bit quicker.
So Snoopy with the red buff. Going to be helping him out a hell of a lot, in fact, making sure he doesn't smite it down. And it's, you know, Evil Geniuses are one of those teams that talk heavily about their level 1 strat. They would have scouted Fnatic's start, and that may well be finally paying dividends for them in this opening game against Fnatic.
Yeah, that's so true. You know, the fact that they knew exactly where their opponents were, they were stacked up tightly, they got the stun down, and, you know, very key, they didn't burn more summoner spells than they needed to in that particular engagement. And you've seen there was a lot of wards picked up from the side of Evil Geniuses, so they're going to have vision control for the next couple of minutes at the very least. In terms of how the matchup is going to go, we'll have to see how these early ganks affect Evil Geniuses or Fnatic, because Fnatic are going to need to catch up. And of course, they've done the lane swap themselves. So we'll see whose CS is better, whether it's going to be Shen or Zed underneath the 2v1 pressure.
You see Froggen throwing out a couple of those wild cards in towards their wicket. Well, he didn't get his wish, unfortunately, despite his Twitter tirade, or friendly banter, I think it's safe to say, between the Soaz and Wicked. And it does mean it's going to be a 2v1 once again between these two, not even remotely close.
It's an interesting 2v1 matchup as well, because you've got Nunu on one side and Leona on the other. So in terms of applying pressure and shutting down your opponent, it's a little bit more difficult with both champions being melee. You've obviously got Leona that can go a little more aggressive and help pick up kills, and Nunu can somewhat harass with that Ice Blast, but it's not your traditional 2v1 matchup, and it may be a little bit slower to get those towers down.
Well, we see Snoopy going towards this bottom lane, as it is Cyanide's going towards the middle lane. So back and forth action, and Froggen's actually very deep on this one. Now Peke goes in towards it, hasn't hit level 6, he's still only a level 3. Very early attempt at gank here, flashes out of it perfectly across that bush. Meanwhile, the bottom lane, they're diving in towards Soaz. Looks like he's going to get away from this one. The stun's not going to quite land. It did, you saw Crepo using it as much as he could early on, but now they're going to dive down the bottom.
Yeah, take a look at this. Cyanide's trying to push there, and if he gets in time, he may be able to cause some trouble. Soaz still relatively healthy, but Peke was not there. He didn't roam down quickly enough. He does have boots, though, so they may actually have a 3 versus 3 engagement. Luckily for EG, the minions are under the tower, and it means they can get away safely. But do Fnatic want to pick this fight?
Well, that's a lot of time wasted as well for Peke. Indecision between the team. They thought they could maybe try and catch it. There's a lot of damage on that turret. He does prevent the turret going down, but he manages to return to that mid lane. Still equal CS with Froggen.
Yeah, didn't lose too much, even though the minion wave was against his turret. So at least that'll help him out just a little bit. And Peke actually started the game with the rejuvenation, the total biscuit. So he's gone into the utility tree quite deep. And I'd like to see how that actually affects his matchup. Most likely got some spell vamp masteries, which I'm busy looking at. 9% CDR and 2% spell vamp. So just a little bit from his runes and his masteries.
Of course, while this all happens, it does mean he's buying wicked time to just keep on defending that top lane while the bottom bottom lane gets shoved in extraordinarily well by Evil Geniuses. A very much stronger Evil Geniuses we're seeing here. Of course, they said they've practiced a lot for this game, and it seems to be working out, but at the moment it's Peke keeping the aggression on towards Froggen one time, but he just chugs down those pots and backs away.
Other than that Wither, there's not a lot of CC to hold Froggen in place, and Peke didn't have his Death Lotus available to him, so he wasn't really going to be in pressure of picking up the kill. Soaz gets stunned up and takes a lot of free damage.
Wow, he's just standing perfectly in line, Greppo, completely trying to zone out as much as he can. Wicked, meanwhile, he's going to wipe out this wave very quickly, and you can see Yellowstar taking a heck of a lot of damage there.
Yeah, good positioning there from Wicked to line up that Shuriken, throw it through the minion wave, and hit Yellowstar at the same time. So very, very good play coming out of that particular matchup, and he's got a very, very strong CS advantage. 23-7 of Soaz. And we'll see how well Soaz can CS underneath the turret, because there's a big wave there, and 2 EG members trying to shove him down.
Yeah, they're going to keep the pressure on. Misfortune of Yellow Pete, keeping the shots coming in towards their Creppo, even put the damage down. They're going to take the tower. It's going to be the first one of the game. It's Yellow Pete that takes it for Evil Geniuses.
Good pressure from EG. They simply shut Soaz's Shen down. They forced him out of the lane very early. He was unable to pick up any creep score at all, and he's going to be relying on that Stand United in the next couple of minutes to really help him get back into this matchup. Without that ultimate for sort of assists, he's going to be very, very crippled as far as golden items are concerned.
That's a perfectly timed as well, because we see Wicked goes back, picks up that Brutalizer and a ping ward. Now he's going to go to the bottom lane. Or is he? Where is he heading? He's going up the middle, actually. Maybe he's going to go for a bit of a gank somewhere. We'll see where he goes, whether he's going to go towards that top. It is. They are closing in towards that top lane.
So we want to see Yellow Pete and Creppo defending the top lane turret and holding that for as long as possible, defending their farming advantage and gold advantage. Well, the fact that Wicked is level 6 means he has that death mark available, and when comboed with the CC that Leona can put down, it's a very, very scary combination. Evil Geniuses are making it very clear they want blood in this top lane or in this jungle, because there's 4 of them setting up in position. Snoopy is about to walk over a ward, so at the very least, Fnatic will know something is up because they can smell the bear in the air, but they don't know where anybody else is.
Yeah, chopper 1, chopper 2, we have a bear in the air, and it looks like he's going to be coming in from the top lane and the middle. Tribush, can they get on towards this one? You can see Cyanide just sat off the back, ready and waiting for this.
So Cyanide is well aware that something's going to happen, and he's just waiting out of vision. We do see a chain of corruption is there for Yellowstar, and if Enrated can get that absolute 0, it's going to be very, very important. Look for a Destiny from Froggen if he decides to come in, but he's going to need to run very, very far because it's only level 1. This is going to be a 4 versus 3, and here comes the fight.
You can see they're already heading north. Here comes Snoopy going in. Destiny comes down. They do get the flippage. Yellowstar's the target. Deathmark goes down. Stun card goes in. Can they pick up another kill? There's the Deathmark. That manages to pick up the kill. Now we're going to see Stand United come in. It's a 4-on-5. It's a full-on bum rush at the top lane. They're going to get in. It's going to be the Ignite going down. Back on towards Peke. Peke taken low. Snoopy's gone too deep. Snoopy's gone too deep. Peke gets him down. Now they're going to try and chase. Can the Ice Blast come out? They're going to go in towards Yellow Pete. They do try and catch the stun on towards him. Froggen just hiding off, waiting in the wings. Stun card goes through. Wild card comes through. Peke taken low. Flash through. Froggen takes him with the Ignite. Absolute sublime play there from Froggen.
Froggen is back. He goes 2-0-1, and what a dive from Evil Geniuses. They coordinated that perfectly. It was a 4 versus 3, which became a 5 versus 3, and by time Peke got there with Katarina, it was all too late. Snoopy hung around too long and gave up an extra kill that he maybe didn't need to, but Evil Geniuses are not done. They have 4 members here, and they still want to keep the pressure on.
Oh, the poke goes on towards Enrated. He's going to have to back off now. Now it's a 3-on-2, but I think they're finally going to give up on this one. Froggen now, he's going to get pursued by Yellowstar. He did get the hail of arrows down. Not a great deal of mana for Froggen, but he's going to walk away from this one without any issues, although he's walking straight through a ward. Yellowstar chose not to pursue.
No, not instead. So Yellowstar's just going to CS, try and get that gold advantage as best as he can. His lane opponent does have a BF sword completed already to his Berserker's Greaves, and then so is his caught.
He's been caught out. That's going to be Creppo using his ultimate. It's going to go down. Yellow Pete didn't need to use any abilities there at all. Just simply auto-attacks his way to victory.
Ladies and gentlemen, that is the perfect example of how to play Leona. He stacked the CC perfectly. By the time that Shield of Daybreak stun wore off, the Solar Flare landed, and Soaz was completely stun-locked. Yellow Pete just stood there, shooting at him, saying, hey, what's up, bro? I got this. And he picks himself up his first kill of the game. 4-1, EG are looking very strong right now.
So for those that are unaware of that, that was his Q followed by his E. His
Q
R,
that's
and
it,
then
yeah.
an E as well, so he managed to get that stun as well. So he's managed to get multiple stuns for those that don't exactly know all of the names. Meanwhile, we do see Evil Geniuses. They're going to be taking down the Dragon here. So they're going to start on this one. We do see Cyanide moving in towards this one, but he's not going to get close enough. Instead, he's going to have to take blue for Pekka. So Evil Genius is going to stretch their lead now. It's going to be a 3,000 gold advantage.
Start pulling that a little further ahead, and because of the kills in the CS lead that Froggen has right now, he's got that needlessly large rod completed already, in comparison to the Sorcerer's Shoes as well as that Hextech Revolver. So Pekka is going to be relying on his communication and his map awareness to run to the correct positions, because he simply does not have that teleport to compete with Destiny, and that's obviously going to play into Evil Genius's favor. Froggen's going to have a lot of ability power to just free farm these waves. Red card plus wild card should clear out the waves very, very quickly indeed.
Froggen back down in that bottom lane. CS advantage has actually kind of balanced itself out between the two top laners. So Wicked kind of getting his wish right now. He's getting that 1v1. He has that level advantage, so he's going to try and keep that poke down. Of course, he's got no worries right now because he's got full vision. You can see that Cyanide just passing through that wall by the river, so he has full coverage if he were so to wish to go for this one. Froggen's going to be picking up the blue. Looks like Pekka's got himself, I tell a lie, he hasn't got blue. They've kept it onto Cyanide.
No, he wants the cooldown reduction, the ability to spam his abilities and just clear that jungle out a little quicker. But I definitely want to point out how many wards the Evil Geniuses have picked up at the moment. This advantage that they've earned, the entire team has spent money to maintain the vision advantage and make the correct decisions for their team. You see Snoopy there's placing on the ward. Froggen's got two. Even Yellow Pete has got a pink ward in his back pocket, so really keeping it. But Soaz has been jumped on.
He's going to go for this one. Deathmark goes down. Here comes the Destiny. Froggen comes in. Stun card goes down. Wild cards follow. And it's Wicked that picks up the kill. Not quite a 1v1. Doesn't matter. Kills a kill. And it was beautifully assisted there by Froggen.
When you've got Destiny on your team, you never want to go 1v1. You want that fight to be in your advantage. Fnatic are trying to pick up a fight of their own, and they're pushing to the top lane. Yellow Pete and Crepo are aware of it. They have flashes available, with the exception of Crepo. It's going to be a 4 versus 2. Look for Crepo to stun lock and follow it up with bullet time. Very cheeky from Yellow Pete. Is he going to get collapsed upon?
Well, he's going to dive in Peke there, but he does manage to get full vision, and they read that situation like a book. And as it stands, Wicked, well, he's getting free farm and free push on this inner turret. So losing that top turret, not too bad a trade.
The rest of Fnatic look like they want to keep the push up, because you can see that Soaz is respawned. He has Stand United, and they know Snoopy's in the mid lane. So they've lost that mid lane turret, and the rest of Fnatic want the bottom inner turret. They may do a trade here.
They may well do a trade, and you can see, looks like EG quite happy to go for this trade. Crepo goes in a little bit too deep, but they do pick up the kill. As he gets a flash, he goes to get away. Absolute Zero comes out, and now Yellow Pete gets dived on. Wow. But he does manage to get the kill on towards Peke. But the mid lane, the inner turret in the mid lane, being pushed by Evil Geniuses. They're continuing on here. Froggen and Snoopy, can they do a full-on trade?
What a great play from Evil Geniuses there. They got the kills in the bottom lane. Now Wicked's yet to party. Soaz is in trouble.
Stand United had to be used there to try and save out Wicked. They're trying to do the damage on them, and they do take down that mid laner turret. They're going to collapse on the top.
Now take a look at this. You can see Snoopy as well as Froggen running around. Destiny's not available just yet, but it's ticking quickly. 12 seconds left on that ultimate before it's available. Enrated, Yellow Star, and Soaz trying to get to safety, but can they do it?
Well, he managed to get in there. There's going to be the flip. Oh, not quite the right way around. Instead, he goes in towards Enrated. The wildcard comes in. Snoopy picks up the kill, and that is a great kill. And honestly, Evil Geniuses, they are looking hot right now.
5,000 gold lead. EG are everywhere. They are in complete control of this map. They are making the right decisions. They've even got Cyanide out and just put a bunch of free damage onto him, so they're going to be able to get this top lane tower as well and make it 4-1 in terms of turret kills.
So, big advantages being picked up by Evil Geniuses here, 3-1, and that equates to 6,000 gold advantage right now, and that's going to be 4-1 any second now. Big difference here. Evil Geniuses, they have certainly looking very good this week. They've turned up ready for action. And this is the Evil Geniuses that honestly we were used to seeing in Season 2, but just really hasn't turned up in Season 3 right now. But they are taking Fnatic by storm right now.
This is arguably a much more aggressive EG as well. They're playing the map a lot more than we're used to seeing out of them. They tend to play a little more passive and farm it up to get towards their items. Thanks to this very big gold lead that we actually seen between the two players, you can see that Wicked has already completed his black Black Cleaver, he's got a 2,000 gold lead over his lane opponent, and that's just going to be shredding the armor of his opponents. What that means is all the damage that Yellow Pete's bullet time is going to be dealing will be even more effective at the same time. So a very good combination between the two. And with this strong lead, as long as they don't give away kills or CS, they're poised to win this mid-game completely.
And it's interesting to see that he's 2-0-2 and he's built up the Q this time. So he's put 5 points into that. Very different to what we just saw Yamato Cannon doing against Gambit. And it worked well for Yamato Cannon as well. So, I don't know, some would say there's many different ways to play League of Legends. And they're kind of showing it right now. So, bottom, top, inner turret, bottom, top. Maybe they're both lanes. I don't know who they're going for. Oh, we're going to come around the backside here. You can see Crepo and Wicked. Can they go in towards Enraged? Yes, they can. Deathmark comes out. Absolute Zero's pop, but he is just going to go down like a sack of spuds right there, and that's going to be another turret picked up. 5-1.
Not the kind of spuds you can make roasters with, unfortunately, but nevertheless the sack goes down. Another kill in favor of Evil Geniuses. They are playing this perfectly. You know, Enraged played a little bit of a game. He made him think he was going to run. Instead, he challenged that Absolute Zero to try and delay his opponents as best as possible. But this is just EG in complete control. They have timing on Dragon, they have vision for it right now, and they're poised to take it, but it does look like they're backing off.
They don't quite have the timing on it. They're 20 seconds too early, and they kind of like stood around going, should be here, I'm sure it should be here. Where is it? This doesn't seem to be here right now, but everyone backs away quickly and managed to spend a big chunk of that gold. So, 9-3 in kills, 7,000 gold advantage. Evil Genius fans, you should be excited right now because as it is, Fnatic, who are trading places currently with Gambit, they are both 17-4 in the league, trying to hold off that top spot. It looks like Evil Geniuses may well have caught a sneaky chance on them here, and they could manage to pick up a win against Fnatic.
Well, if they do, that'll put Fnatic 17-5 in definite second place. There'll be no question about it. The thing about Fnatic's composition, though, is they do have that Katarina in there, which does really, really well with one good team fight. Currently 1-2-2. If she can get the resets, all of a sudden the damage is there, and you've got a pretty squishy lineup from Evil Geniuses. Zed, Twisted Fate, and Misfortune, if they go down, or one or two of them go down, there's not a lot of damage sources that can clean house from the rest of the team. Whereas Varus and Nasus, they've got a little bit more possibility to clean up.
And there's absolutely no health or defensive items for any of those at the moment. So yeah, if, like you mentioned, if he does get in the right place at the right time, yes, it would be great. But the stun cards are definitely going to go towards him. Snoopy probably going to work towards that flip. You would expect Crepo to go towards him. So I would be amazed, judging, considering he went with that Katarina pick last, with the amount of stuns that are on Evil Geniuses he actually went for in the first place.
Yeah, I agree with that entirely. There's so many ways that he can get interrupted, and Crepo is definitely going to save at least some form of CC for him in those team fights. And, the picker card from Froggen, that's on a 4-second cooldown, so he can open up a fight with that gold card, wait for Pekka to come in, because Pekka's only going to join the fight a little later, and prep that gold card again to lock him down. So it's really, really going to be a lot of pressure on Pekka to keep himself under control, make sure he uses that Death Lotus at the exact right time. If anybody can do it, it is going to be him. But like I said, a lot of pressure on him right now. EG, they're just playing the map. You can see they are split all over. They have vision control, vision superiority over the entirety of this map. And they're just making sure they keep their CS up and keeping the pressure on the Fnatic base so they are forced to defend and react as opposed to, set up plays.
Yeah, as Rivington has pointed out, is a security defense grid now being laid out by Evil Geniuses, and Cyanide may well have walked into it. Snoopy's going to get the flip. No! Quickly turns it around. The moment he spots the rest of the team collapsing in towards it, they get the stun guard down on Pekka. There's the ultimate going in. He completely stun locks him, and he is going to go down. It's Crepo, scumbag Crepo, picking up the kill, but nevertheless, the work was all done. The stun locks were there, and that's another turret picked up. 6-1 now. They're diving in towards Soaz. Soaz with the death mark on him. Wicked going so deep. Absolute Zero now on towards him. He's tanking up the turret damage. He's taken a lot of damage from Nenrated, but it's not enough. And here comes Evil Geniuses.
The rest of EG collapse on this inhibitor turret. They picked up one in the top lane, the kill and the turret, and they get 50% of the HP down in that mid lane. Their timing and their calls are just so crisp and good right now. You were talking about scumbag Crepo getting those kills. He's got a Ruby Sightstone and a Locket of the Iron Solari completed already. So that's the second one along with Snoopy's. If they want to dive and pick up fights and kills, that's a lot of shields that Xpeke needs to get through before he can pick up kills.
It's a lot of something to get through, that's for sure. 10-3 right now, the kills, and Evil Genius is looking very, very strong here on week 9 of the LCS here in Europe. 6-1 in turrets, and that equates to 9 9,000 gold advantage, just 19.5 minutes into this game. We've seen a bunch of upsets in the North American LCS over week 9. Can we see a bunch more here in the mid lane? As we see Evil Geniuses stacking their way in there. Are they going to go towards Baron? Do they feel they have such a huge advantage that they can just force it?
So they are very strong if they want to pick a fight, but it's going to take a little bit of time before they get that Baron down. So if they decide to do something like that, it's probably going to be more of a bait to pull Fnatic in, trap them, and sink them in the river. In terms of the items, take a look at Yellow Pete. He's gone for Boots of Swiftness right now. So he's going to be flying around this map and kiting absolutely everybody. And without all that much CC and lockdown from his opposing team, that's really going to help him out in these fights. With the vision superiority that EG have, they literally just brute force nuzzle Fnatic out of the jungle and steal away their red buff.
This is setting up beautifully for Super Week right now, which will of course be coming next weekend. It's going to be 20 games once again all over that week, and there's a hell of a lot of top team clashes as well as the relegation fights. There's going to be a hell of a lot of stories for that weekend, but right now it's Evil Geniuses making a story of their own against Fnatic. Can they finally get themselves a win against Fnatic?
Well, it would make them 2-1 if they do secure it, and they're definitely poised to do so. They're in control. They're setting the tempo. They are literally deciding when and where Fnatic can go, and they're picking the fights well. We do have to say that, you know, Crepo's Leona play has also been spot on up in that top lane. It was a flash E that actually set that one up, and perfect Zenith play. The Destiny's down the mid lane.
Snoopy's going to come in as well. It's on towards Pekka. He actually flips him away from his team. The stun didn't quite go through because he took him away from the ultimate there, but it doesn't matter. They got the kill nevertheless, and now that means it's going to be a 4-on-5 situation if Yellow Pete actually gets involved. Instead, it doesn't matter. They're going to go for the turret, and Rated goes to try and pop the absolute zero. Crepo's taking all the damage, but he's not the person. Bullet time hits the entire team, and Fnatic are getting absolutely slaughtered on their own inhibitor turret. Finally, the turret goes down. Crepo's the only man to go down, but it does not matter because Evil Geniuses have taken a 21-minute inhibitor against Fnatic.
And that means that they are now poised to take Baron Nashor. If Yellowstar had hit that chain of corruption, what a different team fight that could have been. But that's not the case. It missed, and it allowed EG to simply destroy the HP bars of the Fnatic roster. With that middle inhibitor down, it means the other lane minions now get additional HP, plus 100 for them, and it's just going to keep Fnatic in their base and farming, while EG say, we'll take your buffs, we'll take Dragon, we'll set up for Baron, and then we're going to push for the win.
Look at the scores across the board for Evil Geniuses. All the kills and all the assists spread out very, very nicely right now. 216 for Snoopy on the bear that doesn't care right now, and that's a big important score because he's been under a lot of pressure lately. We've seen him do his A to Z of junglers, which, you know, you can read in the fact that he was doing a great publicity stunt for him, but he was also doing a simply case of, I need to try and find what jungler I can play right now.
Yeah, it's the truth, and what better way to do it than experiment with each and every single one of them. He actually carried on that A to Z on stream here last week, playing M with Melzahar on the LCS stream. So it worked for him. It's great to see him playing Volibear right now, and bar for that little flip in the mid lane that tossed him out of the Leona ultimate didn't really work into so. The rest of the fights have gone very well though, so you can't really fault him on that particular play. There's a very big item lead now in favor of Evil Geniuses, and we see that Yellow Pete has picked up the Brutalizer. He might be working towards that Ghost Blade as well, and if that is the case, Genji and Yellow Pete are probably going to start the trend for the new MF builds of going for Ghost Blades in solo queue. EG, Oracle's Elixir on, clearing out the vision, and probably setting up for Baron. That's what my gut instinct tells me.
Yeah, they've shoved the top lane, shoved the mid lane. Bottom lane, you can see Soaz is down there, hasn't got Stand United available, and it is going to get started off by Evil Genius, as you can see the ward in the back there, but are they going to worry about it? They take it down very quickly, and they continue on the Baron. They're going to peel off.
So take a look at this. Frog in his position there. He sees the members of Fnatic pulling in, and this is what we talked about. They're stronger for a team fight, not necessarily to take Baron. They've caught Yellowstar.
They've flashed through. They do manage to catch him with that chain of corruption, perfectly poised there. He's going to Destiny in. This is balls deep right now for Froggen. He does use that Zhonya's Hourglass, goes on for the full Messiah treatment. Can he get on towards N-rated? No, he can't. Has to flash through, but very, very aggressive play from Froggen.
Very good, and a calculated aggressive play. Picks up that kill, allows them to carry on chasing, and now they're poised for a 5 versus 4 Baron. The only ultimate that was used in that engagement was Destiny, and it's already a third of the way off cooldown. Soaz did not use Stand United to save his teammate. That says a lot that the team was simply not willing to pick that fight, even though that it was available. Baron has been started, and it looks like Fnatic are just going to give this one up because they've got no way to challenge.
There's absolutely nothing they can do about this one. 14-4 now with a Baron picked up for Evil Genius's 12,000 gold advantage, and it's 7-2 in turrets. That bottom turret, bottom lane being shoved in, but Peke, he's been unable to really put himself across this match at all right now. 1-4-2 has been called out a few times. We saw Chain of Corruption, everything coming out from Yellowstar to try and avoid that, but when you have Froggen completely using his ultimate Destiny and on you, Zhonya's Hourglass ready and waiting to go, and that Lich Bane, there's so much damage coming down onto him, he just could not escape it. So 25 minutes gone, Super Minions being cleared out by Fnatic. That's an inhibitor will be respawning shortly, so it has been a while since they did get in there, but Evil Geniuses, they are fully set and prepped now to just push every single lane.
So once that inhibitor respawns, Evil Geniuses are literally just going to man mode up, walk into the base and take it again, because Fnatic, they can't actually win a straight up 5v5 fight. They are behind in items. They need to catch Evil Geniuses with their pants down before they can win an engagement. They do have the abilities to do that. If Xpeke can jump onto somebody with the Deathfire Grasp, get a full channel on his ultimate, and maybe combo it with some damage from Yellowstar, they can burst down one of the damage sources, but it's up to them to make that happen, while the rest of EG stun lock you with Leona and deal all the damage. So EG is stacked up in this top lane. It is going to be 4 versus 4, while both Twisted Fate and Shen are in the bottom lane, and we'll see whether or not EG want to pick this fight, because they've got a very good dive combo with Leona, with the lockets and the shields.
Well, Froggen going aggressive on towards Soaz there, and a little bit of a back and forth, and it's Soaz that came out worse off there, despite managing to poke on towards him. Evil Genius is pushing in towards the top. Of course, it is a Baroned up Froggen, so expect to see him putting a lot of damage down. He's just going to pick up the blue, and then as soon as he's ready and waiting, they're going to Destiny in. It's going to be that mid lane Super Minion wave stacking in there. You can see Yellowstar's going to have to deal with it.
So I don't think Fnatic have got one of their buffs for 10 plus minutes, as you've seen that blue stolen away. Up in the top lane now, so Wicked is trying to find a way that he can jump in for a fight, and that Deathmark is really going to help him out. In the bottom lane, Soaz is for solo.
Well, you can also see Soaz, oh, he's going to have to Shadow Dash away from that, and the rest of Evil Geniuses, they're pushing in. The inhibitor has respawned, but the Super Minions are there. Here comes Froggen, he's going to join the party, and Evil Geniuses, they are dancing on the graves right now of Fnatic. Can they get in towards there? They do manage to take down another inhibitor. They're going to spin around. That bottom turret, that's got pressured in there. The top turret, they can go anywhere they like, and right now, they are really leading a merry dance for Fnatic.
Yeah, Ringa Rosie is the call, and they're finding the towers that they want to make drop like a posy. And right now, 4 members of EG, they've just rolled back up to the top lane. Destiny's still available for Froggen, and it's so clear that Soaz cannot 1v1 him right now. He's prioritized HP and armor, and Froggen's not dealing any physical damage there, so he's just going to chunk down this tower. A third of its HP is lost. The rest of EG up in the top lane,
Wow.
but Peke might want to force a fight.
Well, Froggen proving that Twisted Fate really can do front door as well as back door right there, absolutely destroying that inhibitor turret. And it is the rest of Evil Geniuses pushing in this top. And this Baron buff, it hasn't got too much longer left to it. They need to start taking these turrets down.
Well, they're doing relatively well. They've got an inhibitor out of it. They've got their bottom tower very, very low. And you just feel that EG are waiting for the misstep. They're waiting for it to go down. So bottom tower is going to drop now. And look at the rest of EG. They're rolling through the middle. This signals we want this inhibitor and we want to be stacked, because we can win the fights. You cannot. Look for Wicked to jump in if Yellowstar gets anywhere near the range of Deathmark.
Remember, he has got that Zhonya's Hourglass. I'm expecting Froggen to go full-on aggressive here. He can just get straight into them and try and draw out some of the aggression. And you can see the poke. It's Crepo, though, that's taking it. He's quite happy to take that damage. They keep, again, getting shot after shot from Yellow Pete, poking back and forward. Soaz goes a little deep. Snoopy gets another swing on that inhibitor. They just get more hits, and they're just going to keep on poking it down. It's gone.
So the inhibitor is down. EG there may have picked the fight if they wanted to, but they're playing the controlled EG that we know. They get the map control, they take the objectives one by one, and they make sure everything is at their time and at their leisure. The Dragon is available, as are a number of jungle camps. They're just going to deny even more CS and experience from their opponents. And if you look at the gold, Froggen's currently sitting on 3,500 gold to spend. He may actually decide to go for a death cap next to, finish off that Lich Bane and Hourglass combo.
You know what? We talked about the stats at the top of the show, but honestly, Froggen 407 answering perfectly right now against the questions we put towards him about his fight versus Peke, and proving that he's definitely much higher in that KDA. than he really should be in the stats-wise. So, Yellow Star, he's cleared out the top, but Froggen, he continues to steal away the blues.
So I definitely want to touch on that because of the fact that we talked about how EG, they need that synergy. They need to be on the same page for their players to really stomp. And individually, they're all fantastic. But if they're not performing well together, that's why they don't have wins. And right now, with the focus that we've heard from the players, with the renewed solo queue practice, you have Wicked 305, Froggen 407. The playmakers can now make plays because the rest of the team is playing the same game as them. They're all on the same page, they're all moving as one, and we've seen it time and time and time again throughout every single engagement this game. They've had Fnatic's number, and right now the number is you lose.
Some would suggest if you actually practice and play the game that you are being paid to play, you win.
Who would have guessed?
Who would have guessed?
That's shocking news.
Who would have thought? But as it is, Evil Geniuses, they are sitting on top of a potential win here. But we've seen big throws, and we're at the 30-minute mark. Remember, SK Gaming, they've done it a number of times against Fnatic. They can sneak in, but they have a long, long way to go to try and catch in there. The damage getting poked towards Frog, and you can see Yellow Star, he's going to be the key into this one. We've seen it so many times. He can keep that damage down, and they are trying to defend their final inhibitor. Can they keep Evil Geniuses away from this? Now the Baron buff's worn off.
Well, we'll have to see when they decide to engage because they have super minions in the middle, super minions in the bottom. They can't defend the top, and EG may want to pick up a kill here. Cyanide's gone in.
He's gone in. Crepper's used the defensive. There's going to be the chain of corruption, but Misfortune just turns around. Yellow Pete does get caught out. Yellow Pete's going to go down. He does manage to get caught out. Peke gets in there, gets one, gets a reset, gets a second. Can he get the third? It doesn't matter because Froggen's backdoored, and he's taken down 2 Nexus turrets. He's not going to be able to quite get this. Nexus surely to God. He can't get away to this one. He's going to get taken down. The minions are on the Nexus. He does go down, but the minions are going to take it. He's got it. I do not believe what Froggen just did. He's just done a Peke on Peke.
Evil Genius have lost it. Look at them. They are jumping. They are screaming. There are going to be tears of joy in the Geniuses camp because that was a genius play. Peke, he created it, but right now Froggen perfected it.
Absolute brilliant play, and Froggen proving why many say he is the best in the world, and really putting his mark out there, I think I would say, as a top Twisted Fate player. So, what a game, ladies and gentlemen. Let's get over to Joe and Jason to take us through the decimation that Evil Geniuses just put on Fnatic.
Where has that Evil Geniuses team been hiding? They've needed that team all season long, and apparently now as the disco lights are going off behind us in approval, they found it. And is it that whole fit with Snoopy? I thought about doing it at the start of this match here in the studio and seeing just how worked up I could get. I'll tell you what, I'm glad I didn't.
I can tell you don't. I tried it once. I did 4 sets of 10 push-ups. I was sore for the next 3 days.
Well,
I'm ashamed
I
to
won't
admit
get that far, let's just say that. But what an incredible matchup coming out of EG there.
Yes.
We've talked about how, you know, lackluster they've looked in the previous weeks. We've been talking about slumps and the fact that Copenhagen Wolves may be able to catch them in the grand scheme of things. They've just, to put it bluntly, hammered Fnatic in that game. Hammered them, destroyed them, battered them.
Well, there was no fish in this game, but yeah, that was just so... That was, like you said, okay, let's just say it. That was, like you said, the Evil Geniuses we expected out of Season 2. The Evil Genius we expected out of Season 3. They didn't really show it so far, but that was... They just were reading Fnatic so perfectly the entire game. You saw just from the level 1 action we saw, they were like, hey, Fnatic's probably going to come in here. Let's wait in this bush, see if we can make a play out of it. They get first blood onto Soaz, and they just snowballed it from there. We saw Froggen play a phenomenal game. Every ultimate he used picked up a kill. And then you saw Crepo as well, who just... I mean, that's why you ban Leona against Crepo. That's why you ban Leona against N-Rated. And it was an amazing game.
Yeah, and that's without, because we're going to touch on it later, that whole finish there that came out from Froggen. I think it was a bit of a foregone conclusion, but, you know, Froggen just wanted to do that in the end.
Wanted to do next Peke.
Stop talking about Peke. I can do this thing as well. But we're going to go first into our replay here. We're about 12 minutes in, if I'm not mistaken.
Yep.
Scoreline at 5-1 to EG.
Yep, and so goal difference, it's surprisingly big for 12 minutes. I mean, 4,400 gold, that's nothing really to laugh at on anyone's side. But let's get the replay on your screen and show you why we kind of selected this, because it's all about how Evil Geniuses react to the aggression out of Fnatic. So we're going to see, currently Snoopy is in the mid lane right now. He's going to continue to push this turret. We see Wicked in the bottom lane. He's going to do the same. But then you see the 2 members of EG, Crepo and Yellow Pete here, just going to try to hold on as long as possible. We're going to start the replay and just show you. So they're going to concede this first turret. And they're like, okay, that's fine. You know, whatever. We're pushing the mid lane. We're pushing bot lane. Let's just hold on as long as we can. Fnatic's like, hey, we could probably get another turret off of this. We have Shen available. He can hold on to that bottom side turret. and they don't really expect the rest of EG to keep pushing the mid lane. But this is where the really cool play happens out of EG. The really difference of the team that we see is you see Krepo right here. He notices this Candyman is going to die on this next hit, and he's like, hey, I can go for an engage here. Cyanide isn't tanky at all, and we could probably pick up 1, maybe 2 kills and hold on to this turret. So as you're going to see, he goes in right onto Cyanide right when that minion goes down. He gets the entire lockdown on him, and because of that, they pick up the kill on him. And Xpeke, of course, who's just going to spin with that ultimate. You see Krepo pop the Ignite onto him, and Xpeke thinking, you know, I have Shen coming in, I could probably go for this, comes into the backside. Yellow Peak does get taunted, but it doesn't matter. So EG picks up 2 kills off this. But of course, in the meantime, you do see EG going to be pushing this middle turret, and they get 2 turrets off the mid lane. They get some damage on the bottom turret, and they pick up 2 kills for 2 deaths. It was completely worth it in the end, and EG just showing how much they've grown in that 1 week.
Yeah, and of course, after that little bit of action, they all close in onto that top lane and manage to take down N-Rated's Nunu as well from that one. But as you said, the reads that we saw coming out of Evil Geniuses in that game, Froggen, again, we really praised Xpeke last week for his Twisted Fate play and how he snowballed their bottom lane in that game. This time around wasn't really any different. Froggen just showing that he can be in the right place at the right time, just as we saw from Xpeke then. They look honestly like a different team. I'm so happy for EG that they've, you know, at this late stage of the season, where in week 9 of 10, of course, week 10 is our super week here coming into the finals. So there's still lots of games to go, but this is the time where if you're going to find your form, this is probably the most important part.
Exactly. If you're going to get that second win, you need it right now because, you know, you're not going to get the top 2 places most likely. Obviously, I think they do have a chance, if I'm not mistaken, but you don't want to lose in those playoff matches because you don't want to get up LCS, which you've worked so hard for, you know, for the past 9 weeks, and even before that, you know, how many months they've trained, they've practiced, how many games they played to really get into LCS.
So let's have a look at our second replay then, our 2 of 2, and no real surprises what it's going to be.
I'm not even going to talk what happens here. Let's just get the replay on your screen, and we'll just follow Froggen as he does his little stroll through the entire enemy base of Fnatic here. So, of course, going to ulti into the base, and we'll just follow it.
Just stick on him. We need no commentary here.
Nope.
Because it's just awesome. And yeah, he's done a lot of damage. Obviously, they were fighting on the inhibitor turret up on the top lane there, which, you know, wasn't the perfect fight, most perfect fight ever. Froggen, the last man left alive here. The super minions came in. This is actually great wild cards that come out right now. You see that? That actually gets him 1 and a bit. It was the second gold card that actually finished off the kill for a double. You see that N-Rated is there super low as well. They managed to get the kill, but there's 3 super minions there hammering away on the Nexus. And despite being aced in the end, it's not often you see a game won when the team that won are all dead. Let's put it that way.
Yeah, it was. That was just a great play in general. That was the game sense and awareness you have to pull something off like that is just insane. Like he realized that they were going to lose that fight because of the resets that Xpeke got, and they're like, hey, I'm going to take my chances. I know I can get at least 1 inhibitor or 1 Nexus turret. I have a Lich Bane, I have a Death Cap, I have a Zhonya's. And he made, well, he got more than that. Let's just say he got 2 Nexus turrets and the win for EG.
Incredible play coming out of Froggen there to finish it off. And our MVP, we were actually not going to give it to Froggen, even though he had an amazing game. But when he does something like that to win the game and they're all dead, then you kind of have to do it. So we're going to give honourable mentions there to Krepo. I think that was our real plan for the MVP at the start because his initiations were spot on this game. There was a couple where Snoopy actually pulled them out of the Solar Flare and stuff like that, but you can't blame Krepo for that one. But obviously our MVP for this is going to be Froggen, winning the game for Evil Geniuses there in the back of the base whilst Fnatic were fighting at the inhibitor turret. A fantastic performance, and we talked about it. Froggen had to step up here against Xpeke, and to be honest, he did exactly that.
Yeah, there's not really much more to say. I mean, that was exactly what EG used to revolve around him as a player, and it wasn't necessarily about him, but he was the one making plays for his team, allowing everyone else to get fed as well. They didn't really even focus on his lane to give him the kills, but you know that might be the new strategy that EG is going to really enforce or really try to use.
Well, that's it from us for now. Thanks a lot, Jason, for joining me here on the analysis desk. And again, congratulations to Evil Geniuses on the victory over Fnatic. Let's get over to the main stage where Shox is waiting with Froggen, our MVP.
Thank you. Who else could be the interviewee than MVP Froggen, of course. Now, Froggen, at the end of the game, you thought, I'm going to beat Xpeke at his own game, even though your team lost the team fight.
Yeah, I did write on Twitter that it was really easy to pull an Xpeke, so I kind of had to prove it.
Really easy. Now, your performance was just on point, and the biggest difference, I think, was a couple of weeks ago when you were on TF and you just destinied into the enemy team kind of in the middle of nowhere, and now everything was on point. Your destinies, your Zhonya's. So what changed in your mindset specifically?
I don't think
I changed a lot. It was more about my team. Like, we've been playing a lot more careless. We've been playing a lot of Leona, and where we just going in, not care about anything, and that's basically what we did. And that made us get an early lead, so we could snowball it all the time. So it basically just made it easier. Everybody played careless.
Did you by any chance get a cook, and is that why you have more time to train?
Yep, we definitely did get somebody to cook for us, so we actually had time to practice.
No, but for real now, EG, great team, and actually going for that third place spot. So do you think you're stronger than a team than a Copenhagen Wolves who could catch up to you, or SK who's currently there?
I don't think we're I think we're pretty much equal, but we have more experience, so that's in our favor. But I think if we practice like we did in the past week, we'll definitely be a top team again.
All right. Now, finally, is the best Froggen better than the best Alex Ish or the best Expeke?
That's kind of a hard question. I think if I'm playing a champion with a lot of potential, I would say yes. Somebody like Lux.
Thank you very much, Froggen, and congratulations once again. Now, before we go into a short break, I'd like to remind you of our Twitter question for today. Which European LCS Pros playstyle has most influenced your own game, and why? You can always tweet your answer at LOL Esports, #LCS. And now, Against All Authority is on its way back up since trading support Corellius for Dude. Now, they have to prove if they can keep up with that new energy Dude brought into the team. What will Against All Authority show us versus Gambit? We'll find out when we return. Don't go anywhere. Thank you. Welcome back, everyone, to the League of Legends Championship Series studio here in Cologne. I'm sitting here with Leduc, who is involved with Dragonborn. So how exactly are you? What's your function with Dragonborns?
I'm the coach of Dragonborns.
So are you the person that calls all the shots, or?
No, I'm a supportive element. So I do data stuff, I do replay stuff, and I give them like information to work on, but I'm not the person who's doing the shots. Everyone does.
Everyone takes the shots and now makes the shots, excuse me. And like Dragonborn started off pretty strong in the season with some good strats, some innovative strats, but then it kind of went downhill. So what initiated that?
I think LCS is can be very frustrating and exhausting because of the travel. Now at the moment we have 2 students, and it's very difficult to uphold school, travel, and LCS. And I'd say over the weeks you could really like see this having an effect on the team overall. But yeah, I guess that's it.
So you decided to mediate by doing some changes in your team, some roster swaps. In hindsight, were they the best changes?
Well, I'd say in our current situation, I'm really glad that we have Maluna back. He is a great person and a great player. And we had our trouble, but I'd say with our current setup, I'm very happy.
All right, very happy also with what Yamato brought to the team instead of Spontex. That was also a point of discussion.
People haven't really seen the true strength of Yamato, and they probably don't see it as an outsider because Yamato is a strategist. He makes a lot of level 1 calls, he does strategy, he works great as a team and makes calls, and I'd say he is a very valuable part of the team, and I wouldn't want to miss him.
All right. Now, you know, last week, you guys were kind of down and out. We saw them with the hats on before the team, going with that Lulu top. And then this week, just against Gambit, very strong performance, even though you didn't win. Standard picks, good play. What changed in this week in between?
First of all, I guess I have to say Lulu top is not a troll pick. Even Koreans are playing it, even though it kind of went a little bit unfortunate. I'd say the reason was we prepared really hard for the AAA game on Saturday. We kind of got dominated, and everyone was very let down. But we had a serious talk, everyone went back together, and yeah, I'd say at the moment the team spirit is at an all-time high, and we are working really hard, and I guess you could see it in the Gambit game that we were really trying our hardest and had a decent shot at it.
Absolutely, focus on the positive. So what are you going to do so we can see you in the second half of the LCS here?
Well, I guess there's a high chance we're going to end up in relegation matches, even though I guess we're trying to work against it, but I guess we have to face the fact that we might play in them. And I'd say we're going to prepare really hard. If we are 7th or 8th place, we'll end up having a bye week before the relegation matches, and we're going to boot camp and train really hard. And I think we're going to end up playing Nature Makers, and we defeated them before, and we're probably going to do it again.
Strong words here. Thank you very much, sir. Now, it's time for our next match. It's going to be Against All Authority versus Gambit. And our commentators for this one are Joe Miller and Jason Kaplan. Ready to dive into the action, guys?
Definitely ready after the performance we saw from Dragonborns earlier on today against Gambit. Now, obviously, this game is still very much a bottom-of-the-table clash. I mean, we've got a very difficult... For me, a difficult game coming up for both sides. I mean, Against All Authority, they're down there. Gambit, they've gone to the top, but they've also just seen that Fnatic have, been beaten by Evil Genius, and I'm kind of wondering if that's going to have an effect on Gambit now, whether like, we're top of the league now, and whether they'll back off the pressure a little bit. But obviously, the last 2 times that these teams met, Gambit came out victorious in both of them, and Against All Authority really need that upset today for their league. And let's not forget, of course, that Against All Authority are playing with a different roster than we've seen for most of the season, with the new addition of a new support dude.
Yep, and like you said, Against All Authority are currently 6th place in LCS and really need to keep picking up wins just to hold on to that spot because the Giants are nipping at their heels at this point. But the whole identity of Against All Authority has really changed over bringing Diode into the team. It's like he brought a new breath of fresh air into the team. They're playing a lot more comfortable, a lot more as a team together. I have to say it. That every lane is just like, I can relax. I can have fun for once with the game. And because of that, they're all improving just in their entire play style. And we'll see if they can really go up against their real test here against Gambit. Like, because DU come into the team, this is the real deal maker. Like, this is the real game you have to perform, or it really doesn't mean anything.
Yeah, we can talk about Dude's performance up till now, all day. It's been 3 games at the end of it. He is leading the top of the standings in terms of KDA, which after 3 games, yeah, we can talk about. He's done great. He's got himself up there. The other guys have played between 20 and 23 games, I think, by now. So it's not completely fair to consider, the KDAs of both teams. One thing that we definitely can consider, though, is the fact that they have met these 2 times before, and that Gambit have won them both.
Yeah, and so far Gambit has won, like you just said, every single time. But, now that they're in their first place, they want to hold on, just like you're saying, if they're going to feel a little bit comfortable in that position, or maybe they'll be able to, hold on. Well, I mean, we know Gambit. They're always a team that can do that, but they're always a team that can, out of nowhere, just surprise you at how bad they play. I mean, it's kind of a truth, but, I'm expecting this late in the season they're going to be playing on par as we're used to. But now Gambit, they're 6-1 in the past 2 weeks, and they look unstoppable. They're really fighting and really trying to hold on to that first place, and we'll see if anyone can bring them out of that position.
Well, we are getting late on in the season, of course, so if there's a time for both or for any of these teams, all 8 of them really, to step up, this is probably the time right now. And, staying in first place is the main aim for Gambit Gaming in this situation. So with all that said and done, let's have a look at how the 2 teams look coming into this matchup, starting off with Against All Authority and their top laner. We call him top lane just for the sake of having that top lane guy in there, but of course, Freddy has been all around. We have, of course, Virtual in the jungle, Slayer in the middle, or the top, or wherever he's going to be this time around, and the AD carry in support of No and Dude.
And of course, over on Gambit's side, the red team for this game, Darren in that top lane, Diamondprox in the jungle, Alexich in the mid lane, and Genja and Edward in the bottom lane.
So before we hit Champion Select, we are going to be breaking down 2 key players in this game, starting off with the new support for Against All Authority, Dude.
And of course, Against All Authority has picked up 2 wins out of the last 3 games with him in these past couple of weeks. He's already played Janna, Thresh, and Lulu, and has shown his diversity as a support and how differently the team can play with this new kind of champion pool. Like you said before, he's currently leading Europe in the KDA rankings, which might be a little sign to Edward to try to take that away from. But, to be honest, all of that doesn't really matter because this is the real test for him, and Against All Authority, their match versus Gambit.
Yeah, this is definitely his test up until now from the 3 games that we've seen. But of course, his opposite number in this one, he is 2nd in the KDA ratings right now. And if we know anything about Edward, he might want to change that here.
And not to mention, he currently has 56% of the All-Star vote for that support role. He's been an amazing support, but his aggression goes unmatched by anyone. And because of that, he always puts fear into the eyes of the enemy's bottom lane. It's the first time he'll be going up against Dude as well. And being 2nd on KDA right now, he has to play a lot really aggressive. I talked to him beforehand. He has a couple of things already prepared to go for this. And early on, always played a phenomenal support. He never has a bad game.
If you asked me when was the last time Edward had a bad game, honestly, I couldn't tell you about it. I kind of pride myself on statistics. I'm a bit of a stat man, or a stat man, as that should actually be. Statman Joe. Yeah, but I can't point out a point. I'm going to kill myself with this one. I can't point out a time that Edward has ever really played bad. So moving on away from that stuff, we took some time, as per usual, to talk to the players coming into this game. And while Against All Authority, as you could expect, show great respect for their opponents, Gambit in this case, Gambit seemed to have, a lot of confidence coming up against All Authority.
I think that AA is one of the weakest teams.
I don't think they are a strong team. The new lineup will not change anything.
Versus Gambit is going to be hard. In Gambit, the strongest players is all of them. Actually, they know each other so well, they're very strong.
If they catch up their game, they can be threat, but I still think that we're able winning them.
It's a very strong team. I think it's one of the best.
We can beat Gambit with a lot of luck.
So there he, from an ever cheerful No. Even when it was said, him and Corralius weren't getting on that much, you wouldn't have ever noticed it from No.'s face because he is the man that always has a smile, and we'll see if he can make that even bigger with their game here against Gambit Gaming. Certainly not an easy one for them. We're going to get into Champion Select, but first of all, Jason, talk us through what we can expect from the bans and the picks.
You know, this is a really tough one because at least for against the Authority side, you don't really know. Oh, you know who to ban on Gambit, but you're limited 3 bans only. So you always have a tough time choosing out the key members to take away. I mean, Kaz, we've seen Alexich do time and time again just how of a good player he is on him. But we do see already some bans coming in. Jarvan going to be taken away on Gambit's side, as well as Zed for against the Authority. They don't want to go up against Alexich on that. And I wouldn't be surprised to see actually Elise as their last ban, or maybe target a jungler here, because you don't want to, yeah, there's the jungler. You don't want to let Diamond get somewhat on a more of a comfort champion, taking away that Nasus, but you're going to pretty much give him that volley bear if you don't want to take that away as your first pick.
Yeah, and we saw in our first game today, and we've seen it so many times in the LCS, why Kha'Zix is a smart pick against Gambit Gaming. Alex is an absolute monster with Kha'Zix. Anyway, final ban here for Gambit. They've already taken Jarvan out against Virtual Slayer, as they're not going to have the chance to play Diana here. So let's see what the final ban will be, and it will be a Varus ban against Nono.
Okay, and I want to see if Against Authority picks up Volley Bear onto Virtual, but if they did that, like you just see right there, Thresh would have gone over to Edward. And remember, this is a battle between the supports. You have the highest KDA versus the second highest KDA right now. You know these supports want to play a comfort champion and really want to get kills on. And, you know, Thresh can be that for Dude, but we know Edward, Lulu can be his champion to really get some kills on. We've seen so many games in LCS so far where he would go unkilled and have like 5 or 6 kills to his name.
I think any support can be Edward's support to secure kills on. That's the point that he prides himself on. But the first pick's coming in, Elise, which we've seen already played from Darian. Now, right now they're hanging on Shen as well, which will be quite an interesting pick for me.
Yeah, because we have Darren who can play Elise. He's played him in quite a few different games, but he also plays Shen. And I don't remember Diamond ever playing jungle Shen. You have Volley Bear available to pick up if you want to take him. There's also Hecarim, which we've seen him do phenomenally well on him, but they certainly still are hovering over that. And if they do lock that in, we're either going to see, obviously, that jungle Elise or jungle Shen. I'm curious to see how well Diamond could do on either.
Well, he's certainly running the clock down with that Shen in there. And it will be Shen locked in here for Gambit. So we'll see how they're all switched around. Of course, could be Elise in the top lane, Shen in the jungle. Or it could be Elise in the jungle, Shen in the top. Could be Elise in the middle lane and Shen in the top. Or in the jungle. They're 2 picks. Basically, what I'm trying to say is that could really go anywhere for Gambit.
Yeah, it's very true. And the thing is, they left Volley Bear open. And that makes you think they did that on purpose. Like, there was a reason for that. Because you know, if Diamond has him available, him or Nasus, he's going to snatch him up. So against Authority, do they want to get baited into that? Do they want to pick him up? Maybe go for a different jungler? As it looks like they're going to be hovering over their AD carry and their top laner, well, top laner here, over on Renekton. So that's going to be a good pickup, as we know how phenomenally well Darren plays Renekton, but sending Freddy 1-2 against him on Elise might be a very interesting matchup.
Yeah, and Freddy is, as you said, a very big Renekton player. Both him and Wicked have shown earlier on, I think up to week 7 or week 8, in fact it was a week in Lille, they both played mostly Renekton, or it was their most peak champion. Misfortune, again, very strong right now. Not really a surprise to see coming out from Nolan, especially with the fact that Varus will be banned out for this game. Gambit now with their second round of picks, currently sat, Lulu or Blitzcrank. This is something in the game earlier on. The Edward, we saw how focused he was switching between both Lulu and Blitzcrank in that one. He actually was hovering over Sona here. Obviously, this is Alex this time around who's making that pick for them. So, interested to see which support they end up locking in.
I can hear their team speak right now. Edward just saying, Lulu. No, wait, Blitzcrank. No, Sono. No, Lulu. Just constantly over and over, trying to get him to switch champions for that support lane. And it looks like they will be locking in that Lulu. But who's their AD carry? That's the real thing. And I'm thinking potentially Kog'Maw. But as I say that, he does lock in the Ezreal. I mean, because that's another one of his go-to champions is that Kog'Maw. And without Jarvan in the mix, you have that protection. Like, you cannot be dove on that easily. But they do go for that Ezreal. We do have Lulu as well. So bot lane is going to be very interesting. And now that leads Against Authority to have a really strong initiate since they have a Lulu. Like, you have Thresh if you can land a hook and get in there to really set your team up. But they might need someone else to really be that person to set up an entire fight for you, because you can't depend on those Thresh hooks every single time.
Well, of course, we're still waiting for a mid laner here and a jungler most likely coming out of Against All Authority. So, and that Volley Bear has gone through completely at this stage. The bear is still available, and there is an Orianna right now for Against All Authority, which, you know, with a Renekton, makes sense as well. He can get in there fairly quickly.
And more importantly, the Thresh. Because if you see him hook in, you put the ball on him, gives him extra armor, extra magic resist, which he's already tanking up as it is with the souls. But once he gets in there, it's like, hey, I'm going to put my cage down. I'm going to pull you all in with the Orianna ultimate. And you're not going to be able to get away. The downside is, though, they are lacking a lot of damage right now.
Yeah, and that's one thing that we don't often talk about with Thresh. We get so caught up in the whole hook that we forget that, you know, you can also activate it a second time and get straight in on top of them, which I guess with that Orianna ball on top of him would as well be a perfect way to start off a fight. The Volibear also was locked in there for Virtual in the jungle. Final pick here for Gambit is going to be a Karthus for Alexic.
Okay, well, I mean, that's a perfect kind of person to pick up when you know the enemy team is going to be diving in you. I would expect him to build a Rod of Ages. He needs to get a little tanky here because he wants to be in the middle of Against Authority and be taking this damage and really obviously put that Defile down, put the Lay Waste down. And that's a good person to pick up. Not to mention you also have a slow on top of that, so you can keep Volibear away from you, who Virtual is currently running that flash. So he wants to be able to grab someone, but it's pretty much at the point of who do you grab? You don't want to send Karthus into your own team, and you're not going to be able to get to Ezreal. You're most likely not going to be able to get to Lulu, so it's pretty much up to Shen or Elise, and they're going to naturally build tanky as the game goes on.
So run us through your favorites in this lineup, Sue. Lineups that we've not seen heavily from either team so far, especially this Shen for Diamond in the jungle.
Right.
Really not concerned, but really interested to know what he's going to bring to the table with a Shen.
And the same thing, like
as they do a last-minute switch, and it's going to be an Elise in the jungle.
Even more interesting.
Still, we've not seen too much Elise in the jungle for Diamond either.
Yeah, the only person that really runs from the jungle for Europe is Morden on the Giant side. So we'll see how well he works with this. But you look at game one when Giants were playing against Gambit was playing against Dragonborns. They were all playing comfort champions. Now it's kind of switched up. Now we have Diamond on Elise, which we've never seen happen so far. Alex on, Karthus. He's a very good Karthus, but we haven't seen that too much in LCS this first split. Curious to see how well it works in the end, but you know, they're running double exhaust, which means if anyone does get into your team, they're going to be shut down completely. And when you have Against Authority who has 2 major damage dealers, and that's about it, if one of them gets taken out, then they're pretty much going to do nothing for the rest of the fight.
Well, interesting to see how this one all goes. You can see the concentration there for Against All Authority. Certainly could do with an upset victory here against Gambit. Which, you know, the interesting point about that as well is that Giants, who are behind them right now, but they're definitely not far away, Giants have had 2 wins against Gambit up till now.
Yes, actually, 3 of the Giants' 6 wins have been against, or 2 against Gambit, like you just said, and 1 against EG. So that's not a bad ratio to have. You know, let it be you only have 6 wins, but still.
So we're going to get into game here then. Against All Authority versus Gambit, our 3rd match here of Week 9 Saturday. Jason, talk us through level 1 because EG versus Fnatic was explosive at level 1. Can we expect something similar here?
I think if we're going to see anything like that, it'll most likely come out of Against Authority side to wait for Gambit to make a move, just like EG was waiting for Fnatic to come into that banana bush on the top side. So it's going to be up to them to really make the first bit of play, but as you're seeing, they're just kind of lining up. They're not really trying to be super aggressive here. And Against Authority doesn't seem to me like they want to go for that. They don't really have an amazing team for level 1 in terms of damage, but they do have a decent amount of control. And then on Gambit's side, you have a lot of damage with just Ezreal, who can take that Q and just poke you down, not to mention his auto attacks. Karthus, who's going to be hurting quite a bit. You have a CC potentially to use out of Elise and Shen. So looks like both teams, instead of going for any sort of action, just going to go into their respective lanes, which we're seeing swaps happen.
Yeah, we will see Lulu Ezreal in that top lane up against Freddy by the looks of things, but we'll wait on that a little here. We can see that both teams really setting up that line defense. There was a ward put down by Edward in the tri-bush, and there will be one for Against All Authority just outside of the tri-bush there, so they get a little bit of an earlier warning should the opposition decide to come down and invade that bottom side of the map. But honestly, Jason, it looks like we're going to see pretty standard starts here for both sides.
Yeah, and what's really interesting is that Gambit, they set their AD carry support, or AD carry and support top lane, which they weren't trying to do that to counter anything Against Authority was trying to. They just didn't want to go up against a Thresh and a Misfortune who hit level 2 before you will. So they're like, hey, we're probably going to lose if we go head-to-head against them, so let's send ourselves top lane, go against Freddy 1-2-2, and Edward might be a little upset by that since he doesn't get to work on the KDA of Dude, but that is a smart choice for them overall.
Well, he'll definitely have his chances as we work through the game. We see Virtual here having the help of Dude and Nono to start off his red buff. We saw previously to that Alexic actually taking the Wraiths as his own, so he wants that little bit of a boost there in that middle lane as well. He's going to get back into the pattern here with Slayer as well on Orianna. So this bottom lane actually for Darian, he's going to take a little bit of damage. Shadow Dash taking that level 1 for him. He gets over the wall.
And he also has 8% spell penetration, which, I mean, it's not really expected to see on a Shen, but it's going to help, I guess, as the game progresses on to do some steady damage, but that really will hurt him under his own turret, trying to get those last hits. I just seen them just zoning him quite a bit, which is exactly what you have to do when you're against a ranged support. You have a really tough time getting any sort of CS, but now Virtual going to be taking his own blue here. Might try to make his presence known in the top lane, but he would be spotted going in from a ward.
So will we see any 3-men ganks onto these solo lanes, which, now that kind of thing we saw a lot coming into, I'd say up to around week 4 or so, and they just stopped happening.
Right.
People, you know, really wise up to them. The early wards were put down to make sure that they were safe from that one. But with the fact that they, you know, started to fall out of favor, that means that at this point in the tournament, in the league, in the season, that you can actually pull that out as a surprise package.
And it worked earlier on, as we saw. But the thing is, like, Fnatic kind of turned it around. They stopped it from happening because of the aggressive ping warding they put down, just to kind of delete any vision, so they could send a third person to the top lane to go for a gank. But we have Diamond. He's going to be coming around, it looks like, but he was spotted by a ward as he heads over towards this middle lane. And of course, Virtual, I mean, he's doing a smart play. He notices that there's a big mini wave pushing into his top lane turret, so he's sticking around just to make sure it doesn't take too much damage. In the meantime, it allows Diamond to just have free reign over his own jungle, or over the enemy jungle.
Yeah, actually, Diamond is right now in the Against All Authority jungle. I was just taking a peek down towards the walls at that stage. I'm interested to see, you know, what Diamond brings to the table here with this Elise. If it's, you know, a normal Diamond, then it's probably quite a lot that he's going to bring to play.
Yeah, he is the person to watch if you want to learn how to play a new jungler or learn about a potential new hidden OP jungler. And we've seen Morden do it. We've seen him do, you know, quite well in a couple of times, though in the past couple of weeks hasn't been too strong on it. But we'll see how he gets his own little twist onto that champion.
So right now, the CS between those two solo laners, 13-8 in favor of Renekton. He's had a couple of waves pushed under his own turret. Has actually coming back to lane now with the Doran's Blade added into that elixir, and still got 3 pots from the start. Obviously, it was a cloth armor 5-pot start coming out of Shen. But here we go, Diamond coming back down into this bottom lane now. He's going to give a little bit of support to Darian so that he's got the freedom to maybe go back, but at least, you know, stop any of that damage coming onto the turret.
And the big thing is that whole CS discrepancy comes from Virtual sitting around in the top lane, allowing Freddy to get that CS, not to be too afraid about it. So with Diamond in the vicinity, Darren should be able to pick up a little bit of CS and really kind of catch up, as we see the hook missing, but that might be the key for them to go in.
Yeah, the hook landing there in on towards the minion, which was not exactly what they were planning for in that situation, but Diamond is still waiting off to the side. He has not made a move as of yet to show his presence, so let's see if that can lure Against All Authority in here. We can see the damage coming down from Nono, and if a taunt comes down from Darian here, that's when they could really open things up, as the hook is going to land. There is the taunt coming in on towards Nono. Repel comes down from Diamond, but can they secure a kill from this one? Both Diode and Nono have taken damage as the cocoon lands in towards Diode. Where are they going to go with this one? It looks like Diode will be the target as he flashes away. Actually, turn around here from Nono as well, as he puts down a good amount of damage to Darian. He will have to shadow dash back towards the tower.
That was a great play by Diode right there to block that cocoon that came in. We do have Virtual coming around from the side, trying to see if he can make a play happen here. He does spot Diamond going back towards the second tier turret, and might be able to catch him here over towards the blue buff.
Oh, and Diamond definitely not healthy at this point. Virtual gonna come around the side. We'll drop the fear in there. We'll fling Diamond back towards him. We'll chomp him. There's a flash over, and the repel at the last second for Diamond just about gets him away. That is the most ridiculous timing I have ever seen on a repel. I thought he was dead. I thought he was dead. I was like, where's the first blood sign? He wasn't dead. He repelled at the most amazing time from that one. Incredible.
My jaw is still dropped from that one, Joe. That was so well played by Diamond, showing how well he can put a twist on this Elise right now. What a great play, blowing the flash out of Virtual as well, so they know he won't be as effective in any ganks that will be happening in the next couple of minutes. But just wow, what a great start to this game.
Yeah, that was Micro is best, to be honest with you. The calculation that you have to do to get that going. I don't think he actually expected the flash to come over, and that's why he left it so late in the end. But what a play out of him. As Virtual actually having to come up here towards that top turret. Not going to go in there for the fling, but he's crucially saved that turret, at least for now. Against All Authority did take down the outer turret in the bottom lane, so they get the advantage on that front and on the gold front.
Yeah, because Virtual got Diamond pushed out of lane so quickly, they were able to pick up that turret, even though he tried holding on to it. But so it's a great pickup for Against All Authority. They're up 500 gold at this point, but the top lane is being pressured quite a bit. That turret will be going down, so we're even now on turrets, and we're going to have those lane swaps happen yet again.
Yeah, is Blue Buff going to be giving over towards Alex Ich as well? We can probably talk a little bit now about the items as we start to develop things coming out. Actually, the CS, just to quickly touch on that, is very even across the board right now. There's only, I think, a 5 differences, the biggest that it is there in the middle and between the AD carries as well. So, mid lane start, Chalice for Orianna, Tia for Karthus.
And I love that you pointed out the CS, Joe, because Gambit, that's not what they usually do. Like, they're the ones to, you know, if they may lose, you know, on turrets or something like that, they'll always be ahead in terms of CS. So against Authorities, give them a run for their money. And the items being built up so far, nothing too impactful. Seeing the Chalice onto Schleia kind of, it doesn't worry me, but it intrigues me to see what he's going to go if he actually does turn it into Athene's and Holy Grail, or is just keeping onto it right now to keep up with Alex in that lane.
Well, Schleia is going to be gifted his blue buff here in just a second by Virtual, who's done most of the damage to that one. And that will give a blue buff to both mid laners now in this scenario. And finally, we're going to see AD carry support in the bottom lane. Wondering if Against All Authority might try and switch that up and put some pressure on the top lane onto Darian again.
I'm not too sure. I have to say at this point, Nono kind of, he isn't as strong as he would be early on in lane, as you see Edward just being super aggressive, but they're already getting zoned away from their minions, so that actually might come into play, but they seem pretty confident right now to go up against this combo.
Yeah, and that's the thing about the hook. They've got to pull that Lulu in there who's going to get slows down onto them. And Ezreal's going to have a bit of a free time then to just be hammering away from the side. So we'll see if that's what they plan to do. As we are seeing Freddy coming down towards his middle lane. Virtual is there as well. So that could have ended up being 3 men coming into Alex. But he's playing very, very safe on his turret, which is kind of what you couldn't do as Karthus, you know? Stick there, throw out those Qs to pick up the CS as you go. Diamond coming down. Actually, Volibear is on this bottom side as well, as Gambit really start to push this lane back out.
You know, I like how you mentioned Alex just in his turret farming away, because that's not the type of player typically is. We do see the hook actually land on Edward. They are going to go in for this.
Yeah, they knock him back. There goes the box put down. Edward now in a lot of trouble as Virtual comes in from the side, but it's a bullet time from Nono that finishes off. And there is our first blood. 9 minutes and 40 seconds in. Obviously could have been a little bit different if Diamond's amazing repel didn't happen earlier. But right now, the Dragon had been started by Diamond. He's going to pull that out there. Does get a little bit of a reset, but looks like Gambit are going to commit to this one.
And they should be able to pick this up as well. We do see Thresh coming up the side. Virtual as well. They actually aren't able to get it. We do see the hook landing and do get it exhausted.
Wow, it actually flashed. No, sorry, Arcane shifted away from that one. And now Nono going to be the focus here. Repel coming down on towards Virtual. Can they lock him up? Dude is definitely not healthy at this stage as well, as Karthus is going to get right in there in the mix, but they can't quite get past that tower. The minions were just a little bit outside of range.
And you saw what happened right there is that they actually killed Nono before he got pulled all the way through with that lantern. Great job by them. They picked up Dragon, they picked up a kill, and they might be able to pick up this bottom turret as we see the rest of Gambit going to be circling around, potentially trying to pick up anyone else Against All Authority. But I was trying to point out, as we do see the Orianna ultimate missing in that mid lane, great flash out of Edward to dodge that.
Well, we say missing, but it really was about the dodge from Edward. I mean, that was a spot-on shockwave for all intents and purposes, but great reactions again from Edward to do that. However, that's not going to be enough for them to keep a hold of this turret. So that's Against All Authority going 2-1 up, but as is true to the whole style of Gambit, we saw that against Dragon Balls. They were behind in kills to them, but they kept a stronghold on the Dragon, which really helped them out keep that gold in their favor. And right now, it's a similar scenario.
And the thing is, if you want to beat Gambit, you have to be able to beat them early on, but you have to be able to beat them as the game goes on. You have to be able to beat them in a team fight, and that's what Gambit excels so strongly at. And that's what I'm worried about Against Authority, if they can, because they haven't had a lot of time with DU, but it's shown promise. And we'll see right here if they have been working on that and have the potential to take them down in these team fights.
So let's have a look at the CS between the AD carries here. 86 to 77 in favor of Genja. Despite the fact that Nono got that first blood, obviously he did die straight away after that. And it's a 200 gold lead only for Misfortune after all that is said and done. Obviously the first blood really helping things out there, and that's given him that Vamp Scepter already now, comparing that over to the BF sword that both players have with the Doran's Blade.
And Genja is sitting on 1,400 gold right now, so when he wants to back pick an item, most likely that Bloodthirster coming up very soon, he will be able to have it in his hands. And I want to focus on something I've been trying to this whole time, is that Alex, he's playing Karthus, which hasn't fit his style lately. He likes playing, you know, champions that can assassinate the other team, that can get around into the other lanes and really help out.
Well, they can assassinate the entire team.
That's what I was getting to. Exactly, that's what I was going for. So his real big play of that is just to hit R wherever he is. It's a little bit different than his style, but we'll see how it works out, because we know how strong of a Karthus he is.
Yeah, definitely got that catalyst in there. So going up towards that Rod of Ages, which we expected, which you called early on after we did see those initial picks come out. The Chalice has now been turned into the Athene's Unholy Grail as a first item from Slayer.
I was really curious about that item. He's going to need that match resist to go against Alex, even with Diamond, who's going to be building a little bit of AP, as you see, has Sword Boots already. So it was a little bit of a curiosity item, but that will help with the cooldown reduction. They are going to try to contest blue here, and they might be able to get it as Virtual's waiting on the sideline. There's nowhere to spawn the blue in that bush, though.
This could be definite interesting play coming out. As Virtual going to get hit there by the Cocoon. There's the wall of pain coming down. You see how much that slows a normally extremely speedy bear away. Virtual lost half of his health, but they did get away. The blue buff was, however, taken by Diamond. Had to smite it there to make sure it wasn't stolen.
Yeah, and that's the right call any day. And we saw something right there with that little bit of an engage. A problem that might arise for Against All Authority is the whole initiate. So we talked about, you know, they have Bresh to go for that, but they potentially needed someone else. And with Virtual, I mean, he's going to be dependent on that flash. So he has a really hard time getting into the entire lineup of Gambit when they have so many slows. And dependent on that Thresh hook only might be the downfall of Against All Authority in these fights because, you know, it's Gambit. The chance of landing a good hook onto him are really slim.
Oh, Freddy actually going quite aggressive there on towards Darian. If we compare their items, Freddy at the moment already got that giant spell in with a longsword and still that elixir, by the way, from earlier on, which is up until now not used. Now, talk us through Darian's choice here, because he's gone for that Sightstone earlier. We saw this from him in last week's play as well.
Yeah, last week it was a little bit different, the situation, because he was playing Elise against a Kha'Zix, so he wanted to deny that passive out of Kha'Zix, because we're seeing the blue buff contested. We'll get back to that in just a second, see if it does get stolen away, because it's a big deal if it does, and they do actually get it. But they do engage on a Diamond.
Yeah, there's a shockwave coming down. There is the repel once again, but Diamond's coming straight in on top of him. He uses the flash, but Orianna coming in. There is the Stan United from from Darian, and that's going to save Diamond again in a split second by all rights. He should have died twice now already here. And that's, again, just a testament to how quick Diamond is on the fingers. I mean, Repel, you're like, well, he's waited a load of time for this one. He's coming right back on top of him, and he flashes the instant he hits the floor.
And they didn't want to separate from each other because he could land on someone else and potentially get away, but that flash coming up just in time for him to hop over that wall, and that's, I guess, why he is the #1 pick so far, and they also are voting for the jungler.
Yeah, I can't agree with the public's choice up until this stage. There's definitely no way that I could say that Diamond is not deserving of that one. As Freddy going to come in here on towards Darian as well. Of course, knows that Stan United's not going to be up for him to move anywhere shortly. So let's go back to the CS once again, because it remains relatively close as Darian just gets stunned up there, but I don't think Freddy in his current state is too ready to be going underneath the turret of Darian at this point. So 105 to 96 in the top lane. Mid lane, Karthus, as you'd probably expect by now, especially since it's Alex Hitch on Karthus. 163 to 150 ahead, so nice 10-12 CS lead there. 80 carries though. Genja, in typical Genja style, has had more time to free farm up, and he will quite happily take that lead. 135 to 112 now.
Yeah, that's the thing. You can punish him in lane. You can pick up, you can like deny him a little bit in lane, but he's always going to come back. He always is farming that bottom lane. Even in the first game versus Dragonborns, he was always off by himself, just picking up that extra CS, because he always is like the thing late game that keeps him in. Like, he's always the one that can make big plays for his team as the game's at the 30-40 minute mark, because he's been farming the entire time. And Joe, you talked about Darren a little bit in terms of items, and he has that Sightstone. And I was mentioning he's playing Elise last week, and we saw him play against a Kha'Zix, so he's used it to stop the Kha'Zix passive. But it's kind of just the play style of Darren, where he likes to be super aggressive, likes to always push his lane out. So with those wards, he's going to be a lot more safe. He won't get caught as much. And we do see it against Authority. Starting off Dragon here, they should be able to lock it down, because no one really on Gambit is in position to stop this, but we might see a fight come off the back of this.
Nicely done there. Is the wall of pain down. We see Alex trying to get involved on things there, but can't quite get the damage off. There's a Lantern to pull one back into safety as well, and a nice pickup from Against All Authority. They're still, though, behind in gold, but it's literally about 50 to 60 at this point.
Yeah, they're doing a phenomenal job of keeping in this game. I mean, we're all tied on kills. We're not tied on turrets at this point for Against All Authority, having that one turret ahead of them, but this is the new Against All Authority. Like, we just saw the new EG come back to life and how well they play. This is what we've seen Against All Authority do these past 2-3 weeks.
And Against All Authority do now have their game in-house set up. We'll take a look at that sometime this weekend. Not going to spoil for when exactly that one's coming. But that, as we've seen, can really make a big, big difference in how a team can prepare for specific matchups. And this weekend is one of the easier weekends. I'm not going to say easy, because it never is, but easier weekends to prepare for specific matchups, because it's just 4 games a day.
Yeah, very true. We do have a pause coming in. Not sure exactly what will be happening, but as we do see in chat, there is a buggy keyboard. But you know, this game, it's been relatively slow. I have to say, you know, in Gambit's kind of playstyle, they like being really aggressive early on, like picking up kills, like picking up early turrets, but Against Authority's been doing a great job of responding and stopping that aggression.
Yeah, and you have to give them credit for that one again. It's just I was talking about the whole gaming house that they've had the time to prepare specifically for this matchup there. And you can see Virtual is actually just hammering away on his keyboard. So a little birdie told me that doesn't generally fix things if you just, you know, smash your fist on it. Sometimes it works.
I think you try to turn it off.
That's how I always fix my TV. You know, just give it a smack on the side, and it always works again after that one. But actually, looks like it did work out in the end because we are going to be unpaused here, and we are going to get things going. So back into game, 17.5 minutes into this one. The gold, 23.6 to 23.8 thousand gold. Gambit still got the lead here in this game, but with that last dragon going over to Against All Authority, maybe that will change at some point soon.
Yeah, Against All Authority is showing no sign of stopping right now. They've been putting down some good wards so far. They've been investing quite a bit of money into pink wards, as you see currently 2 sitting on Dude at this point. They don't want to go for an early Oracle just yet, but they want to deny that vision away from Gambit. They want to get control of that dragon like we've been seeing them do, and just keep this sort of advantage they built up. I mean, I say advantage, they're down a little bit in gold, but being down that little in gold against Gambit is always an advantage.
Is the blue buff being stolen away from Gambit Gaming? That's a big one. That's a big pickup for Against All Authority. I mean, it's gone over to No, which you'd maybe want it on Orianna, who then will have their blue buff either way. So it's a great pickup to deny that from Alex Itchy over with Gambit. Obviously, they had to smite the last one away to stop it being stolen. So Alex has now not had 2 blue buffs in a row.
Yeah, that's great control onto Alex as well, because if you keep denying that away from him, he can't get that tier farmed up just as quickly, or at least he can't sustain it as long in lane. He does have the Rod of Ages, so the Catalyst will be able to give him a little bit of extra, you know, mana and health in the lane. But still, the cooldown reduction on his ultimate, taking that away from him is key. He hasn't used it just yet, but you know, when he does, it gives you that extra window of like 20-30 seconds if you want to go for a team fight.
Oh, and here we go. Freddy actually going in on towards Edward. Stan United, Wild Growth, all used. And now Freddy, will he find himself out of position? Karthus ultimate gonna come into this one. Darian's right in the middle as Freddy is gonna finish off Diamond. Darian going low, has to flash away as the bullet time comes through. Genji gets stunned up and finished off by Slayer. That is a 2-for-0 for Against All Authority. And I was just about to praise them and say, how often do you see teams warding up the Gambit jungle and taking everything away from them? We hardly ever see that. We've hardly ever seen that out of a team against Gambit, and I definitely didn't expect it from Against All Authority. They're doing a fantastic job here.
Usually it's the other way around, Joe. Usually it's Gambit's taking away your jungle the entire time, but they have Gambit. Because they stopped that early aggression from them, they forced them to play a little bit defensive, and it's allowed them to get in the jungle, it's allowed them to clear out some wards, and really get some engages that they know they're going to win, like you saw right there. That was such a great job Against Authority, knowing that Alex was not there because he didn't have the mana. He had to go back and get it all back to come into the fight. Just a perfect engage. Freddy as well. That was a great call by him to go in and really start that fight. And even, you know, Darren, he got an amazing taunt on 3 members of Against All Authority, but as you saw, it just wasn't enough.
And now we finally see Against All Authority have the lead in the gold. And everyone is starting to claw back that farm. Look at No, 160 to 164 right now. He's a good 500 gold ahead of his opposite number. Genja, middle lane, 6.9 to 6.9, almost bang even. It's a 40 gold lead for Orianna. Still 20 CS behind.
Oh, wow.
That kill and assist starting to come in.
Look what you see picked up on Orianna right now. Has a death cap, had so much money to back with. And if that fight, I mean, it was not one-sided in any way. It was still very close, but that might be the item that really turns things around.
So, turret low in the bottom lane. No, they try and get in there to stop. Alex Hitch doesn't quite get the bounce. There is the lantern thrown in for vision, and Alex forced to flash away from that one. And there you see the respect that the Gambit are having to give for Against All Authority. You know, some players would have just said, well, he's going to hook me at some point. I'm going to try and dodge it. Alex Hitch not even going to chance it.
Yeah, he definitely didn't want to go down yet again. I mean, he's already 0-0-1 at this point, 228 CS. It's a lead, but it's not as big a lead you would expect on a Karthus here, but you know, Against All Authority, they're doing a great job of shutting them down as well because they're keeping on these lanes. But you see Diamond getting caught in the mid lane.
What a hook there through the wall. Diamond, he is going to last minute repel from this and flashes away again. What is this guy doing? He is incredible today, but can he escape finally? There's the slow through the wall. There's the Wild Growth, but the bear chasing in. And there is Misfortune, flips him back. No will pick up the kill. And I thought we were going to see Diamond escape another one. This time, though, against Authority, lock him down, deservedly as well.
I was about to ask if he was a cat, because how many lives does he have right there? He already escaped twice early on. He almost escaped that time right there. Just phenomenal play. And, you know, we wondered how he was going to do on Elise, but we've seen just so far in this game. And from that play alone, even though he did die, he's a damn good Elise.
Yeah, he definitely has the skills to play this Elise. There's no doubt about that one. We still see Genja here farming up as typical Genja style, but it's only a 3 CS difference. There's the death cap coming into play. Alex taking a big hit. And that's in there with that Rod of Ages built up for that extra tankiness. And that against Authority, look at the timing. They're already down at the Dragon Pit with 2 men waiting. Orianna's coming down. Misfortune is there. Gambit, I'm not sure they're going to be able to react to this one. Oh, it looks like they're coming, so it looks like they want to, but against Authority might set up a trap here. There's no vision on the Dragon itself. There's the Spiderling to come out and reveal where Dude was sitting, and Gambit say, well, you leave, we're going to go for the Dragon.
Yeah, this is the point in the game where I'd say the bottom 4 teams have a tough time realizing when they actually can pick up a win in a team fight. But we do have going for a hard push on that middle lane. They will be able to catch Gambit pretty much in a bad position. They're going to have to go around if they want to get in. Dio getting ready with that hook. Doesn't land it, unfortunately, but they will get a lot of damage on his turret. Not enough to take it up, but Darren is waiting. He is on that top side. He does have his ultimate available. We could see an engage happening here, Joe, and it is.
There is a box going down. Diamond right in the middle of them here, as we are going to see Shen taunting in on towards the AD carry. No, Shockwave will pull Alex Hitch away from him. Darian going very low. Still no kills. Finally, Virtual goes down. Darian will die. Here comes the Karthus ultimate, which will surely force against Authority to back away. Freddy has to try and cover. Good damage from Slayer. Wild Growth goes down. The Wall of Pain will slow Freddy to a crawl, but the bullet time coming from the backside there of No. Is he going to look to finish off here? Does get the double up there at the end. Picks up the 1 kill, but he is going to be finished off, and that, a very messy encounter, leads to a 3 kills for both teams.
I have to apologize for that screen. That was very not manly, but that was such an amazing bullet time coming out of No right there, as he knew he was going to die, but bounced it right off Diamond into the face again, just picking up that kill. Still a 3-for-3 trade, but that was a phenomenal fight from both teams. A great engage out of Gambit, a great job out against Authority to try to go for that disengage. And we talked about before, is he going to go steal it?
Oh, he is going to steal it just about. Diamond actually came over the top of the wall there with the rappel, and you could see his team pinging on the minimap there, say Slayer, Slayer, but he got it in the end. And Diamond decided not to go too aggressive onto it. I mean, that is a very strong Orianna right now. We've seen how much damage she's been doing in those fights. A couple of big items picked up on the last trip home, though.
Yeah, we do see the Saracen Brace completed for Alex. He's going to need that. We see how squishy he is, like you pointed out earlier, even with that Rod of Aegis. That will help give him a little bit more pseudo-tankiness. Paired that up with Edward as well. And we see the Last Whisper picked up on Ez right now. So Genja looks like he will be building into a Guardian Angels as his 3rd major item, but the damage he has out of that is still pretty high at this point. And then you have Diamond. He's building a little bit of damage, a little bit of tankiness. With that Lock of the Onslaught, gets a nice cooldown reduction. But he also has a Haunting Guys on top of that. So you know he wants to go in for some good damage, which if he can get onto No, then they can pretty much eliminate one of their strongest damage carries, and that will pretty much give him a nice advantage in these fights.
Red buff going to be picked up there by Elise, as far as I could see. I'd assume it would have gone that way. As the hook is going to land here on towards Edward. He uses a Wild Growth on himself. We've got Renekton coming around the side. Ultimate on now for Freddy. They're going to try and lock down Edward with this one. There's the Shockwave bringing both Alex and Diamond in. And look at the damage. There's another last-second repel coming out as the bullet time. Not going to do too much, but they managed to kill Diamond off in the end. A 1-for-0. Another great play out of against All Authority. They're backing off towards Baron.
And they keep doing this time and time again. You pointed out earlier how we've never seen teams get in the jungle of Gambit and really take away their own jungle, but every time they've done that so far, they've been able to catch Gambit off guard, been able to pick up some kills, really been able to get a nice little bit of a lead at this point. 8-4 up in kills, 2-1 up in turrets, but this is the real decider. Like we mentioned before, Gambit, they love to be a late game team, they love to team fight against Authority. They can't keep picking off 1 or 2 kills and expect to get anywhere. They have to start taking some turrets. They have to start maybe taking a little bit more favorable fights, or at least get enough of an advantage to get some major items completed where they're comfortable to do that.
Incredible matchup here. And if you look at the gold, it's 8-4 in kills, 2-1 in turrets. The gold lead, it's not massive by any means here. 600 gold currently is that lead for against All Authority. And we've seen teams have gold leads against Gambit in the past, but their whole teamwork, the whole amazing synergy that these guys have playing together has pretty much always shone through in the long run. Against Authority, going to have to show some great character to get this one going. As we are seeing here, Freddy in that top lane. Diamond is actually coming around here, so Freddy might be in a little bit of trouble as Diamond is going to come in there. It's all going to be about a Cocoon and whether they can land that one, which they will do with the thanks of a ward. But look at Freddy. He is pretty tanky right now with that Negatron cloaking on top of the Sunfire cape as well. And he saunters away with almost half of his health left.
Yeah, that was a great job. He didn't really get taunted by Darren right there, was able to escape. But still, in the meantime, they've by being aggressive on the top lane, they've allowed Genja to start farming up again on the bottom lane. He is still working towards, it looks like, that GA, but you can't really do that. And it's the point of, against Authority, like, do they feel comfortable enough to make the next big major move? Because it's coming up to them. Gambit isn't going to give them an opportunity to win these fights. They're going to engage only when they want to. And I guess Authority has to make some sort of play here to really lock something down. It might come around Baron. It might come around in the jungle, which it's been so far. But we'll see as the time goes on.
1 minute, 15 seconds for that next dragon to come up. As Dude says, thanks for the 25 gold, Darian. Put that ward down there right on top of the blue buff bush. And that will be taken away. Edward now with the Oracle of his own. Gambit all around Baron here. I'm wondering if they're thinking this could be their major play to put them back in the lead in gold. It's only a 400 difference. That's obviously come down a little bit from the last time that I actually mentioned that one as well. So that kind of gives you the whole feeling that they are really at any moment being able to break this one back.
Yeah, and the thing is with Baron, I'm not sure that either team really wants to go for it because you're in such a tight cove, like in a confined area, where the Orianna ultimates could be extremely effective, the Shen taunt's gonna be extremely effective, the Lulu ultimate as well, not to mention Karthus just sitting around, hey, you know, let that defile down the lane waste can be doing so much damage to you, so both teams are just really hesitant at this point to go for that, and that's really the smart play. They're allowing Darren to go for the split push on the top lane, they're gonna force against Authority to react to this, and most teams don't know how to react to this split push kind of style.
Yeah, and that's one problem that a lot of teams have had against the top teams when they've gone for that style. As Alex here going to get caught out in his jungle by Freddy, but can against Authority get in there? That is a very fast bear who will flash in. Stand United going to come down, but he's not going to be in there quick enough. That is bad news here for Gambit. Shockwave going to pull Edward in. He used Wild Growth. 2 kills for against Authority, and now Diamond caught out position. He uses the repel. He will actually get away from the box just in time before it, well, just after it landed there. And that will be 2 kills coming down, 4 against Authority, but Gambit are still pushing here. Obviously, Darian did try and use Stan United to come back, but that won't be available to him now. Against Authority, turn to Baron.
And they're going to be conceding away a tier 2 turret for this, and he might not be able to even pick it up because Diamond is on the sideline. Genja as well. Diamond gets caught with the hook.
Oh, they come straight out there with the hook. There's another repel from Diamond. He comes in right on top of him. The ultimate out of Ezreal did good damage, but Diamond will die in the end. And against Authority, back on towards Baron, but Darian and Genja are both there. They can't do this one. They all decide to back away from that one, saying, you know, this is not safe. But Gambit have all just spawned in here as Genja, the cheeky man that he is, just throws an extra Mystic shot in there. Will stop one-man recalling. Second one not connecting, and he decides, let's not get too overzealous with that one and backing off. But incredible game here so far between these two teams.
And over that entire engagement, if we think back to how it started, we saw 3 kills go for against Authority, but they lost that tier 2 turret in the top lane, allows Darren to push even more on that top side and really force some aggression onto that inhibitor, but they weren't able to pick Baron off of that. It was one of those plays where you need to be a little bit more experienced, I have to say, to know when to go for that Baron right there and go back towards a second tier 2 turret, because, you know, Diamond was available, Genja was available. You think you can take them head to head, but they have great amount of poke to really chip you down, and you don't have a lot of damage on your team to get that Baron down extremely quickly. And Alex being forced to use that flash yet again, with that not available, that forces Gambit to lose a lot of damage in these team fights.
Yeah, again, deciding that he didn't want to even risk being caught out there by the bear and the crocodile, and there is the finisher as the Cocoon comes in, slice and dies away from the wall of pain as well. And we talked about Diamond's reactions in this one, but that was some great stuff from Freddy as well.
Oh, ooh, hook almost landing right there. And, you know, I love how we see up against Authority. So if you have a Volley Bear, we've seen like the Volley Bear Lulu combo work where you speed him up so you can get in there a little bit quicker. But with the Orianna pickup, you have that same ability where you give him the speed from the dissonance, and then if you put the ball back on him, you can pull everyone in to do pretty much the exact same thing. So that's how they kind of worked around that a little bit. But that top turret is looking, it looks like they want to go for it here as they're going to be taking away red buff yet again from Gambit. But the top turret, at about half life at this point. And this will be a nice easy pickup for them in terms of gold.
Alexic did get a blue buff, which I'm not sure he knows what that is anymore. He's had so few of them in this game. There's Darian actually headed south, but look at that. We are seeing again Soul Authority starting to close in on towards his position. Virtual hammering away on the outer turret, but look at where they're coming from here. Actually, Darian may be in a lot of trouble here inside of that jungle. In the end, against Soul Authority, forced to go back towards the turret, and they've kind of gone half and half here. No, actually going to get hit there with that cocoon as the ultimate comes across from Ezreal. Genja going to be doing a lot of damage. The bullet time from No, box goes down. Diamond is going to fall here, and in the end, there's kills all over the place. There's Slayer putting the ball back onto his own head for protection, but Gambit are ripping through them. Alex and Edward are both low, but we can't get Virtual right on top of him there in the end, and that will be a 4-for-1. Great play out of Gambit, and it was all about the indecisiveness there of against All Authority. Should we go for Shen? Should we defend mid-turret? In the end, they did neither of them, and they got sandwiched in the jungle.
That indecision will cause you deaths every single time. 4-for-1 in the end of that. Alex surviving by the skin of his teeth. Great play by Edward to really lock down Virtual right there. Not to mention the exhaust we saw come out, which really stopped his attack speed. It stopped his damage.
So, Baron has been started off here by Gambit. And it looks like they should have it without any problems. There's a big wave pushing on that bottom lane, actually, which, no, not the most big deal in the world. Not the most big deal in the world. Great English from me today. Not the biggest deal in the world for Gambit. That will be covered off by Diamond, and they won't lose that turret just yet. But that is a bit of a knock for against Authority now. You know, they were doing so well up until that point. They weren't able to secure the Baron off their last bunch of kills. And now Gambit got that, which, apart from the buff, is a lot of gold coming in. Death Cap now finished off for Alexic, for example.
Yeah, exactly. I was about to say, it's not really the Baron I think that they were really happy about getting. It was all that gold income, because with the Death Cap completed, a Blasting Wand over for Alex, you have the GA now done for Genja. It just provides you so much more damage in these fights. It provides you a lot more confidence in these fights. And against Authority, after that last team fight, I'm not sure if it was like, oh, you know, we just messed that up. It was a decision. We should probably, you know, try to maybe go for another team fight, or they're afraid now because they might have shaken their confidence.
Well, they need to get that confidence back somehow, because when they've had confidence in this game, they've looked really, really impressive, as did Dragonborns earlier on, which is just great signs for us here in the LCS as we approach our final Super Week at Week 10. There's Edward clearing out more wards. Actually, No, needed to be a little bit careful there down on that bottom side. He actually went back into that bottom lane and away completely, but Gambit are now working their way towards that inner middle turret. We'll see if they can actually get onto it. Minion Wave is going to come in there with them. There's a Wall of Pain put down. Cocoon will actually land onto Freddy. Probably not the target that they were really looking for, but they've got good poke here, to be honest, Gambit.
Yeah, they do, and this is the first time they've been so aggressive at all this entire game. And with that top wave pushing in, with them all 5 with that Baron buff in the mid lane, they might get a nice pull in the Diamond, but I don't think they're going to commit to this.
He's got Repel, and we know that he can use it. He's shown that already time and time again in this one as Darian goes in. Doesn't commit to anything from that. There's a lantern thrown out by Dude. Will, against All Authority, try and fight a Baroned up team from Gambit. Not sure it'd be the best decision in the world from us. Virtual does get hit there by the Cocoon. Wall of Pain slowing him down as well. They're trying desperately to hold on to this turret here. Genja keeps going in for a Mystic shot and a cheeky couple of hits on that middle inner turret, but it's a matter of time by the looks of it for that tower.
Yeah, they've really been doing a great job holding on to so far. They get a pull now on Alex here, but really commit to it.
Oh, look at the bullet time into Shockwave. That was perfectly played from against All Authority. Can they get any more out of this one, though? They've not got any kills from it, ironically, after all that. There's the ultimate coming out of Karthus. Slayer will actually Zonya it. Oh my god! What a hook coming out there onto Darian. That completely saved Orianna for at least 10 seconds longer than he would have if that taunt would have landed. And that was just some incredible stuff. Gambit, I'm not sure how they did so well to survive that Shockwave bullet time combo, but you have to give every credit to everyone, all 10 players here. The clutch plays that we're seeing out of everyone is so incredible. As Diamond here gonna get caught out maybe by Freddy, decides not to go too aggressive onto that one in the end. Fantastic match.
I'm almost speechless after that entire engage we saw happen. I was like, they're not going to engage. There's no point, because they don't want to lose any members here and lose an inhibitor turret off that. They already have the top lane pushing, but the balls on against Authority must be giant off of that play. It was so well timed out. It was amazing. They weren't able to pick up any kills with that combo, but they got Alex so low right off the bat. He had to play a little bit more defensive. Ended up getting the kill in the end, but still, great play against Authority.
The fact that they pulled off that combo, which completely shocked me that they'd gone in there, but you see the ball go in, you saw No was there off of the side, and they synced it up brilliantly. Then that hook from Dude to pull Shen away mid-taunt was just, I don't know, out of this world, not to mention the diamond repels that we've seen so far in this game. A lot of highlight movie material, that's for sure, in this matchup. But let's get back into it, because against All Authority, they're not going to take any prisoners here. They want this dragon. However, they see the wards coming down, and they've decided to back away from things just for now. Baron buff, by the way, has now run out.
This should be an engage for them, because they know that Karthus ultimate isn't up anymore. They know they have all their ultimates up on top of it. They can use the whole combo of the Orianna yet again, and they do not land the hook onto, actually on this was Spider Thing right there, but that would have been a perfect time for them to engage. And look at the ward coverage, which actually just wore off, is that Gambit had so much great control inside of Against Authority's jungle. It was pretty much flipped from what we saw earlier. And Against Authority, they seem to be like slipping away, but they still are in this game. They're still putting up great amount of fight in these team fights, and it's still anyone's game at this point.
Well, the hook landed on a Spider. It was just the wrong one there from Dude. As Edward just scooting forward then, super speed with the Lulu, with the Oracle on, trying to clear things out. Alex is finally going to go back to that bottom turret, the outer turret here, which has lasted from Gambit's view surely far too long in this one. We saw earlier on, probably about 10, maybe even 15 minutes ago by now, that Alex was pushing that turret out. And Gambit here waiting for their minions to come around, may even go for that inner turret on the bottom lane. But we're getting to that point, Jason, the crucial point of 40 minutes where spawn times become so long that a bad fight for either team can end up being game.
Yes, that is very true, but at least for Gambit's side, if they keep fighting on the enemy side of the map with the 40-second respawn timers, they won't lose out on too much. But on the other hand of that, if Against Authority loses a fight on their own side of the map, they're going to lose an inhibitor. They even might lose 2 or even a Nexus turret on top of that.
Baron is up in 1.5 minutes time, and you have to feel that both teams are going to have to put a big fight up for this one. Against All Authority, can't afford to let another one go over to Gambit, and Gambit want to maintain that lead that they've got here. We see a Banshee's Veil actually being picked up from No as Freddy and Diamond going to go head-to-head here. There comes the ball, and Diamond says, not going to have any of that one. I am out of here.
I have to say, the Banshee's Veil is really like an underrated item nowadays, when it has a 25-second cooldown on the actual spell shield of it, when it used to be, I believe, 2 minutes. But that should help quite a bit with the Karthus ultimate. The fights are going to last long enough where you're not going to kill Alex right off the bat, so you're going to obviously lose it, early on, but you might be able to get it right back up before the ultimate hits, saving you quite a bit, not to mention the taunt, the cocoon. There's so many things that's going to save you from, and we'll see how that works out. But, a big thing is, Alex has 700... I was about to say 730, but spiking up to 790 AP now over to Schleya's 491. That's a huge difference, 300 AP. We do see Darien getting caught here. He has a lot of health, extremely tanky. I don't really think they can take him down just yet.
Darien doesn't get caught. He does that voluntarily, as we see him there shadow dash away, and he's like, caught Jason, what are you talking about? As he actually goes in there, he's drawing Against All Authority away from that Baron area. It's coming up here in less than 20 seconds time. Diamond's already pacing around impatiently to get that Baron started, and now finally they act on Darien and say, I'm going to go for you this time. But can Freddy pull this one off? He's got the Ignite running down. Darien, is he going to fall? Oh, he failed the shadow dash, but he had a flash, no problem. He gets himself through, but can he get away from No? There is Make It Rain, and one more auto attack, or the double up will finish off there. And that is now a 5v4, and that is Stan United not available for Gambit with the Baron just spawning.
And on top of that, a minute respawn timer as well. Without that tanky Shen, they're not going to be able to really go head-to-head against Authority anymore. As we do see Virtual go for an engage, they're trying to catch Diamond.
He's flashed in there. Diamond actually will get a wild growth as a bullet time comes across. And right now, no shockwave coming in up until now. Schleya saving that one as the hook lands through the wall. And we see him go right in on top of it, the box onto Alex Ich. Shockwave was used. It hit absolutely nobody. But here comes the Karthus ultimate. How many can he get? Oh, he gets 2 of them there in the end. Actually, Freddy almost dying in the end to Lulu, and he does get finished off. And there is a double kill from Edward. Says, thank you very much, dude. The ace comes out finally as we see Genja mop up the bear. And that, from what looked like an amazing initiation from Against All Authority, you have to factor in that Karthus ultimate. With how much AP did you say? 790, something ridiculously high. That is a lot of damage that you can't forget about.
Even with Shen not on the map, you cannot fight in the jungle in such a closed area. Yeah, you cannot fight in a closed area like that, because he was just sitting there in the team like, I'm happy to be taking this damage. I'm happy to sit in the middle of your team, because with that, with the ultimate coming in, picking up that double kill, picking up 2 more after that, and the ace, And now 20 seconds left on most of Against All Authority. They will be able to get Inhibitor turret off of this, even potentially Inhibitor where Genja, he still has that G available. It hasn't been taken down yet in a fight. And if Gambit can keep protecting them, if Allison keeps staying in that front line, soaking up all that damage and putting out all that damage, Genja won't be touched. And he'll be able to just have free reign with that Infinity's Edge picked up.
So Darian has gone back to this bottom lane to push that one out. He now, of course, does have Stan United. I say now, he had it the last time that we saw him go down, but that was saved here. Slayer having to clear out this bottom wave that's been pushing there as well. Baron, of course, is up. And Gambit already in position to be thinking about that one. In terms of gold now, they are 8,000 in the lead. So doing a good job on that front of things. As Against All Authority start to move in towards Baron. Are they going to go for a desperation Baron here?
There is always the potential for that, but being in that cove with Alex, who already has his ultimate almost right back up, is not going to be a good thing in the end. You have Darren pushing that bottom lane. It looks like they will try to go for it here, but I don't really agree with this move, though. If they don't go for it now, Gambit will be able to pick it up.
Well, they're going to risk this one. As we see the Spiderlings coming in there, Dude and Virtual are the ones mainly hitting that Baron. It's down to still about half HP, as that's a good wall of pain actually catching Nono and Dude as they are going to go in on towards Diamond. He again amazingly repels, comes right back down on top of him. Stan United going to come out here from Shen as the hook lands onto Genja. That was a chance to pop that Guardian Angel, but in the end they decided not to take it, to back away with what they've got. Gambit start Baron.
And we talked earlier about the indecisiveness of Against All Authority where they lost that first major team fight. The indecisiveness right there happening at Baron. We see the engage happening right now. The ultimate of Orianna.
Bullet time comes out in there as well. Here comes Karthus into that one though, and this is going to do another ton of damage. Flair has managed to pick off one. There is 3 men down now for Gambit, but can the rest pick the rest of those kills up there? The Baron, of course, was taken by Gambit in that one. Diamond going to have to jump up. There's the Zonyus used by Slayer, but here comes Genja. He's got that Guardian Angel, but will he stay alive long enough? And obviously that goes down, but can he get anything on the come up? Slayer just waiting on top of a ward, and he actually gets the kill there before the slice and dice, and Freddy takes him out. That is an ace for Against All Authority, but they did lose Baron. And Freddy just about survived. That was another crazy, crazy fight. I feel sorry for Demon and Quickshot having to break down things in this, because we might just have to play the whole game through again.
That would probably
That's how good it's been.
And I would happily sit there and watch it yet again because of how many crazy plays have been happening Against All Authority. What an engage coming out of Slayer right there with that ultimate, catching 3 or 4 members of Gambit and just dominating them in damage. In the end, it was an ace. Freddy, the last standing member for Against All Authority, but that was a much needed ace and a much needed confidence booster for Against All Authority, though. Shlaya, I'm not sure if he actually should have really needed to die there.
Well, they killed them all in the end. They aced them, and honestly, does 1 kill right now make that much of a difference?
Well, I guess we'll never find out. I guess that's
smart answer, Jason. But yeah, of course he did die in the end. That leaves him at 7-4-14 right now. The big man, obviously, in terms of kills for Against All Authority, though, is going to be the AD carry, who's one ahead at 8-5-10. He's now got Infinite... no, he doesn't. I'm telling a lie. He's got Phantom Dancer, Black Cleaver, Bloodthirster, Last Whisper, and a Banshee's Veil. Compare that over the other side. In fact, we'll do that in a little minute here, as we do see Dragon taken down by Gambit. But if we compare that to his opposite number, Infinity Edge, Bloodthirster, Last Whisper, gonna be a Phantom Dancer, I guess, from that Zeal coming out, as well as the Guardian Angel.
Yeah, that Guardian Angel obviously not gonna be useful anymore right now, at least for another couple of minutes until that does come back up.
He says 2 seconds after he said, I didn't think that Slayer needed to die, which happened because of the Guardian Angel.
No, he ran back into the fight, but anyways, that's behind us. But still, Against Authority, one thing they have in their favor is that they can afford to engage right after a previous fight. Because of the respawn timers, Alex Ich's ultimate is on such a long cooldown right now, 137 seconds, that there is a window for them to fight and not have his ultimate up, which will give them a huge advantage in the fight. But Darren's still pushing that bottom lane right now. He's still going to be getting that turret, but we are going to see engage out of Against Authority.
Yeah, they're going to fight for this one. Zonya's used by Alex Ich, but the shockwave actually missed everybody there. Let's see how that turns out in this fight. Darian and Diamond both very, very low. Diamond will be finished off there. Alex Ich is dead, but his ultimate can still be channeled, of course. They got 1 kill for the 2. Shen actually came in, of course, to that fight, Darian, after pushing that top lane through as well. A 2-for-2 encounter.
Oh, Genja doesn't think he's done just yet, though. He has Arcane Shift up, and he gets Dude.
Yeah, he gets absolutely destroyed when he comes in there. No, will reply, and he may even be able to pick off Edward here as well. Will he decide to keep going for that? His strut does come back up. No, actually pushing straight up the middle lane here with Slayer. So they're going to try to do some extra damage here on towards that inhibitor turret.
And this actually could be very big for against Authority if you see Darren at the home guard of boots. But they have the damage. They have 2 of their carries alive. This turret's not going to stand a chance. And Darren, even though he has 4,000 life, won't be able to stand up against Nono and Shlaya.
Well, he's got a Trinity Force in there as well with that Warmog's Hex Drinker and the... I forgot the name for it already, Jason. I am that bad.
The Sightstone?
No, yeah, the Sunfire Cape. Oh my god, how long have I been casting League of Legends?
I was laughing too hard to
Since the
help
time, by the way, when you could stack Sunfire Capes. That's how easily it is to forget that name. Silly me. But Jason, talk us through like where we are in this game right now, because we've just seen another team fight that was very, very even on kills in the end, with that Karthus ulti coming down at the end. We have to say, with a shockwave from Slayer missing completely.
We see a 10,000 gold deficit in favor against All Authority, but that fight was so close that it didn't even seem like it was there anyways. Like you just said, a shockwave missed. It probably would turn the fight around completely in against All Authority's favor, but how the game started against Authority, they were bashing heads against Gambit. They were holding on. They were being really aggressive in the jungle. Then they had to play really defensive because Gambit got like a nice team fight in. They were able to pick up a couple of kills. I even believe even the ace. So they're playing defensive, but then they got a couple of really good engages. It turned the game around a little bit for them. They were able to, catch back up in gold, and now they're on the aggression. They want to go into the team of Gambit. They know they'll be able to win these fights, but Alex has his ultimate up yet again, and that's going to cause a major problem.
Well, it all comes down to one fight now. I talked about that approaching 40 minutes. We're now approaching 50 minutes into this game, as we are going to see Darren here getting hit by the hook. Can they lock him down as the wild growth comes into it? He's going to go down from this one. No, now on a rampage. That surely sets against Authority up here to make the push through and make this 5 versus 4 fight happen for them.
But Joe, we saw it happen last time in a 5v4. Gambit came out ahead in that entire fight against Authority. They're going to get this turret down. Will they be able to pick up the inhibitor, though? Gambit can't go for the engage, but we see the Orion ultimate is available.
Wall of Pain comes in. Cocoon comes in against Authority. Going to back away. Are they going to try and seize the moment here and push out that top lane as well?
Well, it looks like they actually will be going for it. There's a huge stack of minions pushing over towards that side. The middle lane is going to be pushed up against Gambit very shortly. And Darren's still dead for 30 seconds. Does have his ultimate available if he wants to come in and really stop this.
Yeah, I wonder if Gambit are going to actually time a fight along with that one here as well. Virtual, of course, down to half HP as the hook lands on the minion just behind the turret. There's another Wall of Pain, which is just a crippler right now, especially if you put the put Lulu into the equation as well. You don't move very quickly with those two things hitting you. And against Authority, decide to back away. We've got 1 minute, just less than 1 minute, until that Baron comes back up.
Yes, and Joe, we should probably take a look at items just really quickly because we see something major coming out of No. He doesn't have boots. He's like, you know what, I don't need my boots to strut. He has his Zephyr to give him the extra movement speed. He's going full out damage right now with only the Banshee's Veil as his defensive item. He's doing a phenomenal job in carrying his team as well. 12-5 at this point, and you're just seeing how much more relaxed he is as a player with this new support dude on his side. And then you see over on the side of Gambit, Genja running Distortion. His flash, he needs it up the entire time to get away from Freddy, to get away from Virtual, not to mention the hook and the ultimate out of Shlaya, which is really causing them problems.
Look at the damage now. More of Malmortius finished in there for Shen, along with the Sunfire Cape, Warmogs, and the Trinity Force. On the other side, Last Whisper added in for Renekton, along with that Spirit Visage as well. Gambit going to start Baron.
Oh, and we do see against Authority, they're going to try to stop it here, but Gambit have such a great team to take this down. They should go secure before against Authority can do anything, but we might see an engage happen right after this.
There's the Baron taken down. Diamond going to get hooked. Actually, Darian goes into the middle. Virtual going to go in there. There is the bullet time coming around as well. Shockwave still hasn't been used. Can they get it in there here finally? Shlaya, though, is having a few problems, and there it is! It pulls 3 of them in. There's the Zhonya's used by Alex Hitch. He will finally be finished off by Shlaya. Diamond going low. Here comes the ultimate out of Karthus as a hook actually landed there onto Edward, but Dude will pay the price in the end. No quite low. He's going to make it rain. Double kill for Genja. Can No get away from this one? Freddy is running for his life as well. Gambit with a 3 for 2, 3 for 1 there, and Genja is still going for this one. There's the arcane shift, but No turns around. Guardian Angel gets popped. Diamond gonna keep chasing on towards No. The lifesteal keeping him alive there, and they back completely away. Freddy and No. I have no idea how they survived that.
This is madness right now, and I have to say that fight would have gone so different if Schleyer was just in a little bit more of a different position. We saw Darren, he got a perfect taunt off onto 2 members of Against Authority, but because of that, it forced Schleyer to flash away, get out of it was in a really good spot, but to get out of that spot, because we saw Virtual just dive into the team of Gambit. If that would have been there, and he ulted the 4 members of Gambit in, that could have been so different, but still, we have a 11,000 gold lead now for Gambit, and yet these fights are so close right now, Joe.
Yeah, gold, we're that far on in the game, we're that far on the item builds that the goal almost isn't worth talking about anymore, because they're all getting up to those final builds. If you look at the support there, talk us through the build there from Edward.
Well, let's just say he's going for that nice amount of cooldown reductions. He's sitting at 30% right now, so quicker ultimates, quicker slows, quicker shields, speed ups. That's a perfect job for him, not to mention the healing reduction, which will be huge for Nono if he can get that procced onto him. He won't be able to lifesteal it back, and they'll be able to kill him quite easily.
So 52 minutes of absolute awesomeness here in week 9 of the European LCS. I'm not sure which way I'd want to say that this game's going to go, so I'm just not going to, because we've had 52 kills up until now. We've seen 3 Barons being taken. Jason, do you want to go ahead and predict what's going to happen?
No, I don't.
Good job.
But I will say this,
I will credit you on that one, because I wouldn't want to. It's a hook lands in on towards Genja. There are only 2 of them there, though. AAA needs to be very, very careful about this one. Diamond coming in at the side. There's a lantern save. The bear coming flying back towards Thresh. And Against All Authority back out. And Genja getting hooked from a bush is one of the scariest things that can ever happen.
Yeah, but luckily for him, he was able to escape on top of that. But, you know, Joe, whichever team loses this game can come out with their heads held high, because it was a well-fought game from both sides.
I think whichever team, well, whoever wins or loses this one, they're going to be exhausted, because it's been a marathon of a game. It's had everything up until now. And Against All Authority here are still pushing up through that jungle. Diamond saying, hey, that is my jungle. I'm going to keep throwing spiders your way. Red buff has been taken by No. There are plenty of wards in there from both sides. There's 2 oracles right now, 1 on No, 1 on Schleyer, the 2 champions which would expect not to have the oracles until you get to 55 minutes almost into the game. Against All Authority now are going to be looking at an inhibitor turret here, a second inhibitor turret possibly of the game for them, as the inhibitor in the middle does in fact respawn. There's you taking a bit of damage from Alex Ich.
Those shields though, wow, I mean, he pretty much took nothing because of that. But I have to say, Joe, this should be the last fight of the game if it happens.
I've been thinking that for the last 3 fights though, to be honest. That's how far we've been going in this one. They've just been so close, that's the thing. No one's been able to really make a massive impact after they've picked up those kills. There is Darren just protecting the bottom lane. Against All Authority, look like they might want to get rid of that inhibitor again.
And they have every right to. I mean, they pretty much can go in there without worry, but they are going to be heading over towards the bottom side of the map. Still denying jungle away, but we see, I mean, pretty much every summoner, every ultimate is available for both sides of this entire game. And it's going to be such an explosive fight when we do see it finally happening. But Against Authority, they're going to back out. They have a nice amount of gold to spend for each person, and they're going to come head first. Oh gosh, Genja almost catching him right there. But they're going to come back head first in a major team fight.
And you see that just in the bottom left on the player cams, Freddy's face has got progressively closer to the screen of things have got on. This is such a high focus match now from both of them. Gambit, now earlier on today, took first place in the league. Even if they lose this one, ironically, they'd still be first place because of EG taking down Fnatic. They'd be actually tied on the same statistics after that one. So really, really important game from both sides. Against All Authority have come flying out of the blocks here today. We're now 55 minutes into it, and they are starting to push up this middle lane.
This is a really key point right now. Genja's Guardian Angel will be up at about a minute and a half. If they can fight before that's available, they will have a straight 5-on-5 team fight, not allowing to get back in. And this might be the time for them to go for that, as they're still being a little hesitant, but you have every right to be so. You're 55 minutes in. If you die, that's 70 seconds, and one team will be able to push you down to the victory.
Yeah, they know what it means now to lose a team fight, and it means another loss in the LCS here in week 9, and they're so close to pulling off an upset at this stage of things. Baron number 432 is coming up here in 1 minute and 40 seconds. Who's going to take that one? I've got no idea, but we know that they will contest it.
Yes, they will. And it's just to see who can get in the right position at the right time, who can catch the other team out of position to really start that entire engage, because it comes down to, against Authority, if they can land that ball in the right spot, if Virtual can be in the center of the team, they will just destroy Gambit. They're trying to bait them in here, but Baron not up for another minute. This might work a minute later, but right now it's kind of just them wasting their time, as Gambit's not really going to do that. They're not going to face check a bush at this point.
You'd hope not. I mean, they've got utilities to sort of just one single Karthus lay waste in there will say, oh, that was a trap set for us, so let's not do that one. Schleyer here forced to go to that bottom lane to stop the pushing wave coming out there. And no, right now he's going to take his red buff. So getting all the power that they possibly can before this Baron comes back into play here with 45 seconds to go. Even a red elixir picked up by Thresh.
Yeah, that just shows against Authority, they want to go for the win. They want to use everything they possibly can, and not to mention it gives a little bit extra damage, gives them that extra help, which is going to help out quite a bit. But you know how many souls he has at this point? 112 right now, 159 armor, 124 magic resist. He is very tanky for a support at this point, and he needs to be, since he needs to be in the middle of the team to either help facilitate that ball or help have Virtual do it.
Oh, there's the hook being thrown out towards that bush, blindly that one as well. As they now jockey for position here around a Baron, which is coming up in 10 seconds time. Will Gambit decide to push towards that middle lane, or will they actually come back? That's a very interesting point right now, because if one team goes for Baron, the other can push middle. That's how far we are in.
And I think they're definitely going to try to push down mid lane. They want to fight more out here than in the jungle or over towards Baron. Actually, both teams don't really want to fight at Baron unless you're the one that's not in the pit. But Gambit, they're just trying to play the way they know. They're trying to just force them to react to the way Gambit's playing. And, you know, we've been on the other side of the map, on Gambit's side of the map, pretty much the last 10 minutes. But this is the first time it's finally been at that midpoint. And that just shows you how serious each team is taking this and how much they don't want to lose. They want it. They want this win. They've worked so hard for it.
There is a hook just flashing by. Alexic's wall of pain had slowed everybody down. We've got Baron live. Dragon, who no one really cares about at this stage. 10 seconds to come into play for that as well. But against all Authority and Gambit, both focus here on what could be a final Baron. I'm not going to say it with too much optimism in terms of that front, because I never quite know when is the last Baron in a game so intense as this one, as the blue buff is finally going to be picked up there in the end by Schleyer. Alexic there with an Oracle of his own, just going to be clearing out. That's how much cash they've got right now, that everyone can be picking Oracles up.
But right now, Alex doesn't have blue buff. He needs this blue. We do see them going for Baron right now. They can take it extremely quickly, but they're trying to play against Authority, and Freddy gets caught.
Freddy gets caught, bullet time comes in, it's not perfect, they managed to get Edward flung back into it there. The fight is broken up as the box goes down from Thresh, and against all Authority, disengaged, No getting caught there in the cocoon, but they turn around on towards Diamond, Genja getting hooked up, Alexic trying to get in the middle, the shockwave was brilliant again, but Alex is gonna Zhonya's right on top of Virtual, and that will be a 1 for 0, but for how long as the Karthus ulti comes in there, Darian picks up the kill onto No, and it's now 3 kills for nothing here, as Darian is still pushing in here on towards Schleyer. He's super tanky, he's got a load of damage, and he's got Diamond in there to help him finish it off. That's 4 kills, and surely the game for Gambit.
Great job by Gambit right there, Darian, to go in there and not let Schleyer live. If he would have escaped, he easily could have picked up 2 or 3 kills right here and probably turned the game around. GG's are being called out, but Gambit are going to be the victor of this, and a 59-minute long game, one of the longest of LCS so far, but amazing game from both teams.
An hour-long game here. Congratulations to Gambit on that incredible win there. You see the sighs of relief coming out from Gambit, and as I said, a very mentally draining game for both teams in this one. Gambit already faced a real struggle, and there you see No, as I predicted, he is still smiling after that one, and I tell you what, against all Authority for their position in the league here, can be very proud of what they've achieved in that match against Gambit. That's it for us for this game at the Castanes. We're going to go over to Demon and Quickshot, who have got a lot to break down after that cracker of a game.
Yes, welcome ladies and gentlemen. I'm glad I wasn't casting that one, because I definitely would have been in trouble with my employers, because frankly that was a bonkers game, and I may well have said a few things I would have regretted because frankly a 59-minute 22-second game, absolutely crazy match, 27-29. And you know, the fact that both these teams said back and forth GG, everybody was saying in chat, they actually meant it. It was a genuine good game between the two teams.
That game went against all expectations because nobody was thinking that AAA were going to come out that strong. The team fights were fantastic. The individual plays were fantastic. We were talking about like MVPs and saying who's stood out.
We didn't know what to do.
Every single player in that game had talking points which were blowing people's minds because it was great play. At the end, though, a couple of whiffed ultimates in that very last fight. That's what cost him the game.
Yeah.
If AAA had landed their ultimates in the river near Baron at that 59 minutes, they may have been able to pick up the win.
Joe's just fanning himself down right now. We're going to have to get some extra temperature gauges to try and sort him out. Some sort of women to come out and waft him down. You know, he's nothing but the best for Joe Miller here. It's
Scatman Joe needs some fans.
Yes, I don't know where that one came from. I think he was going towards Scatman John, of course, rather than the other meaning that could well go that way. We don't want to go down that route. So we had some fantastic replays for you, but really, it's all about the first blood that never was.
Okay, first of all, let's talk about the opening minutes of the game. This was a very long game. Let's remind everybody how this played out. First blood took a long time to get there. It was around about 9 minutes on the clock. But before that, we've seen Spider-Man, or better known as Diamond Prox, escaping so many times in the release. Let's jump into the replay right now, which is at 6 minutes on the clock. Virtual has some really good presence on the map. He was playing all over. He had some very aggressive wards, and he actually manages to catch Diamond out. I've kept the HUD up for a very good reason, because I want you to keep very close attention here to Diamond Prox. He gets caught up by Virtual, takes the damage, and I'm going to pause it right here because he does get munched. The Frenzy goes down. His HP is 5 hit points. Watch the flash here from Virtual coming in, and Diamond Prox immediately, he repels the last auto attack.
The paw is there, and he goes up.
He repels the paw and says, nope, not this time, and manages to get away. A few minutes later, he does a very similar escape on the blue buff of Against All Authority. He lands off to the rappel, insta-flashes away. I have never seen reaction speed that good. I've seen people dodge Malphite ultis, and that is nothing in comparison to getting away from 3 members of AAA. Brilliant play from Diamond Prox.
Absolutely amazing. Proving why he's probably the best jungler in the world, and his reactions seem superhuman almost, as it were. But it's really all about the team fight. So let's set this one up. They'd already caught Darien out. It was a 4v5. It was around about the 34-minute mark, I think it is, something around there. But it was basically a 4v5 setup for Against All Authority. They had the man advantage. They should have won it.
Yeah, that's so true. So in order to set up this next replay, we need to understand that they managed to catch out Darien in the bottom lane. So they picked up a kill, right? But that was only because he was trying to control the game. The team fights have been so back and forth up until that point. Gambit were on the back foot. They were trying to figure out, how do we deal with this mostly French team? Because we have no idea how to force them to surrender in this game. And Darien was just trying to push the lane. Let's jump into the replay here so you can see just how close this is. 15-10 in kills, 40 minutes on the clock, 5k gold difference. Are we going to start this playing off? I'll slow it down as the engagement happens, but one of the key problems here is that Against All Authority are split up. You have Schleyer and Dude sitting in the mid lane. Their focus is on Alex. The rest of the team are focusing here around Gambit. Now, keep very close attention to Edward. He first of all delays the team with that wild growth, hangs around in the back, and he's going to land a Glitter Lance here onto Schleyer and Dude, preventing them getting into the engagement. And this is where Against All Authority lost a little bit of the plot, because they weren't 100% sure what to do, where to go. And you've got Edward playing the perfect support role and running interference. The rest of Gambit, they managed to land a good number of abilities, and Dude lands an awesome hook. He goes in aggressive, but look at the flasher from Alex. He flashes the shockwave. As he sees it coming in, instantly gets past, and manages to continue dealing damage from beyond the grave as he gets taken out. Schleyer, he pops an early Zhonya's Hourglass, and it cost him his life. And it literally just came down to the fact that Against All Authority was split up, and Edward ran perfect interference there to keep them split as a 3v2 and just allowed them to win that 4 versus 5, even though, you know, they were a man down.
And you should point out, the Zhonya's was, of course, used to dodge that last lay waste that came down. He would have died to the lay waste, but he went down. So, of course, the Requiem, nevertheless. But absolute amazing, amazing game. Of course, you know, we've got to give an MVP despite the fact he could have been anyone. It could have been anyone. You know,
So,
if Against All Authority would have won it, we could have had Slayer, we could have had No. We weren't too sure which to go. And then we were like, well, they might not win this one yet. And yeah, like you say, Freddy, because Freddy was the man that was always going in there. He had that big ball on his head and he was going in. The crocodile was going so deep. But it's Gambit we have to give it to, really, because they won the game. So we're going to go give with Genja, of course, as the MVP for Gambit. And wow, I mean, honestly, we really probably could have given it to anyone in that game.
You could have picked any player because every single one of them had fantastic plays. But overall, Genja, his itemization, his positioning, and his control of the fights. Every time a fight broke out, he was there to clean it up afterwards, and he was chasing. He lost 1 or 2 little trades with No. But those trades that he lost, he had Guardian's Angel, so he didn't actually give away unnecessary deaths. Well played to the AD carry from Gambit, and a well-deserved MVP.
So it's 18-5 now for Gambit. They've really, 18-4 I should say, actually, tell a lie, 18-4, cementing their victory at the top there. Very, very close to going 17-5, along with Fnatic, of course, who lost early on in the day to Evil Genius. There's another fantastic game there, but we are going to head over to the stage with Shox, who's going to finally get an interview with Alex Ich.
Thank you very much. I'm here with both Alex Ich and Diamond. First off, a question for you, Alex. In the pre-interview, you said Against All Authority is one of the weakest teams. Probably won't have that much trouble with them, in hindsight.
Okay, I was wrong. No, they are really good at the moment. Like, they really timed all our buffs and were coming to buffs 5-man. So most of the time we were not in position and they just took it. And their comp was really good, and I don't think that we should leave them or Thresh or MF because both of these heroes got huge impact to the game. But we know our mistakes, so I don't really know if it's 4 games against them or 3. But next time, I hope our game will go much better.
Okay. From your perspective, Diamond, in the beginning, there were a lot of times where you just got away. How did you experience that early game?
В начале игры ты очень часто как бы уходил на очень маленький ХП. Как это повлияло на игру?
Да никак не повлияло, собственно. Все было, в принципе, спланировано. Я даже знал, что Валибер в тех кустах, когда фейс-чекал его. Просто пожалел маны. Бывает. Второй раз на синем бафе у них не было ни шанса меня забрать, потому что там была и ульта Шена, которая, кстати, немного запоздала. Но, в принципе, никакого влияния это не решило. К тому же они потратили очень много суммонерок на то, чтобы меня попытаться добить. Ну и отдали тогда синий баф, так что они были в минусе.
So it doesn't really affect early game at all because both times he knew that he will survive. Like maybe in first time it was shaky, but in the second time he knew that he got Lulu ultimate and Shen ultimate that was a bit late, and they still lost the blue buff. They lost a lot of summoners to try killing him, so it was even an advantage to our side at that moment.
For you personally, Alex, getting very strong towards that late game, but you knew that if you get locked up by a shockwave and a misfortune ult, it's practically over. So how did you strategize to get that then?
So most of the time, like that combo worked on me only when I got caught by Thresh. So after 1 or 2, I think 1 time I got caught by that, I decided that I shouldn't get Thresh hooks. So, and I got like Zonias, but still, I just stayed behind. Then their front line was coming. I was trying to kill it with Genja and then try to help my team. And in the last team fight, I got really perfect position. I could just flash in to the MF. I still died, but then we killed the MF and like game ended.
Okay, Diamond, you're looking very good in the All-Star vote, but how do you think Europe will perform at the All-Star game?
Diamond, ты в голосовании сейчас на первом месте. Как ты думаешь, Европа выступит на All-Stars матче?
Я думаю, Европа без проблем выиграет своих американских оппонентов, но с азиатами будут огромные проблемы. Я, правда, знаю только практически один состав корейцев, и он гораздо сильнее европейского.
So there's a huge chance of Europe winning an A. Like Diamond says that it should be really easy, but Europe, like there are really low chances of winning Asian teams, and like he knows only Korean lineup. He still thinks that all the Asian teams will be really strong.
Okay. Thank you very much, Diamond and Alex. Now, what a day here. And in our last match of the day, number 7 and 8 in the standings take each other on. Dragonborns and Giants both have their backs against the wall, so they'll come out fighting after the break.
Welcome back to the European League of Legends Championship Series. Week 9 coming up next is going to be Giants versus Dragonborns. But first up, we're going to have to talk about the All-Stars.
Yes, well, first and foremost, the voting closes on Monday the 15th. So you guys have 2 more days to get your votes in and decide who is actually going to be in attendance. We've taken a look at the numbers, we've taken a look at the percentages, and we actually want to remind some of the guys out there about some of the limits to the team.
Yeah, of course. So first up, guys, only 3 members of a team can attend. So there's some problems right now because 4 members of Gambit are at the top of the charts right now, Wicked being the only other exception. But it does mean, of course, that the person from Gambit that wouldn't go currently, this could change, of course, is Genja, because he actually has, despite the fact he's up there with the percentage, he's actually got the least votes right now. Yeah. So Yellow Pete would go, and so it would be Gambit EG team right there. So let's just go through it right now as it stands. This could change. There's still another few days to get your votes in there, guys. So get onto lolesports.com, get your votes down. It is currently Diamond Prox at the top. Of course, there's been talk about him. We don't know what's happening there. Alex Ich currently is up there. He's just ahead of Peke right now.
Very, very close.
2% difference. 2% difference also for Wicked over Soaz right now. We saw them going head-to-head today. And we've also seen some strong words coming out from Soaz as well about not liking that 2v1 split that he had there. Support. Well, it's Edward. I mean, good. He's at 57% of the vote right now. That's miles ahead right now.
Just a small
bit. You know, despite the fact Genja does lead by 4%, it would be Yellow Pete that went, because we can't have a full team out there, because otherwise it would be Taipei Assassins versus World Elite versus Gambit versus
Curse.
Pretty
much. That's the way it works. So yeah, don't forget, 3 players per team. And in terms of who gets decided, who doesn't go, it's based on the number of votes, not the difference in percentage or anything like that. It's the total number of votes. So 3 members of Gambit, 2 members of Evil Geniuses who would be going at the moment as it stands. I think that team looks pretty strong right now. I know we've talked about the mid laners, and you were saying earlier, if Peke and Soaz go, Europe has a chance. Knowing that at the moment it's going to be Alexic and Wicked, what do you think about those matchups in comparison to what it could have been?
Well, the more important thing for me, I mean, yes, it would be great, but Wicked has proven today, and, you know, if he actually puts his mind to it, puts the practice in, puts the hours in, he is still one of the best top laners in Europe, and that is a fact. You know, he did fantastically well. He was on Zed today. His actually champion pool has expanded, which he's, you know, he said himself. He's like, people say that it's actually not as good as it is, but it's expanded. It's a lot better. So as a champion pool is huge, we know that.
Yeah.
I'm interested to see how it works out, because if you look at Gambit, and if you were to say, I want to replace the weakest members on the team, a lot of people would point towards Darian, because mainly for the fact he's the guy that spearheads all the fights. He's the guy that sometimes is split push until he gets caught out. It's a fact. It happens. But that's, you know, the style of play that Gambit want him to play, the role he has to play. So Wicked, if you think you replace Wicked with that, could be very different. Could be very different. And now you're also looking at Yellow Pete over Genja. Well, Yellow Pete and Edward, how would that work? Because mixing up a duo lane is never good.
Okay, first of all, it's going to be almost identical.
Yeah.
Because Yellow Pete and Genja,
very similar style.
Both play that sort of passive, that farming, that defensive play style. I actually quite like the idea of having both Alex and Wicked in that mid and the top lane, because I feel that in the 1v1 matchups, if they have a straight up head-to-head ego versus ego, man versus man battle, I think they have a slight edge over the likes of Soaz and Xpeke, because they're more team fight focused, they're more map aware and more present on the map, if I can draw a comparison to playstyles in that route.
But there's one big problem that Europe has that nobody else honestly has, and that's the language barrier. Nobody. The Americans have got no problem there. The Chinese will have no problems there. I know there's different dialects of Mandarin, but there's still Mandarin at the end of the day. Taipei Assassins won't have any problems with Taipei Snipers, which I'm guessing it is. I don't know what the voting's going like over there. Korea will never have a problem. But we're talking full-on Russian players versus a Danish and a German.
Yep.
So how would that work? Who knows?
Smart ping.
Smart ping.
Smart ping is how you communicate.
Is how we work out. So, nevertheless, the last match of the day is on the way, and the players are ready. So let's pass over to Joe and Jason.
Thanks a lot, guys. So we're about to bring you our final game of the day with the Dragonborns taking on the Giants. Both of these teams, a bit of an understatement here, are in need of a win as we move ever closer to that relegation stage. And this will be the final time in the season that these two sides will actually meet. Currently, of course, the Giants are leading the head-to-head 2-1. But to be honest, Jason, with everything on the line here, it's anyone's game.
Yeah, very true. And this is going to be a very interesting match. We have a clash at the bottom of the table, but we're looking to see as a team to fight their way out to get out of that 7th and 8th place. Dragonborns looked so solid early. We're both talking about it in that little bit of a break. They just look like a completely different team.
Yeah.
And we were happy to see. It was really refreshing to see them, giving it their all to really get back in the game. And of course, the pressure on both teams must be insurmountable. Your whole LCS career is on the line here, and if one team doesn't step up and claw their way out of the bottom two, then what the teams work so hard to attain will be gone.
Yeah, all gone, and that's, what they're fighting for here, their livelihoods, in a way. So let's take a look at the two lineups that we're going to be seeing in our final game of today, starting with the Spanish Giants. They have, of course, Samax, Morden, Exeter, Jimbones, and Babetta.
And of course, over on the Dragonboard side, on the red team, Yamato Cannon, Maluno, Shushe, Hosan, and Movert.
So let's go more in depth then and have a look at the key players for both teams. We know that they're both in need of a win here.
Yes.
And their AD carries in particular probably going to be an instrumental part of this. Let's have a look at the AD carry for Giants, of course, is Jimbones.
Well, Jimbones currently has the second lowest amount of kills out of all AD carriers in Europe. That's really a big statement right there. But his opponent for this match, Hosan, is the only one with less still. So that kind of gives you an idea of where the AD carries are at. His Ken has been drawing bans all season long, which has been forcing a fallback on other AD champions. Usually this tends to be Misfortune, Ashe, but they haven't been as big of a playmaker as his Kennen has been. However, he might be able to take advantage of the overconfidence of Yamato Cannon, and if the lane swaps actually do happen, he might be able to carry his team. But then again, we saw Yamato Cannon earlier today, played exceptionally well.
Yeah, the bottom line is that Dragonborns have stepped things up here already today.
Yes.
And talking about Dragonborns, let's have a look at their key player for this, their AD carry, Hosan.
And of course, Hosan has become known for pulling out some amazing plays against teams, but statistically, like we said before, he is the worst AD carry in European LCS with 59 kills and 76 deaths. But just like pulling out his amazing plays, he's also pulled out some crazy lane combos with the Nidalee Soraka lane. And last week, he also played AP Nidalee in the mid lane, having Shushe play the AD carry role. And also, just like Jimbones, he is always the focus of at least one ban, and that is Draven. He has shown how competent he is with the other AD carries, but hasn't really been as effective with them.
So, before we get into the game, Giants and Dragonborns, of course, are both fully aware of how far down they are, down the ladder they are this season. And when we asked them about the game, they both focused on opponents from previous matches that were in those high-profile spots, the high-profile teams, so to speak, here in the LCS. If both teams, I guess, have done their research, we're going to have to find out who comes out on top.
We have had some really close games against Giants. They're currently the bottom two with us, so it's really important for us to beat them.
Giants have Gambit's number for some reason. Giants is the only team that managed to beat Gambit twice now in both their games.
Hosan está a buen nivel y para mí es un jugador muy bueno, pero con tantos cambios en el equipo les cuesta adaptarse un poco y encontrar su juego y por eso están perdiendo tantos partidos.
Both us and Giants are in the 7th and 8th place right now, so this game between us is really important.
So we heard there how Dragonborns, with the new roster, need to find their playstyle. The ironic part of that is we saw them taking on Gambit in Game 1 today, and they seem to have found something that works out for them.
I completely agree with that. I was thinking that exact same thing when we were looking through that video. And the thing is, can Dragonborns hold on to it, though? I mean, they've been really up and down throughout the entire season, but now that they finally got some sort of up right there, can they grab onto that and use it to pick up their first win out of the last 14 games?
Well, they definitely need a win here, that's for sure. We're going to be moving into the bans. We've already heard about Draven and Kennen. I think we can safely say they're going to be the bans, as they are ban 1 and 2.
Yes, they are. We do see Kale also being targeted over on the Giant side. I wouldn't be surprised to see an Elise ban to take that away from Morden, or maybe a Cassin to take it away from Exeter. But then again, Dragonborns have last pick, and that's typically when you see that Cassin come in as the last pick overall. However, Cassin will be taken away.
Yep, Cassin banned out there. And what will Giants ban as their third? And it will be a Thresh. They don't want Mover in there. Although I've not been super impressed with what we've seen from Mover so far, I have to say. But Thresh is another one of those game-changing champions.
Yes, he is. And we also see Elise being taken away from the Giant side with Dragonborns. We do see Jarvan being hovered over, but I was looking at it and I was like, Elise is left, or sorry, not Elise, Zyra's left open, and we've seen Babetta play a phenomenal Zyra the past 2 weeks. He's done such a great job. It looks like Draven will get locked in, so Morden will most likely be on him. I'm not going to say it will be, as a matter of fact, because we have seen Draven play in the mid lane out of Froggen, but also Ocelot, but we'll see where it goes.
Yeah, because of course, talking about that Zyra, we've seen it in both the middle and support role, and Giants seem to like to bring it out fairly early on in the picks to throw a bit of a curveball at their opponents. One champion that was left open here, though, was Zed, and we know that Yamato Cannon can play Zed.
Speaking of Zed, we see Zed and Kha'Zix on top of that. That is a very deadly team right there. That's got to put a little fear into Giants. I can hear Demon just going, ooh, because that is such a heavy damage composition right now at Dragonborns. Yeah. So you're probably going to have Shushay on that Kha'Zix in the mid lane, Yamato Cannon, as we saw him earlier against Gambit in that top lane with Zed. But Giants, they're going to need to build some sort of tankiness here to really go up against this team, because if you give Kha'Zix that one reset, he will get a, well, as we saw earlier with Alex, or last week, he'll get a pentakill.
Yeah, jumping around, getting all the kills. So Varus here right now looks like it could be Jimbones' choice with the Lulu. So no Zyra as we maybe thought coming out here from Giant side of things. They want to have that Lulu to try and protect what they've got there in the backline.
I like that pickup actually more than Zyra, because you're going to need that for Zed. You're going to have to give your AD carry that sort of buffer zone to really sustain against these two heavy assassins that are going to be going head-to-head against you. And I'm also curious to see what Jim modes will actually use as summoners on top of that, most likely Flash Cleanse or maybe even Flash Barrier. But we do see Nats being summoned, which we know Maluno can play. It looks like he finally found his groove again with the team. We saw in the first 2 weeks on Dragonborn's side, he didn't really have the synergy with the team just yet, but as it went on, he just, like, all of a sudden just a switch went on in his head and they just knew how to play together. And on top of that, Misfortune as well. So 3 very heavy damage dealers out Dragonborns, but there is a downside to that. They are going to be very squishy. And if anyone on Giants can pick them off, that goes a lot of damage. If they can survive that burst that comes out initially, they'll be looking very good in a team fight.
So let's have a look then at the final 2 picks here for Giants. Going to be a top and a mid laner by the looks of their setup currently. And a Shen would, of course, fit perfectly into that top lane. And there is a Twisted Fate, which we know Extermin really likes to play.
I'm actually looking at that and I was like, I think a Rise pick would actually be pretty good as well, because we know how strong Exter can play on him, and you need that sort of tankiness to help out your team. Not to mention the CC, you can give your AD carry a chance to get away, but it looks like he is also Jimbo's sitting on Diana, which we've seen Exter play. Done a very good job on him, but that's an assassin versus a team full of assassins, so it might not work out in the end. But Shen being locked in as well, so we talked about having that buffer for Jimbones to survive against the burst that comes out of Dragonborns. That will also aid that.
So, Dragonborn's final pick here. We've got Kha'Zix and Zed most likely for the top lane and the middle lane. Nasus for the jungle. The Misfortune in there, and I'm wondering if Dragonborns are going to pull some funky pick out here as the last one. Which, you know, it's not that often that we see a support left until the last pick.
A Leona would be a very nice pickup, because you can lock down Giants. You can make it so Jimbones can't get away from you. Also sets up your assassins to get into the back line. Maybe even Zyra, just someone with some sort of CC to get you in there. A Terror could work out even pretty well since you're against a pretty heavy AD team at this point. But Mover still just kind of discussing with his team, as you can see on your screen, what he wants to go for. And I have to say, a Leona would probably be the best pickup here.
Well, it looks like it's going to be a Sona from this point of things, which Mover, you know, we've seen him play a lot of. We know that he can bring the goods, let's say, with that Sona. The crescendos again, though, as per usual, when you see a Sona in there, if they're not on point, you can lose fights pretty heavily.
Yes, you can. And it's going to really synergize well with that Misfortune. If you get that nice crescendo into a bullet time, into the resets for Kha'Zix, which are going to happen over and over, you're going to have a very easy team fight ahead of you. But the problem is, will you have the synergy? Will you be able to pull that off?
Right now, Hosan with like, Revive. I'm not going to fall for that one. Barrier Flash is definitely a more likely combo. We see that Hosan likes to fight with Barrier, likes to bait that whole Barrier fight out. This time around, Jimbones will have that slight difference between the supports, both with the Flash, but we see Babetta with an Ignite and an Exhaust on movement.
I don't agree with that. You need some sort of exhaust here, Babetta, because you have to stop Zed. Like, when he gets into your AD carry, you need exhaust before that ult comes off. You need to exhaust potentially Shushay, and we don't see even one on the Giant side right now.
Well, that may change here in our final few seconds. There you can see on your screen Jimbones and Babetta. Going to be definitely instrumental if they're going to have a chance to win this game here. And it is a bottom of the table clash, 7th versus 8th. 2 teams who are in desperate need of those victories coming in towards our final week here. Of course, that will be next week, week 10, which is a super week, which means loads and loads of games to finish out the season.
I think 20, if I'm not mistaken, which we're going to have a really fun time casting because there's going to be so many changes in the standings that really anything can happen. There is always a chance for Giants or Dragonborn to get out of that bottom 2 and kind of hold on to that LCS spot right now. And, you know, we say it's a bottom of the table clash, but, you know, this is probably one of my most look forward to games because this is where it's really going to come down to, like, which team is going to fight for it? Which team is going to fight for their LCS career right now? And we're going to see as the game happens.
Well, one interesting note about Giants, we've seen them when they've been down and out of games, when they've thought, okay, 20 minutes has gone, we've lost this game.
Yes.
They've surrendered. They've been pretty much the only team, actually, that have willingly just thrown that surrender out there, knowing that they're probably not going to be able to pick up a victory in game, which I actually admire about them as well. I mean, especially if you've got games to follow on after that one, it can be a good thing to add in. But we are in game here for Giants versus Dragonborn, 7th versus 8th, the final time that these two teams are going to meet each other here in the first split of the LCS. Talk us, Jason, through level 1.
I honestly wouldn't be surprised to see either team be very aggressive here based on their, I mean, just ignoring their whole composition because you got to pull something off here. I mean, you have nothing to lose at this point unless you're going to lose a 6-pointer game, which is, I guess, the big thing. But we are going to see Giants head over towards the enemy jungle, and they might actually be trying to make a play here.
Oh, Nasa's waiting in there, which obviously at level 1 he's not going to do too much with, and the flag comes right down on top of him there. Actually, the rest of the Giants are coming into that one. Malunu keeping his distance from the taunt. He's like, I'm just going to stand exactly as far as that taunt is away from you so that you can't lock me up, and Giants could maybe secure that first blood. But in the end, they do decide to back away from that one, and to my knowledge, I can't see, but I don't know, there wasn't a ward put. Oh, there was a ward. I'm telling the lights in the curve bush there by red.
Yes, and they just want to kind of spot where Maluno's going. I'm pretty sure that they already noticed that being in there. But obviously he's going to go for that standard start of taking that red, going into blue, and then potentially ganking a different lane.
So, standard starts here by the looks of things. Seems like we're going to have the double lanes against each other with Lulu, Varus starting off down by the Golems, and the Wolves start for Misfortune. Sona, junglers, as you can see on your screen there, Morden going to be kicking off with the Wolves. And on the top side, actually, it will be Maluno's Nasa starting off with Golem.
This could be a really crazy bot lane. We're gonna have to actually keep an eye on that because both teams are gonna hit level 2 around the same time, and there's gonna be a lot of action happening with them going head to head. And it's a smart play with them to actually take those wolves, knowing they will be going bottom lane against this combo.
Well, we know that Hosan, when he hits level 2, he likes to go for it. He is a very, very aggressive player. Almost the opposite to what we see on some teams where the AD carry here in this instance is hyper-aggressive. And I think Mover sometimes has trouble keeping up with what Hosan's planning in his mind.
And you're seeing both AD carries push the lane very quickly. They're just trying to get that early level 2. As you see it happen, Hosan is going to be a little aggressive here. Dodges the glitter lance, but that's exactly what we're talking about because now Jimbones is denied from his level 2, and he can be able to deny a lot of CS, a lot of experience.
Well, let's see if Hosan can put down the pressure from that one. Of course, the supports both still at level 1 here as Mover is starting to go in there. The pressure comes on towards Jimbones. Will they force anything to be used here? Double up will land on Jimbones there in the final. And they're not going to force a flash. They're not going to force a barrier. But what they are going to force is a recall from the bottom lane of Giants.
And that is not good. That is going to have an effect on this entire game as it does go on. Having an AD carry be taken that low and being forced to back so early is just going to... It's going to put so much pressure on him to kind of get back in the game because now Dragonborns can even dive him under that turret because he will still be level 1 at this point. They're still trying to freeze that lane as much as possible, and it's not looking good for Jimbones right now.
Not the start that he was looking for, that is for sure here, as he comes back with a pot. Just a single pot at the end. Obviously to add into that Doran's Blade that he did start with. There actually was Morden coming in towards the middle. We'll see if he can sneak in here for a bit of an attempt on first blood here towards Shushay, and in the end, I think he realized that he wasn't going to be getting too much of that one and will back away. Maluno doing a similar thing from the bottom side of the jungle as again Hosan going very aggressive in on towards Jimbones. Will happily chip away on Babetta as well and just saying, you are not coming into this lane.
And what this does is it forces the jungler of Giants to defend. He has to interrupt at that bottom lane or they're going to fall even further behind. He has to do something. So you see him coming down right now. We do see Maluno not going to be spotted by Ward in that try, but she's going to try to go for a gank here.
Yeah, here we go. Maluno coming around. There is the Wither being put into position as they try and turn things around. And you saw that Morden he couldn't come in from that top side. He would have been isolated, and with that level 3 misfortune, could have ended up dying.
Yes, very true. And now with him being down in that bottom lane, it pretty much gives free reign for Shushay and for Yanokan just be hyper aggressive in their lane because they know the jungler won't be there. He has to interact with that bottom lane. It will create such an advantage for them.
Here is Hosan pushing in once again. Jimbones, by the way, still level 1 as he finally does hit level 2 there. That shield from Lulu going to be instrumental in keeping him healthy enough here to stand and get those last hits onto the minions because they're not scared of going in. There's another double up lands onto Jimbones, and again, he hits that recall key. But here we are going to see Jarvan coming around this backside. Let's see what he can do. There's the exhaust coming down. Hosan does have flash and barrier as he flashes away. The ignite is burning, but better going in there. His barrier used. Jimbones very low as Moovert turns around. He forces his barrier, and that will be no kills, but summoners burn all over the shop.
Yes, very great, very perfect job out of Hosan to really survive that because he was against a red buff Morden and he flashed that knockup, was able to escape right there, blowing every cooldown, but still, you gave Jimbones that possibility to get back in the game. He's going to get the levels, the much needed levels right now. And that was a great play by Morden to really realize where they were hurting and really put some pressure there.
So let's have a look at the other lanes. We've been focused on this bottom lane because it has been so interested in Samux here. And Yamato Cannon going to go head to head. The Wither is down. The flash used there out of Samux. And Yamato Cannon going to be quite happy with the fact that his lane opponent doesn't have an ignite, doesn't have a flash available. As Shushay goes in on towards Exeter there. And he's not quite the squishy target that we often see coming up against the Kazakhs in this mid lane.
Yeah, but the CS is like dead even when we have such melee champions in the middle lane. But Shushay should be able to outscale him a little bit though. Exeter, once he hits that level 7 mark, he's going to be all over Shushay as Maluno's sitting by the side trying to go in for a gank. But as you see, Morden will be coming in from behind him, but will he throw the flag in there to actually give him that vision?
Oh, this could actually be dangerous here for Maluno, as actually in the end it's Extermin who's going to take a lot of damage from this one. Jumps back in towards Shushay, but the ignite was burning. First blood comes out here for Maluno. He turns around and hits Morden a couple of times, and that will be first blood coming over to Dragonborns, to the jungler, but an assist on Shushay as well.
And the thing was, that was a perfect timing out of Exeter. Like, that was a great play out of him. He was level 6 before Shushay, but it just didn't really expect Maluna to be there, got caught a little bit off guard, and ended up going down. But that was a perfect time out. Shushay didn't have his evolved W, but still, we have Maluna pick up that first blood, getting that assist over to Shushay now, going to be able to pick up even more items when he does back. He also had the red pot available if he needed.
Yeah.
So great play overall by Dragonborns.
Which kind of surprised me that he burnt his flash for that one. Obviously wanted to avoid using that red pot up until this point. He'll have that for next time around, of course. Now, this bottom lane again, you can see Jimbones and Mabetta forced to back away and farm the golems here. They were again taking a lot of damage from an AD carry, which is now 2 levels above them, and that will soon be 3 levels above here, as Hosan is just a couple of creeps from hitting that level 6 mark.
If we have Dragonborns hit level 6 before Giants here and do land a nice crescendo, they should be able to open up a kill on a Jimbones, as his flash is currently down as well, but they won't have that little ultimate to help survive. And it's just overall Dragonborns, that's a perfect play out of their bot lane. They know exactly what they're doing, and we'll see if the rest of their team can really do as well as they are.
Well, I'll give credit to Jimbones there. He's actually done a lot of work in terms of picking up the CS right underneath his turret, knowing that Hosan could come in and have a go. As we see Moovert being aggressive, there is the bullet time coming out. Jimbones saunters away from him, but better the next target. But again, they are forced to back away and recall and get out of that lane.
And we'll see what Dragonborns does with this, because they could go for the turret if they wanted to easily, but if they take it down early on, it gives Jimbones the opportunity to go for some free farm to finally catch up a little bit. As you see him harassing down that turret, but they're denying huge waves against Giants right now. Morden will be able to pick up a little bit of the experience though. And that was a good job. It was good positioning by him to be there. Unfortunately, he arrived a little bit late, and Jimbones did get forced out.
That is the red buff for Maluno, who, you know, he had that presence in the middle lane that gave him that first blood kill, which is always good. He's got the Spirit Stone from that one, cloth armor, crystalline flask, plus boots as well. So he's well on his way at this stage of things. Compare that over to the Madrid Razor and the boots right now for these opposition number Morden. In the top lane, Zed going with that Vamp set to their Yamato Cannon plus the Doran's Blade. Samux already got the Giant's Belt and a cloth armor with boots.
And Yamato Cannon won't be able to take him head to head unless he gets that Brutalizer fairly early on, which is supposed to going to be a farm lane. Let's just see the junglers interact just a little bit. And you touch on that Crystalline Flask on Maluno. It was an interesting pickup, because that's not what he had right off the bat. He went for that Hunter's Machete, but you know, by giving away his move up every single time, he's going to be able to have a lot more sustain in the jungle, and we'll be able to provide a lot more support in these lanes.
You see Hosan, double Doran's Blade, Berserker Greaves, and a longsword up against Jimbones, who now has a Vamp Scepter, which is really going to help him out in this bottom lane. And as I say that, we see Hosan going aggressive once again here with Mover, who's not quite up to that level 6. There's another double up, which didn't quite work as intended.
The thing was, the reason that Hosan went those double Doran's Blades and that longsword is because he wants to keep the aggression and keep the lead that he already built up in that bottom lane instead of waiting for that BF sword. So that's what he's trying to do here. We do see engage actually happening out of Extra right now, catching Shushe.
Yeah, they're coming in there as the Wither actually down. The knockup will come in there from the Jarvan, as we are going to see a kill coming out. That was nicely played out of Giants. Really smooth stuff. Obviously, Samux did come down with the Stand United as well, and that will leave us at 1-for-1 in kills. Dragonborn's still got 500 gold lead. Yamato Cannon here, though, is looking to do good damage onto that top turret.
And even with that kill, it allows the top turret and the bottom turret to be very low. So whenever Dragonborns wants, they can take those two turrets, get a lot of gold, maybe even go for Dragon off the back. We see the Crescendo hitting the bottom lane.
Crescendo coming in. There's the bullet time, but Giants actually using their flashes to flash onto the top side and away from all the damage. Without those flashes, that was probably 2 kills right there.
Yes, easily. And the thing is, Giants are still level 5 at this bottom lane, as Hosan now sitting about halfway to level 8. Even Mover is halfway to level 7 at this point. Looks like they're still not going to try to take this turret down just yet. But we do have Yamato Cannon actually sitting by the middle lane, maybe trying to go for a gank here, and maybe even trying to set up for Dragon.
Well, they are going to go in on towards Jarvan here as the Ignite is put down, and a flash from Morden to get to safety. So he wanted no part of that one. Here is Maluno going for the Dragon as well.
That's a play out of Diamond Prox's book right there. Popping the ultimate just to shred down that Dragon. Great job by Dragonborns to push Morden out of the lane, or actually push him back into base just to heal, and then pick up a free Dragon right after that. So now they have a nice little bit of a gold lead. They still have those turrets if they do want to take them. And Hosan set on about 900 gold right now, not enough to really pick up anything just yet, as he does complete that Brutalizer. So if Jimbones wasn't having already a hard enough time, his armor's not really going to mean anything to Hosan.
Yeah, exactly. And with those double Dorans and the Berserker Greaves really added in there for the push on the on that lane as well. So let's see how that one all works out. This top lane, of course, we've ignored it a little bit because it's been a bit of a farm fest up there, a bit of damage exchange. Now that could change with Extermin coming across. Flash away from Yamato Cannon, but can he be saved? The Wither onto Extermin, but there is the Q landing, and that will be a kill. Samux going very low, but does Maluno have the damage with Jarvan coming in there to save the day? There's the Cataclysm. They lock up Maluno, and that is 2 kills. Fantastic play out of the Giants.
Amazing play of the Giants right there. That was a great job by Extra to get into that top when they knew there was no wards there, and going pretty much balls of all there, trying to pick up those 2 kills. They do get them, and Morden, I mean, he's been doing this entire game. He's been in the right position every single time, and that's why people renown him as being pretty much one of the best junglers in Europe. Even though we haven't seen it the past couple of weeks, he's showing it right here.
Well, look at this. Shushe going to capitalize on the presence of Diana in that top lane and takes out the first turret of the game, actually, which will be in that middle lane. Giants going to get 1 back here in the top, but you can't really compare the difference between that top and middle.
Yeah, that's very true. And then also Dragonborns have the ability to take this bottom turret. Looks like they will be able to take it down here with that Superman tanking it up. So that's 2 turrets in a row, and also the top turret is very low for Giants, so we could see a nice push coming in from them. They already have that Dragon down, so there's no reason for the jungler to be towards that bottom side of the map, as it doesn't go down just yet. They're still denying even more CS away from Jimbones.
That is fantastic holding play coming out from Dragonborns. And they're going to continue to try and deny that, as we do see Hosan going in there. Hail of Arrows not quite going to keep up, as the double up will land onto Jimbones. He's lost about half of his health just from that. That's pretty insane damage, and the tower is still there.
Yeah, that Brutalizer is really doing work. And, they're waiting for it. Do they have the Crescendo up? Yes, they do. They might be able to lock this down. There is no flash available for Jimbones.
How far are Giants going to come out? And, well, there's the Hail of Arrows into the bush.
It doesn't give vision, though, so they don't know they're still there at this point. Though he will see it just from launching it, like he will see their portrait come up.
So there's a pink ward in the top lane. Actually, Yamato Cannon wants vision of that tri-bush here. Doesn't want to be getting caught out there, as Jarvan is now on this bottom side of the map as well. Mover still waiting here, but if they spot Jarvan, he needs to get away from there quickly, as he is going to get locked up. There is a Crescendo coming out, but he's going to have to take one for the team here. He goes down, and that was just a surprise move in from Morden. Great play coming out of Giants to lock him down for the kill. 4-1 in kills to them now.
And Morden yet again in the right place at the right time. They already had the middle turret down, so why not visit there? Shen ultimate, I'm not sure if that was really needed, But you know what? He gets an extra assist, gets some extra gold, has his Sunfire Cape done right now. We'll have his Ninja Tabbies relatively shortly, and they're going to need that tank as the game gets into these team fights.
Yeah, and I mean, if Misfortune had got involved in there as well, that's when that Shen really could have come in handy. That could have turned into a double kill easily. So Shushay getting the blue buff. Look at this, Extermin going to be going top side of the map here. Yamato Cannon already starting to walk away, but is it going to be too late? There we see the Q landing. He's going to get pulled back in. The taunt will land from Shen as well. Yamato Cannon surely not going to escape this one. Extermin picks that one up, and now Hosan in trouble down at the bottom. The Cataclysm coming. Why is Jimbones come back into auto attack range there? He's now going to cost him his life, and now Shushay is looking for the second kill of this one, and he's going to get the reset. Jumps in towards Babetta. Can he finish off the kill? Yes, he can. You're not escaping that one. Double kill for Shushay.
That was a great job by Hosan to pretty much bait them in for that, because he knew Shushay was coming. At least I hope that's what he was doing right there. And Shushay picking up that nice double kill. You see Maluno going head-to-head against Extra in the middle lane, but you know, with Yamato Cannon going down the top and those kills coming in the bottom lane, Dragonborns and Giants still relatively close game.
Yeah, and Maluno's not really safe. He will actually pop his ultimate. Extermin not going to go head-to-head with him under the tower, but Maluno comes back out, and Extermin says, thank you very much, I'll have a go at this one. There is the wither and the finisher from Extermin. He has taken, I think, 5 or 6 hits there from the turret and still got a third of his HP afterwards.
That Seeker's arm guard too, and Rick up there giving that extra armor. But if you look across the map, I mean, the top side of the map for Giants has been constantly pushed up. They've been just trying to keep that top lane shoved in. As we see Hosan flashing in.
And is he going to get the kill? No, not quite able to pick that one up. And that will mean Extermin gets away crucially with the double buff there. That's what Hosan was after.
Yes, that was. And the thing is, that flash being down now, though, that gives Giants the opportunity to go for a team fight whenever they want. Dragon will be up in about a minute, and that might be the key for them to go in, because you know, without having Hosan having that escape mechanism, and with having Yamato Cannon not necessarily farmed out, not necessarily the items he needs, they only have to focus on that Shushay and Hosan combo.
Well, less than a minute for that Dragon. Hosan going to be headed home after he gets out of range of Morden there. Doesn't want to risk getting turned on. Goes into the bush to make sure that recall will be successful. Jimbones, in terms of CS, is still a country mile behind here. Almost 50 CS in that one. Middle lane is a lead for Shushay. He's 2-1-1 compared, though, to the 3-1-2 of Extermin.
And speaking of middle lane, we see a last booster picked up on Shushay as his first item. It's an interesting build. It's typically not what you would necessarily go as your first major pickup for a Kha'Zix. Usually it's a Bloodthirster, but considering Samix has so much armor built up already with that Sunfire Cape, with that Warden's Mail, it's going to help out quite a bit.
There is Shushay, thanks to that pink ward, getting rid of vision. Samux doing what a Shen does best and pushing this top lane out completely. His Stand United will be available in just a little moment.
And the thing is, we have 3 members of Giants heading over towards that top side. They're going to trade the Dragon for the turret, but that is a favorable trade for them.
Yeah, inner turret here on the top lane will be taken. They will definitely lose out on this Dragon. We can see that Dragonborn's already sending a couple of men back here to make sure that the Giants don't push any more of an advantage from that one. And despite, you know, having the turret lead here as well, Dragonborns, they're not massively in the gold lead. It's 2,000 right now. They're behind in kills, and Giants, because of that, can make plays happen still.
And the thing is that the people that are fed over on the Giants side are the mid lane, who's going to be building a Zonas very soon, which he's going to need in these fights. You have a Shen who's going to be very tanky now because of that, and Jarvan, who already has, you know, Boots' mobility to interact, Lock of the Iron Solari, and then Madrid's Razor. So the people on Giants that need to be fed right now are getting fed. Like, Jimbones doesn't need to be fed at this point because he needs to survive in the entire engagement. But on Dragonboard's side, Monacan doesn't have any kills just yet. Hosan only has 1 kill and assist. And Shushay, he's the real person you have to look for to really make the plays now, because he has to get those resets or the entire fight for Dragonborns is going to go south.
There is Shushay, Hosan, and Mover just clearing up that middle lane. Going to be trying to push that one out. Of course, they did take that outer turret in the middle lane a little bit earlier on. We're 18 minutes into this game at this stage, and still, I mean, how much of a worry is that for Jimbones now down in this bottom lane? He's 50 CS behind them, Misfortune. If you compare their items, well, I guess my point is you can't really compare their items.
Right, and the thing is that you have to look how the game's kind of progressing on, is that Hosan, he's freezing the lane. He's not trying to push it like really hard. He's not trying to shove it into Giants. So typically if you do that, you want to go for like a mid push, or go for a top push. It really puts some aggression somewhere else, because then that denies a lot of CS, a lot of experience over to other team's AD carry. But it's allowing Jimbones to roam around his own jungle. He's been picking up double golems every single time they're up. He's been interacting with other lanes, and that might potentially be a mistake on Dragonboard's side, but still, like you said, 50 CS behind. He doesn't have an item completed just yet, and if Dragonboards can get in a couple of team fights here, they'll still have no damage on Jimbones.
Morden coming in from the top side. Juche, he's got the jump, which helps a lot when that Cataclysm comes down onto you. See if Diana can get involved there. The Wither coming in. That'll be a turret hit coming down on towards Exterminate. It looks like Giants want to get rid of that outer turret in the middle.
And just as we're talking about Hosun freezing that bottom lane, Giants are taking advantage of that. Jimbones just came up to the middle lane. They're pushing that middle turret. Now Hosun's going to have to come back and help out. But because of that, now the lane's going to be pushing into Jimbo to be getting a lot of free farm when he does decide to back. And if they can get this turret, a lot of extra gold to help out for his item build.
Look at Samox again pushing that top lane out. He's 2-0-3 right now and really building up that farm. Obviously, Yamato kind of not doing a bad job either. He's got that Blade of the Ruin King in there with a pickaxe as well.
It's all going to come down to if he's going to have enough damage to pick off Jimbones. Obviously, we have the Zonas on extra, so he can just get out of that ultimate damage anytime he wants to. And then Jimbones has, you know, Lulu ultimate to keep him alive. He has Shen ultimate to keep him alive. So the whole plan of him being able to assassinate someone's not going to work out. But if he can get someone low enough that Juche can pick up the kill, or they can just kill someone just period, then he'll get those resets. He'll have the damage he needs to really turn the fight.
So Giants going to be pushing out this mid lane once again. Still no sign really of Jimbones being able to catch up to that total in creep score that we are currently seeing. And there is a Black Cleaver as well done for Misfortune.
And the thing is, they're mind gaming them a little bit because of that push mid lane. It forced Hosun to back off and really defend, but it's allowing them to pick up this turret potentially in the bottom lane, which give them a nice little bit of extra gold. Extras here as well. Juche might be in trouble, Joe.
Are they going to go for the dive? There's the slow that they were looking for, the jump away from Juche, but is Exter going to go in for this? No, he's quite happily to force Juche away with that creep wave coming in to secure the third turret here for Giants and actually bring them level overall on turrets.
Yep. Perfect job by Giants right there to know what they need to do to get back in this game. But I'm curious to see where it's going to kind of develop from here, because Hosun picked up an early Black Cleaver, still has a BF Sword, and Jimbones, I'm curious to see if he's going to go for Infinity's Edge as his first major buy.
Well, we'll see that coming in a little while as Giants again rotate everyone around towards this middle lane. Samox, of course, has Stan United available if they need him to get involved in that push. And in the end, Dragonborns with that Zed and Nasus there able to clear out that minion wave with no problems. Samox, though, he's still pushing.
I love what Giants are doing in terms of forcing Dragonborns to be reactionary, because Dragonborns are used to being one of those teams that thrives on controlled chaos. And because that's not happening right now, they seem to be a little caught off guard. But still, they are ahead in gold at this point. They do have the game in their favor currently. And Dragon will be up in about a minute 20 seconds. But that top lane, that's a major threat to them, having two turrets down. Inhibitor turret is just bare naked. They could go for it if they want. And Samox, I mean, that's exactly what he's going to do. He has a teleport to get in if he needs to. And Giants just playing this perfectly.
He's going to go back in there. Juche did push that one out as far as he could without really going over that critical halfway line of the map, especially without having two turrets behind him there. You really can't afford to get too clever in that respect. As Hosun here got the waves coming in, he's got Movet, Maluno and Yamato cannon coming in the back, and they may be able to take this one away. We see the Varus ulti, but honestly that's not going to be enough here. We are seeing pressure onto Jimbo and Stan United used there by Samox, but Dragonborn's taken in a turret and they back off.
Great job by Dragonborns to realize yet again that Extra was in that bottom lane. They're like, hey, why not push this mid lane? He has to back out. We can stop their aggression, pick up a tier 2 turret. So, you know, looking at the turrets being taken overall, Dragonborns has the advantage with just those two middle being down, since you gain so much advantage in terms of in the jungle, the sight you get as long as they put the wards down, which currently haven't put too many just yet, but great play by Dragonborns. I mean, they're just taking what Giants are doing and reacting to it perfectly.
Yeah, and CS is their favor for Yamato can in the top lane. Middle is even as well, and we can see the difference in gold. Obviously Shen is slightly ahead overall because of those 2 kills and 3 assists that he already has here, thanks to the good old Stan United assists coming in from earlier on. Between the two AD carries, 2,000 gold difference between Misfortune and Varus.
And right now we're seeing kind of a stalemate kind of build up, and that's going to be due to the wave clear over on Dragonborn's side. So you have the W out of Juche, you have the Q out of Yamato Cannon, and you have obviously the double up out of Hosun, so you can clear those waves extremely quickly, and the Giants doesn't really have the range they need or the protection they need to, you know, attack a turret freely. They have to kind of catch Dragonborns off guard.
Oh, Juche diving into that one. The rest of the team going to try and follow as well, as they are going to get the Wither down on towards Bebeta. But are they going to try and fight this one? Maluno started to run in there with that speed boost coming out of Sona. And in the end, they decide, let's not follow up just yet.
Yeah, he also had his Ghost up on that too. So he
did, right, Ghost.
Really wanted to chase
he's
him down.
really fast from that boost.
Like, did they get movement speed to his ultimate? Or? But yeah, like, it seemed like a little bit of miscommunication, but still in the end, they pick up the Dragon. They're going to pick up the blue buff away from Exter, and they're also going to push this top lane a little bit here.
Yeah, top lane to push down. I mean, they've got the inner turret in the middle lane, so top or bottom is obviously the natural choice for them there, especially when they've got that outer turret left in the middle, as we are going to see them catching out Samox. He lands that taunt on towards Hosan. There is going to be Xuxe jumping in, but the rest of Giants trying to come around. Good knock up here, and Morden now in trouble as well as the bullet time comes across, but the rest of Giants reacting to this one. There's the Void Spikes. Manages to get this low across the board.
That was such a great bait by Hosan right there. I mean, backing right in front of Samox's face, and he got taunted on purpose because he knew Xuxe was there to back him up. They had Zed on the way, were able to pick up the kill, but still Hosan has all the summers available.
Oh wow.
And as I say that, he flashes in to try to stop the back, but still, they're gonna be able to get this turret now, or at least get a good chunk of damage onto it.
And it looked to me like he'd actually managed to get the damage in. Is Babetta here having to use Wild Growth on himself. Yamato Cannon going to be pulled up underneath the turret there. Great ultimate out of Jimbones. The rest of the team trying to get involved. Cataclysm is on Xuxe here, but can they keep him locked down? Jimbones is going to be backing up from this one as a hail of arrows will finish him off. And that is another kill coming down for Dragons.
And just as we talk
Giants.
And just as we talk about Dragonborn's getting a nice bait right there, we see Giants do the same back to him. Exter, it looks like he's overcommitted right here, might be getting caught and killed.
Can they lock him down though? That's the problem. There we see the flash out of movement to get in there. The crescendo coming in as well. This will surely be a kill. The flash was failed. He uses the Zhonya's, and well, he's shut down in the end. So he used a flash, he used his Zhonya's, and he didn't do anything.
Yeah, that's I mean, we looked at movement flashing.
Well, he delayed them, I suppose, while Giants are here doing Baron.
Yeah, well,
that's one thing.
It's a great call in the end. Maybe the flash missing was a little bit of a mind game as well. I'm assuming not. But still, Giants do pick up that Baron, get a nice little bit of a goal lead, get that nice little bit extra oomph they're going to need in these team fights. And they do have a good amount of gold to spend on a Jimbones, who's finally he's caught up a little bit. I'm not going to say in CS, but in terms of items, as he has Infinity Edge done, and he has 1,600 gold to spend.
While it's still 70 CS between them. We have Bloodthirst, a Black Cleaver in there, and Crit Cloak as well picked up, compared to that Infinity Edge and the Vamp Scepter at this point. So we'll see how that all affects things going forward. But you have to give that credit to Jimbones because he was, if you look back to the lane phase, it was horrible for him. He had no real chance in there because of how things went so early on. Because basically, Hosan hit level 2 first, and they forced him out of the lane time and time and time again.
That's how the meta has evolved in the bottom lane. Whoever's going to hit 2 first is going to push the other one out of the lane, but you have to give a lot of credit to Morden as well then, because he did a perfect job of interacting with the bottom lane, giving Jimbones the ability to get back in the game. And if he didn't do that, you know, who knows where he would be.
Probably not in a good position, that's for sure. But if you look at the gold, you know, it's 1,300 right now between the two teams. That is definitely better than it looked like it could have been as Dragonborn start to move their way down towards that inhibitor turret. Is Extermin's going to dive right in towards Hosan. Can they get the kill coming into this one? He's used his barrier. He will fall to Samox here in the end. Extermin going to use the last second Zhonya's. Will that buy enough time for the rest of the team to do the damage? Look at Jimbones at the back. He's going to be focusing on towards movement, but he's very, very squishy here. He gets finished off by Zed in the end. That's a double kill, and that is 3 for 1. Yes, they lost their AD carry, but they've got damage from other places here, Dragonborn.
That was an amazing engage out of Giants right there. That was like the perfect engage for them, but unfortunately Dragonborns were just too strong. They're able to get the kill, able to get the resets on a Xuxe. They even had Baron during that entire engagement, but they lost an inhibitor turret, lost an inhibitor, and lost a lot of gold that they could potentially have picked up right there.
Overall, they lost. I think that's the general consensus from that one is Xuxe going to be stealing away the red buff. And of course, that was a Baroned up Giants as well. We should definitely not forget that point in that one as Maluno just stealing away Wraiths as well. And that will give them a decent chunk of gold to be going home with here to spend. If you look at Xuxe now, got that Black Cleaver in there, the Last Whisper, which he picked up first. Muramana is now done for him as well. And he's also sat on a good chunk of gold for the next time he goes back. Giants finally trying to get rid of that pesky outer turret in the middle lane.
And we'll give a nice little bit of gold as well. And you know, you pointed out Xuxe right there with the Black Cleaver and Last Whisper in the Mirror Mana, but he doesn't have any sort of like sustain in the fights. when you pick up that Bloodthirster as your major item with that 100 AD, you can poke a lot better. You can get in there and do a lot more burst damage. But so far the build's been working out for him, and we even see the Runic Bulwark picked up on a Maluno, so he's making everyone else on his team tanky, and just sort of saying, them having 3 heavy DPS champions and no real tank, Maluno's doing a good job of just trying to help facilitate that.
Well, we saw in that last one that Jimbones was really left alone at the back, and he focusing on towards mover, and if you can't kill the support in that situation, you know that you're not in the best of positions. So that needs to really change for Giants here. They need to have that damage coming out of Jimbones, as we are going to see Morden maybe caught out here down at the bottom. He's going to slide away towards the turret. Xuexi not chasing it.
The thing was about that engagement that we saw is that Jimbones, his ultimate didn't get in there in the right time, because they had a great lockdown on the entire team of Dragonborns, and we saw that Var's ultimate come in. It could have kept them locked up a little bit longer and maybe changed the tides of that fight, but Giants are not out in any sort of the way, because Jimbones does have that % health damage, which can never go underestimated.
So Dragon is now up. Dragonborn's making a play for it with the Oracle on both sides. As Bebeto actually puts a ward over the top side here. Now the Void Spikes coming out. Will we see a fight kicking off for this one? The Yamato Cannon on the top side. There is the Dragon picked up. Samek's going to land the taunting on towards Hosan, but he is not dead, and he's at the back here doing good damage. He will get hit with the Varus ultimate, but he can still put bullet time down. As Zed will shut down Shen here. There's the jump out from Xuexi. He's managed to get himself 2 kills, but Better will fall in the end as well. And that is a very, very quick ace coming out of the Dragonborns, and they got the Dragon.
And that's exactly what their comp is based around, picking up those kills with that high damage, or 3 high damage champions. They did it perfectly. God Dragon, just like you said, looks like they're going to try to close out the game as well, rushing down that middle lane.
I mean, they've only got Xuexi who's low here. Look how healthy they survived that fight. The rest of the team going to pile in 20 seconds really for the first spawn, and that is easily enough time for this setup that Dragonborns have got. They are going to finally end their run of misery here against the Giants. You can see how much it means to them. Good games well played, and a hug for everyone in the team, because Dragonborns were in dire need of that victory here, and for them, congratulations, because they've finally done it.
And the pressure, that has to feel so good, having it off of your shoulders finally right there. And you have to give credit that Dragonborns, we saw them earlier against Gambit, played a phenomenal game, played really well. It's like a different team than we've seen before. Yeah. And right there as well, I mean, Hosan and Mover just controlled that bottom lane completely. Xuexi was able to help pick up some kills roaming around, and just phenomenal job by both teams still. Even Giants played well.
Yeah, really nice play. Dragonborns, of course, ending that run of misery that they've had coming into this one. We're going to go over to the analysis desk here for one last time, where Demon and Quickshot are going to break it all down.
Yes, thank you very much, and what another great game. They keep on coming, hit after hit, as it were. Unfortunately, it is only 4 games today. Next week, Super Week, maybe we're going to be looking to have 20 games back-to-back, who knows. But another fantastic match, but this time a all-important win for Dragonborns, who are bottom of the league right now. They remain bottom of the league, but a win over Giants, who are currently 7th, is a massive win for them.
We talked about this earlier in the day, how difficult it's going to be for Dragonborns to get out of that relegation position. If they can pick up more wins against the likes of Copenhagen Wolves and against the Authority, they'll close the gap, because they're adding losses to the opponents that are directly above them. That's the most important thing. But they're the heartbreakers. They can be the ones forcing one of these teams down. And it was very, very good play out of the team. They showed coordination, they showed control, and they showed an understanding of timing on objectives, on ultimates, and summoner spells. So a very, very good play, and a marked improvement over what we've been seeing in previous weeks from the Dragonborns.
You missed one out. They showed domination in the bottom lane is really what it was all about. But the replay we have for you, it's basically the fight against a Baron up team. These are things that you always tell your teammates, don't do it, they've got Baron. Dragonborns didn't care.
No, not at all. Let's actually jump into the replay right now. It's 27 minutes on the clock, 9 kills to 5. Look at the gold, 39,000 to 40,000. The reason I've got the HUD up is I want to show you how important it is that Jimbones is not here. He's not around when the fight actually breaks out. So let's put the battle into play here, and you'll see immediately what happens is Exter goes in, and he has an incredible engagement. Once again, I want to show you how far away Jimbones is. He's not there, while the rest of the team carries on with the engagement. They get a very good Cataclysm, locks everybody in place, and here you start thinking, well, Giants have got this. They've shut down Hosan. They've picked up the kill before anything has even happened. but there is simply no damage from Jimbones. He's finally joined the party late here, but the rest of the damage threats of Nasus, of Zed, and of Kha'Zix, they simply clean house, taking out Giants members one after one after one. And Jimbones, again, not really understanding how much HP his teammates had. He jumped into that fight very, very late. He was out of position, and he just got focused on at the end as well.
Yeah, and more to the point, the moment No arrived, Movo went exhaust. Yeah, it's like,
exactly.
Yeah, good to see you, mate.
Yeah, completely removed his damage. It was pretty much a story of the game, to be fair, because Dragonborns, they would make plays and they controlled the map, while Giants were making gank attempts. They used the Stand United and they used their Jarvan to pick up kill after kill after kill, but they didn't convert that to control, and that was the problem. They had the kill count advantage, but they were behind on gold, they were behind on objectives, and they were behind on map presence.
So it leaves us to talk about the MVP, and the man we've highlighted for this one is Hosan. I know we talk about him a lot, but really that early game dominance they had in that bottom lane. I think when we looked at it, they were level 5, the bottom lane, Nono, and...
to almost level 8.
To almost level 8 of Hosan. It was crazy.
Jimbones was like 2.5, 3 levels behind. He was, I think, 40 or 50 CS for the majority of that matchup behind. And that is pretty much what crippled that mid-game power that the Giants had to offer. They had no damage from Jimbones. He was constantly playing catch-up. And that's the reason we've highlighted him for MVP.
So that is it from us, of course, at the analysis desk for today. Thank you very much for watching. It has been absolutely amazing games. We're going to go over to Shox, of course, who is standing by with the MVP of the day. It is going to be Hosan.
Thank you very much, D-Man. Yes, Hosan, congratulations on being MVP. Now, we expect crazy stuff from the Dragonborns, but standard seems to work for you guys. So lead us through the picks and bans.
Yeah, we were just doing all the not standard stuff all the time, but we figured out that even if we deny top laner and our gets denied, we kind of get behind with that. So we just started to go 2v2 bot lane because it works for us the best. And yeah, like we take wolves, they take golems. In this game, it was really good. We didn't really have planned picks. We knew their picks and their bans, but this is the first time we didn't have our picks. We just picked our best champions. I guess it worked. But yeah, the beginning was good because we just started to zone them, forced them to back like 4 times or 5. Then again and again in the middle game. So we were really ahead in farm, and we just won.
Okay, I was going to ask you how the game went, but you answered that perfectly for me. Now, Hosan, of course, great win, great performance against Gambit as well, but you're not in the clear. So how are you going to stay in the LCS?
We're probably going to stay at 7th or 8th place, and we're just going to go to the qualifications. I think we will have to beat one team in best of 5. It's not going to be as hard as LCS, but still, I guess, hard because it's top teams, of course, like MYM or other teams like that. I think we'll get MYM. So, yeah, I guess we will qualify anyway.
Okay, nice to see you in good spirits. Thank you very much, Hosan. Now, let's go over to Joe and Jason one last time to take us through today's matches and take a look at the standings.
Thanks a lot, Shox. And Jason, a fantastic day of action today. I think we can safely say Game 3, which we'll come on to in a little while, was the highlight. A very long highlight, almost an hour-long, amazing game. I'm running out of adjectives for how great that one was. But first of all, let's have a look through the entirety of today's results. Starting off, of course, with Gambit's win against what looked like a very informed Dragonborns.
Yep, and then of course following that was EG taking the win over Fnatic. EG as well, just completely changing their entire playstyle against Authority, losing to Gambit, unfortunately.
Yeah, unfortunately, you can call it from against Authority's side because I tell you what, the teams that we didn't expect to do so well today have done really, really well. Starting with that Dragonborns win, EG not being informed, Fnatic have been informed, EG stomped them in that one, and that hour-long game between Gambit and against Authority, and of course, finally, we saw Dragonborns end that run of absolute terror that they've had in the LCS so far. And we heard from Hosan there saying 7th and 8th place, even though we've just won a game, is probably where we're going to be ending in that one. So speaking of the standings, that leads us, of course, directly into it. So let's check out what they look like here after today's matches, starting at the top, of course, with our new first place team today, Gambit, with 2 wins for 0, 18 for 4 now they're up there, followed by Fnatic, who is 17 for 5 after their loss today. Then we have in 3rd place, SK Gaming, who had a day off today. They'll be here tomorrow at 13 for 9. And EG, who took down Fnatic in their single game at 12 for 10.
Even though with those wins and losses coming in, the only real change was in the top side of the standings. But then again, we have one more day of games tomorrow, and then we have that giant Super Week, Joe, that can really completely shuffle this around.
That can change literally everything, to be honest with you. That is a massive amount of games still to be played. But we've still got tomorrow, don't forget that. Starting at the same time and same place. But of course, if you've missed any of today's games or any games from the weeks before, you can find them along with all the recaps and stats and what have you over at lolesports.com.
And of course, you can still vote for the European All-Star team. And reminder, the polls close on Monday, April 15th, so get your votes in now.
Yeah, there's still a lot to be picked up there, that's for sure, in the All-Star voting. Still some very, very close positions, and also some not-so-close positions. Someone needs to vote for someone except Edward in that support vote, it seems. But that's it from me and Jason for today. Thank you very much, as per usual, Jason. We're going to go over one last time to Shox for some final thoughts of Saturday.
Thank you very much, guys. What an amazing day of games here again. That Against All Authority Gambit one is certainly one for the League of Legends history books. You know, you can check out the VOD of that one on lolesports.com. And as for us, we'll be back tomorrow at 6 p.m. Central European Summer Time. That's 9 a.m. Pacific. And the matches are going to be the Giants taking on Evil Geniuses, Fnatic battling the Dragonborns, Giants against All Authority, and closing out the day with a big one also, Gambit versus SK Gaming. Thank you very much from all of us here in the studio for tuning in, and we'll see all of you tomorrow.